fanatic in Australia. Great to have you on board with us. Conditions in Campore, a bit of cloud about, the large dollop of smog making it a rather grey, ominous looking horizon around Campore. Currently approaching 18 degrees, heading towards a high of 27. Humidity in the 80s, but dropping and will do throughout the day. Joining me in co-commentary, former New Zealand international Richard Petrie. Good afternoon. Welcome into what is quite a day ahead of us, Richard.
Well, it will be. We've had 4 days of intriguing subcontinent cricket, and today will be no different. I don't think anyone knows quite how it's going to turn out. We've got all likelihoods pointing towards an Indian victory, but that said, this New Zealand side is a very plucky, determined side led by a very determined and skillful captain. So you just gave the stat that if New Zealand won this, knocked off the score, that it would be the highest run chase in history. A couple of other interesting stats. India have only lost once after scoring 345 in the first innings of a test match. And New Zealand have only won 2 tests in Asia, batting last in their history. Only 2 tests. We're going to start with Ashwin.
Records are meant to be broken, aren't they?
Well, they always do. But they do give you an insight into trends, or
it does.
The numbers, the odds, if you're a gambler.
We are ready. Green Park in Campore. Ravi Ashwin bowling to Latham. It ticks him around the corner. We'll get a run straight away. Good start for New Zealand. Just worked around. And then Ishant Sharma diving. Might have hurt himself here. Oh, he's rolling around in fair bit of pain and discomfort. Looks like, I don't think it's his bowling hand, which is a good sign. I think it's his left hand.
I think he's dislocated his little finger when he went down to stop the ball, because that's all I can think that would have happened. And he has dislocated his small finger on his left hand.
And then popped it in himself.
Popped it in himself. The physio has immediately come out and is giving him some love and attention. I'm sure they'll tape it up and he'll be fine. Dislocated finger never hurt a fast bowler.
Especially on the non-bowling hand.
Correct.
Gives us a chance to ponder what lies ahead. What you might have said to the Black Caps today if you were empowering them with one of your motivational lectures.
Well, it would have been a little bit like Jimmy Spittle said when they were, was it 7-0 down against Team New Zealand in the America's Cup? He said, everybody thinks we're going to lose, but what if we won from here? What if we won? You've got to sow that seed. I mean, they have to bat for 3 sessions, which, I tell you, one of the interesting, Shreyas Iyer in his post-match interview said, and admittedly he was facing different bowlers to what New Zealand's going to face, but he said the wicket didn't do that much. It didn't deteriorate as much as they thought.
Then we saw Ravi Ashwin come out and started turning it.
Dragging it sideways. But once you're in, we did see Will Young, we did see Latham. Once they were in, it is manageable, but you do have to get in and you do have to be one of the top 5.
Well, Ishant Sharma is going to leave the field and play will resume with Somerville, the night watchman, facing up to Ravi Ashwin. Long lean forward by the tall right-hander. They looked pretty competent in the first innings. Defensively, that is. Love him to hang around for a while as Ashwin again brings him forward. Quicker through the air, just a bit of shape away, but pushes to the point region. There is no run. So a slip, man under the helmet, forward of square on the offside, one on the onside forward of square, and also a leg slip. Now also short mid-wicket coming in. So many men around the bat as this one is a big breaking off spinner, spinning from outside of off into the top of the pad, ballooning away. Get used to hearing the oohs and the ahs. The Indians will be applying a whole heap of pressure, not only on the batsmen, but also the umpires, for reasons we have litigated at length over these 4 days. It's all bat pad, almost ballooning to silly mid-off.
one thing I want to say, isn't it funny how when we've got Garth Galloway in the box, there's a whole lot of legal terms come out. You start talking about litigating things and...
Ashwin, very well flighted, slow through the air. Somerville, again, up to the task, defends the end of the first over. Took 4 overs to get through despite the off-spin. We've seen Ishant Sharma dislocate his left pinky finger with the first ball. He's left the field. The end of the over, 5 for the loss of 1. Latham 3, Somerville yet to get off the mark.
Okay, so first little technical comment I'd like to talk about here. With Latham and Will Young, you saw them going forward and you saw them going back. What have you noticed about Somerville?
He's going forward.
Every ball.
Every ball.
He's a one-dimensional defensive player. Big lunge forward. He may be 6'2", I would guess, something like that, 6'2", 6'3". He goes forward, lunges, and looks to smother it. All right? That's all very well, except when the ball's bouncing. What's Ashwin doing to counter that?
Bowling slow, wide of off stump, pulling the length back, trying to get some dip and then bounce with this newer ball.
He's more flight. More he throws it in the air, the more it's going to bounce. So with Somerville coming forward and doing his big front dog smother technique, the counter from Ashwin is, right, I'll throw it higher, I'll make it bounce more. So when you're coming forward and lunging at it, it's going to be bouncing at your gloves. Okay? We saw one almost look a bit like a bat pad, but he didn't get any bat on it. Now watch Latham, see if he does this. Oh, well, he's not, because we're going to have
Yadav, Umesh Yadav to start the 6th over of the innings. First of seam, and from around the wicket he bowls to Latham. And that one, just for good measure and to put a lot of confidence in the batsman's mind, basically rolls along the carpet all the way to the keeper.
I couldn't help thinking as Yadav was running in how nicely he's running in. And then I couldn't help thinking when I saw him bowl how stiff he looks. So the running not so bad. The delivery stride, which takes all the energy, a little bit stiff.
A little bit disjointed. Again, wide of off stump, there is no stroke. He's trying to work this natural angle from the right arm around the wicket back into Latham. Times he's had the odd problem with LBW and bowls. It seems more so in the past. He's fashioned a very good record, falling just 5 runs short of 100 in the first innings, of course. Combined with Will Young for a 151-run stand for the first wicket. Not the case in innings number 2. Dramatic finish last night. Now we'll talk about that at some stage, but we see Yadav through the smog. Full, but Latham's right in behind. Classical defensive stroke up towards mid-off. No sign of much movement through 3 balls for Umesh Yadav.
No, not sign of too much movement, not sign of too much variation of pace, just generally low, which is not bad for New Zealand. I mean, this is going to be an interesting day. I think New Zealand maybe could do better than a lot of people think they're going to do. They certainly have the capacity to bat this out.
Umesh Yadav again, fuller in length, but still too wide of off stump to induce any stroke from Latham. A slip and a gully in place. They are the catches. A more regular, traditional first slip in position. Of course, with around the wicket, those edges might go a little bit more narrowly. New Zealand went with quite a staggered slip cordon. Man, often it equivalent of maybe a second or third slip and a finish gully. Didn't have much joy yesterday. A few went between the slips. 2 balls remaining in the second over of the day. Wider of the crease. Yadav goes into the hip of Latham and he tucks him away very fine down to the fine leg boundary for 4. The fine leg fielder of Axar Patel only had about 8 metres to run to cut it off, but it's so fast, this outfield now. The moment it left the bat of Latham, you knew the result. 4 runs to New Zealand and Latham, and is 9 for the loss of 1. That generally is a result of when you're disciplined outside of off stump. Bowler adjusts, gets a little bit frustrated and overcompensated. There is a square leg back on the pull, I should probably mention too, which is an interesting sight. They used the short ball only time to time in the first innings, but actually bowled it quite well, I thought. Square leg has just gone behind square on the boundary, so 2 men back for the hook of the pull. Yadav gets one to leap through to the keeper outside of off stump. That was good carry. Shiny new ball. Substitute wicketkeeper Bharat is out there. He collects, and that's the end of the over. It's 9 for 1.
Kubota's spring catalogue featuring our agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery is out now. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done in helping to shape and build New Zealand. Visit kubota.co.nz to view the catalogue online or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
SENZ and coverage of the Test series between New Zealand and India. The new over begins. Ravi Ashwin continuing over the wicket to the night watchman Somerville, who, despite Richard Petrie's analysis, goes back on this occasion and defends. The length was noticeably further back. Ashwin already at the top of his mark. He turns, he bounces in. He was a bit quicker through the air on off stump. Defended too silly mid off, and there is no run. Our coverage with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Be more fitting maybe in the next over, Richard. I'd love to get your thoughts on maybe how New Zealand compartmentalise this day's players. The next one spins from outside of off stump. Keeps very low. Would have struck Somerville outside the line, but he got bat on it. Sort of similar looking delivery to the one that removed Young. Ashwin getting leg side. Somerville overbalances, misses the ball. Lucky for him, it spun and got away from Bharat, who would have had a outside chance of an extraordinarily difficult leg side stumping. We're going to get a bye for New Zealand and take the score to 11 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Oh, I don't like the way Somerville lifts his back leg.
Yeah, like he's Mark Waugh or someone. Here he is leaning forward, getting a thick inside edge, squirting it through the square leg region. And there is a run. He's not of that calibre. He's off the mark, though. 12 for the loss of 1.
I think you have to assume that most times the keeper is going to take the ball. That's a good assumption to make. In this case, I think he's just assumed I'm hitting... Goodness knows.
Well, lucky for him, it did spin and bounce, and that's what I think got Bharat. The extra bounce just took it above the gloves as he was shuffling to his left. He's now waiting as Ashwin bowling to Latham. Very slow through the air and dabbed into the mid-wicket region. No run. So immediately around the wicket to Latham. It is the end of the over. 12 for the loss of 1. So how do you think New Zealand plotted in their team meetings? Day's play.
Good question, because they'll have sat down. They'll have said they've got one clear outcome: bat the day, right? Nice and simple.
It's your green zone.
Only one. Well, that's your orange zone actually, because that's the outcome, right? So the outcome is we bat the day. We are not, we have maintained wickets. The green zone, which is the inputs. How are we going to get through the whole day without losing 10 wickets? Right now. The first session of at any point you can just bat on and no one loses any wickets, I suppose. But really, realistically, the most likely situation is New Zealand have to win the first session. Meaning, probably, they don't lose more than...
Yadav bowling it to Somerville. He gets leg side, flicking the pad. It's carrying through to the keeper, stifled appeal from behind the wicket, but not from the bowler nor the wicket keeper.
Meaning they can probably afford to lose Somerville this session, and you would think that was likely. I don't know that he'll, for the whole session, have the technical skills to be able to counter the subtlety of the spin bowling and the bounce and the spin. He can do it for a while, but you wouldn't expect him to do it for the whole session. They can probably afford to lose 1 more wicket, and that's it.
Yadav, right arm over the wicket. Full and catching the outside edge of the bat as it fires into the gully region. Does not carry. A bit of fielding, though, by Rahane, diving to his left. The skipper's saved some runs here, 4 of them as well. We're getting a replay of last night's controversial finish. Richard immediately, Petrie next to me, spins away in disgust as if his eyes are burning. 2 bad mistakes, has to be said. Firstly from the umpire, I don't know how he gave it, and I don't know what the New Zealanders were doing. They took 10 seconds just to meet in the middle, and there should have been a call from the umpires, 5 seconds to go. We assume that happened. We didn't hear it in the effects, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. You're assuming that batsmen would have heard that call too, and they still...
Well, unfortunately, that's on them. I mean,
It is on them.
You can't be surprised to get a very poor decision in this game with these umpires, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's been too many of them. Yadaf, 1-4, and it's driven back down the ground, beautifully so by Somerville. One of the shots of the test match, I'll say.
Very generous.
Very generous indeed, but from a night watchman hitting sweetly straight, right past the stumps to the mid-off fence for 4.
Well, it was a chance, to be fair. It went past, you'd have at catchable height. If we look at this, it would have been a good catch, but he's going the other way. Yeah, but it's in the air and it's within reach. He is running the other way. Latham diving back to his crease, because if he'd just got a little hand on it, it was only inches from the stump, so he probably would have deflected it onto the stump, and Latham might have been run out. Which would have been good night nurse.
Yeah, would have been pack up your bags, just go home. You know how the day's going to go. 16 for 1 after that boundary. Somerville on 5. Yadaf goes shorter, pushing him back as he defends nicely from just outside of off stump into the cover region.
I don't want to... I probably shouldn't say it. I was going to say he's looking quite good, Somerville. But I'm not going to say that.
Just suggest it. I'll say it.
I'll just think it. What's going on here?
It's still a replay of the dismissal last night, Richard. It's safe to look now. Yadaf. Beating the outside edge of Somerville's bat. Feet went nowhere. Bat followed and flirted and missed.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Good line, good channel. It's one of those ones just outside the eye line, and if it was Latham, he would have either left it or he would have just stepped across a little bit, got his eyes in line and played a forward defence. But what Somerville's done, not being as accomplished as, a world-class opening batsman, he has just pushed his hands out at it. But I tell you what, he's doing a good job, and he can be really annoying this morning for the Indians.
He's leaning onto the front foot and opening the face and gliding it into the gully region. It will be 1 run as he gets past Rahane, but pointers around to prevent any further run. That is the end of the over, a single to Somerville. He's 6, Latham 7, 17 for 1.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on Racing Tales of the Turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcasts, and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
SENZ's coverage of India versus New Zealand with Razine, the paint Kiwis trust, and big barrel, big range, bigger steels. Ravi Ashwin has the ball in hand. He's going to start his 5th over. He's 1 for 5. Got the designer stubble looking resplendent. And it looks good for a test victory. He's hoping. He starts to Somerville, who leans forward and turns the ball from outside of off stump down into the turf into short leg.
He's doing well. Somerville's test batting average?
Around 14 or 15, I think it is. Here is Ashwin. Slow, wider of off stump, turning back in, but again defending.
You like correctors, don't you?
I love a corrector. This time, Somerville leans forward, plays in front of the front pad into the onside. I'm waiting to be corrected.
Well, 18. So I'm not going to correct you. I think you're about right with 14. I almost made a mistake. I was looking at his bowling average. I was going to come up and say his batting average is 34. Not many people know that, including some.
One thing I'd like you to check is how many balls per innings he faces. 'Cause I think he can hang around the wicket. Ashwin bowls to him and he's flicking it from outside of leg stump to short fine leg. Ishant Sharma is back on the field, tumbles down, fields, no run.
I'll tell you one thing though, he's 37 years of age. He probably doesn't have too many years of Test cricket left. He gets to play maybe when they go to the subcontinent, and the next tour he might be 40 by then. But one thing's for sure,
Won't get any more runs here as he takes a ball that spun from outside of leg stump even further away from around the wicket by Ashwin and did not keep low. It's incredible that he got some bat on it.
it was.
Short fine leg, no run.
One thing's for sure, he will be absolutely loving this.
Ashwin
Oh!
gets one to spin back well outside of off stump. Jumped, leapt at him, hit the gloves. Luckily, it's gone right in front of him. Richard Petrie's invested in every single ball, and I love it. The end of the over. Bowled by Ravi Ashwin, and New Zealand, despite the oohs of the ahs, 17 for 1. Somerville 6, Latham 7. More from Richard Petrie, and then it's going to be Garth Galloway to join you.
Brilliant. So Somerville was fighting, and he's fighting hard, and he's looking good, Garth. He's looking good. Well, most of the time, I'll say. Most of the time. But I tell you what, the point I was looking to make before was he's probably a little disappointed in this test. He hasn't taken a wicket, and he's bowled okay, tightish, but hasn't probably done what he wanted to do. This is his chance to make a mark in this test match.
Couldn't agree more. As Umesh runs in and bowls to Latham, and Latham comes forward, pushes into the onside. Somerville at 6. I think he was dropped off that last ball. Got a bottom edge, or off the gloves rather. It's very hard to tell when you're broadcasting from a screen, but it's on the replay. It just looked like there was a little glove on it, and Bharat has dropped the ball. So down to a chance for him.
I must admit, I did not see that. So you've got better eyes than me, but Umesh and
Not necessarily, as this ball nips back into Latham. It's a beauty from Umesh. It hurried him up. Just pitched on about off and then came back into him. That skiddy sort of ball that Umesh is able to deliver. 17 for 1, and just a little moment of discomfort for Tom Latham there, hitting him in the midriff.
Yep, very good ball, just a little high, probably going over about off stump, but on an angle outside off stump, straightening up, and one bounce through to first slip. So Umesh is bowling well, warming up, getting loose.
Here he is bowling again outside Latham. Latham gets an inside edge. Oh, he's lucky on this occasion. Goes between his feet and the stumps and down to long leg. So one more run for Latham, but they're living a little fortuitously at the moment, the New Zealanders. 8 for Latham, 18 for 1, and Umesh causing problems.
Yeah, I think early on that's going to happen. But just going back to Somerville, this is his chance to do something in this test match. He can be, cometh the hour, cometh the man. He didn't do his first job, didn't make a particular mark, but if he can bat through to Lance, he will have done a huge service to his country. I guarantee that's what he's focused on.
Well, he is, but he's just edged a ball just in front of first slip, and Umesh looks as though he's been robbed. I don't think it carried to Pujara, but he came forward to a ball just outside the off stump, got a thick outside edge, and it's just dropped in front of first, has it?
Yes, it definitely has dropped. So, I mean, if he bats through till lunch, it won't be without some exciting moments. There's no doubt about that. You wouldn't say he had a rock-solid technique, but it's good enough.
Umesh bowls again to him and he defends again, this one keeping a little bit lower, and he plays it straight enough. I agree with you, Richard, and I think the point you make about him, absolutely loving it. He's smiling, he's grinning, he has an opportunity. It reminds me of, when the test against England a few years ago in Christchurch, when Sodhi didn't bowl particularly well, but then batted through and saved the game. Brilliant contribution.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, on a wicket that's not bouncing around your ears, you know you're not going to be hit in the head. You can just come forward.
And this time he doesn't come forward quite enough, but keeps it out safe enough. So he's keeping us interested. And like you, Richard, we're living every ball. 18 for 1 it is. 10 overs have been bowled. Back in a moment.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Bombay Sapphire or Tanqueray Gin, 1 litre, $44.99. Famous Grouse Whiskey, 1 litre, $39.99. And Bardenay or Le Cuvier Brandy, 1 litre, $37.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Resine, the paint that Kiwis trust in. Big Barrel, big range, the biggest of deals. They're the people, our partners, bringing us cricket on SENZ. Here's Latham playing into the onside as Ashwin goes around the wicket to him. And I'm sure that Ashwin will be looking to exploit those footmarks. We saw Jadeja on the second day doing that pretty effectively. Here is Ashwin again, round the wicket. This ball is just straight, carrying on with the arm, and Latham plays it safely enough. So yeah, I agree about Somerville. I think he's got the ability to concentrate. He faced 52 balls for 6 runs in the first innings. Very good effort indeed, as here's a shorter, flatter, faster ball, and Latham will pick up a couple as there's a chase for Umesh from a backward square leg out towards the boundary. 2 runs for Latham, 20 for 1.
Yeah, and the other thing to think about from Somerville's point of view, and all players think this, particularly when they're vulnerable, Somerville will probably be thinking, this could be the last test match I ever play. I'm not saying it is, but he'll be thinking, you know, it could be.
Ashwin bowls, Latham is going back, and that's always worrying, is it? You think that it might scoot through and hit the stumps. He got there okay in the end, but your heart's in the mouth a little bit when Latham is playing back to the spinners to full deliveries. Here's Ashwin again, and Latham plays a better forward defensive shot.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it will be, but I'm saying that as a player, you always, you know, particularly unless you're an established player, you know that your time is tenuous, and you know, at the whim of the selectors or the captain or the coach, that you could be out. And at 37 years of age.
Next one is pushed into the offside. The end of the over, 20 for 1, Somerville 6, Latham 10. New Zealand maintaining things at the moment.
And, you know, at that age, we haven't taken a wicket in the test, you've got to play every game like it could be your last, because it could be. It could be. And I think he's got one thing going for him in the second test. You know, they've got if they play 2 spinners, they've got a left armour in Patel. Somerville is a right armour bowling the opposite direction, and that provides a good bit of balance from a spin perspective. But that said, you know, you've got to play every game like it's your last, and sometimes you can do it with the bat.
Umesh bowls to Somerville. He turns into the onside. The noise you can hear is a lively group of school children in their uniforms being allowed to get down and watch the cricket in Kanpur. And the shrieking was the delight as they saw themselves on TV. I think, yeah, that you're right. I mean, I think in terms of the balance, Richard, Somerville has the advantage of being different to Ravindra. And for that reason, if they're going to play 2 spinners, then he just might get the nod. But it'd be nice to see him, you know, really ripping the ball, trying to turn it. We haven't seen it so far, and the difference is marked when we watch Ashwin as the next ball sees Somerville playing and missing outside the off stump. Already we're seeing how much these Indian spin bowlers can turn the ball compared to the New Zealanders.
Well, absolutely. You know, this is their home track, and they know the conditions. They've played on these wickets, you know, for decades. But if you just look at the difference between the two sides, you know, Ashwin's played 80 tests, Jadeja 51, Somerville 5. There's a big difference there.
Umesh bowls and Somerville will pick up a boundary. Beautiful shot. Umesh wide outside the off stump and Somerville giving himself just a little bit of room. Plays a late square cut. Lovely shot behind point. 24 for 1. Somerville 10.
And I can, as a player, we've all been there. I mean, all of us have played at various different levels. We know what it's like. I think Somerville will be so focused on his batting this morning, not just because he wants to do a good job for his country. How often do you get to play for your country and rescue them? I mean, he's for goodness sake, he's batting number 3 for New Zealand. I don't think he would have dared to do it. 3 for New Zealand to win a test match.
As he's onto the back foot again, he plays another beautiful shot. And he might get 4 more. He will. In fact, as I thought there might be a fieldsman emerging in our screen, not so. That was an even better shot as Umesh dropped the ball short. It was closer to Somerville. He played it with a straight bat behind point for 4 off the back foot. Gorgeous shot. Somerville 14, New Zealand 28 for 1.
Well, he needs this, Garth. He needs these early sort of emotional confidence build. That was a good shot. Just a back foot drive, open to face, in full control. And the New Zealand number 3 looking quite elegant.
Here's Umesh bowling, and this time he plays a beautiful shot, square of the wicket. Can't beat Gill at mid-wicket. It's 28 for 1. Latham is 10. Somerville 14.
And, yes, so before the final ball, I don't think Somerville will be thinking of anything else. He won't remember any of his past. He won't be thinking about anything in his future. His whole life will be on a ball-by-ball basis. There will be nothing that will exist outside this ball.
And this ball is clipped square of the wicket to Patel, Axar Patel. 28 for 1. It is 12 overs bowled. We'll take a break.
Looking for a better return on your funds? Senior Trust is a specialist lender to the booming retirement village sector. That's great news for investors, with Senior Trust offering a 6% targeted pre-tax distribution rate. We deliver a consistent, attractive return backed by solid retirement village assets. The Senior Trust team has a strong track record too. Find out more at seniortrust.co.nz.
Senior Trust Retirement Village Income Generator Limited is the issuer of the products. The product disclosure statement for the offer is available and can be obtained at seniortrust.co.nz.
Big barrel indeed. Big barrel, big range, the biggest deals in Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust, bringing us the cricket from Kanpua on SENZ. Latham is back to Ashwin, pushing the ball down the pitch. It's a real test of patience, commitment, passion, all of those things for these batsmen, an arduous examination of their technique as Latham again comes forward, this time plays into the onside. He's looked pretty composed this morning so far. Ashwin 1 for 7 from 6 overs and 2 balls. New Zealand starting at 4 for 1. So they've added 24 runs this morning as this one is turned into the onside by Latham, just off his pad. Ashwin is, again, as he often does, throwing his head up in disbelief that an edge wasn't caught and it didn't balloon to a fieldsman. Was actually off the bat, and no one in there at short leg. So here's Ashwin again. Latham defends immaculately and just pushing the ball to Agarwal at silly mid-off. So Ashwin and Umesh, the bowlers used today for India. Just in the 8th over, 9th over now, as this next ball is outside the off stump, and good delivery from Ashwin. Beat him. Excellent delivery. 98, 88, 89, 87, 86. That's to give you an indication of the 5 balls, the speeds. Here's the next one, held back a little bit, and Latham lets it go. It keeps low, and Bharat takes it cleanly. It's 28 for 1. And Jeremy Coney now joining me. So New Zealand starting at 4 for 1. We've had 9. How many overs have we had this morning, Jerry? 9 overs, it looks like. That's pretty good going. Let's just have a look. That's pretty good going. Anyway, Latham is 10 not out. Young, the batsman, out yesterday. LBW to Ashwin for 2. And Somerville is on 14. And a couple of lovely shots from him off Umesh's last over. And it looks like it might be Umesh. I'm just seeing the helmets are being taken down by keeper Bharat. But a good start by New Zealand so far. Just
Well, they're hanging in, aren't they? And I mean, it is going to be an attritional day.
Absolutely.
It can't be any other way, really. I mean, the fact that India scored, 220 runs yesterday?
Yep.
They got 234, didn't they? And they were 14 the night before. So 220 runs for them in the bulk of the day, and setting New Zealand 280 today. It kind of puts it in context, the 280, doesn't it?
Sure
when you
does.
think of it in those ways. And I don't think New Zealand will think in the slightest about those runs at all. If it happens to come along, maybe, yes, of course. But they want a victory for them today, really, Garth, is hanging on.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't think New Zealand, I don't think they can win it from here. Ishant is bowling, and we've just lost our picture as it's gone into still. So we're watching Ishant bowling to Somerville, and before the picture froze, he played it appeared to play a safe shot along the ground into the offside. We're back with it now, so it's 28 for 1. Ishant into the attack. So we saw him leaving the field in the first over of the day, and it looked like he was fielding at backward point, fell over. Looked like he might have just dislocated his little finger. Looked in a fair degree of discomfort, but the main thing from him is it wasn't on his bowling hand, and here he is into the game. He hasn't done an awful lot of bowling, and this is his first spell in this innings. Here he is running in, bowling to Somerville, who lets the ball go outside the off stump. Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at run rates required, New Zealand have 284 to win, so they're still a long, long way away from that. When you think about their average run rate in the first innings was around 2, wasn't it? The run rate,
something like that. Yes, it was generally falling slowly, wasn't it, throughout the innings?
Yeah, it was.
And New Zealand found that they almost batted for 5 sessions in that first innings. New Zealand, they batted for 140 odd overs, didn't they?
142.
Yeah.
And a half as Ishant runs in and bowls, and Somerville's playing into the offside to short cover. Yeah, it's
it wasn't as if they weren't able to remain at the crease. And you've only got to just look at the number of balls that they faced, some of them. I mean, OK, Young is out now in a rather odd sort of way, but 89 he scored, but 214 balls, you see. So if you look at the strike rates of the New Zealanders, they're all very, very low, of course.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So but it's not really an issue. I mean, it will become in the second test more of an issue, is just how do they score?
Yeah, as Ishant bowls and Somerville's getting an edge, and it drops in front of first slip and races away to the boundary for 4. His third boundary of the morning. Somerville is 18, 32 for 1, and just getting into a little bit of trouble when he doesn't quite get his foot across to the ball. But safe enough as it transpires. Just seeing if it went through. No, it's through that gap. So there's a first slip and a gully. And Somerville just living a little bit dangerously, but he got over the top of it. Ishant will be encouraged by that delivery. 32 for 1 it is.
I don't know how many times we've seen that stroke throughout the 5 days.
Yeah.
Mainly to the seamers, isn't it? Down she runs, and no one has decided they want a third man in there yet, but they've got plenty of mid-offs and mid-wickets and things like that.
Here's Ishant running in and bowling, and Somerville is playing defensively down the pitch. So the end of the over, we'll take a break. One more to go. 32 for 1 it is. Yeah, so it really would be a victory. I imagine India are going to make changes for the second test. Kohli's coming back in, isn't he? So if they get 1-0 down here, it's going to get harder, not easier.
I think New Zealand also, there's been a little bit of good fortune in the sense where they're playing this first test match. It's way in the north. We know the temperatures have been perhaps mid-20s. So it's not as if there's been a baking kind of, series of 5 days, this surface drying out. It hasn't been kind of like that.
Ishant bowls again, Somerville comes forward, and again, into the covers, will take a break with New Zealand. Surviving this morning, 32 for 1.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
And lovely to hear from Paddy today, who's been a loyal listener throughout. Big cricket session. And and you paint a lovely picture of the game, lads. We're locked into SENZ for the night. Go well. Paddy and Jacko.
Yeah, they're together, aren't they, Paddy and Jacko? Yeah, they've finished the dagging, haven't they?
That's right. They were out carving a couple of nights before. Here's Ashwin bowling, and Latham goes back and turns the ball to short leg.
I see the shed is back too from Terrelgan.
He is. Hello, Terrelgan.
Yeah.
Need the run rate increase. That's for your 15 to 1 bet.
Of course.
Don't forget about that. 15 to 1. Here's Latham sweeping, and it goes under the bottom edge and through to the keeper Barrett. So again, Latham just misjudging.
Well, it was length rather than the actual line. It's outside off.
Line was fine to sweep, wasn't it?
It's not the carom ball, so it's not going to come back into his stump. So the line's okay, but the length was a bit full.
Here he is bowling again. Latham plays off the front foot this time. First time we've seen him play the sweep shot in this innings. Played it pretty effectively in the first innings. Just a couple of moments of angst.
But just to finish off, the reason I mentioned that coolness, of course, is that the pitch itself has surprised the Indian players. I've seen a couple of comments.
Yeah.
Just to say, look, it hasn't deteriorated much at all here, fellas. We expected it to be much worse than this.
Exactly.
But it's not, and the middle part of the pitch between stumps to stumps, where the umpires stand at each end, has actually kind of held together. Even though there's a mosaic of cracks, it's held together okay.
Ashwin bowls and Latham plays a reverse sweep. That's an extraordinary shot, really. I can't quite understand that. Just as soon as the ball came out of Ashwin's hand, it was Latham going into the reverse sweep and hitting the ball to first slip Rahane, or leg slip as he was with the change of sides.
But it's not an off spinner either, it's just straight carrying on.
Here's Ashwin bowling and Latham getting an outside edge. It runs away. That's a really strange shot.
Very strange stroke from someone who's so phlegmatic. That means his mind is just a wee bit scrambled here. Whether he just wants to score, I don't know. They've just got to be happy staying in here.
Ashwin bowls short, and Latham will score this time as he turns the ball off his hip. He'll pick up a couple of runs, and that might just ease things for him a little bit. Latham is 12, 34 for 1, more from Jeremy Coney and then Daniel McCarty.
Yeah, and then I think you can probably expect as a batsman that because the onus is on the bowlers to actually do something, to take a wicket, to claim something, and if it's not happening quickly for them, they will try and do something unusual, try and change the length, try and come around the wicket instead of over. They will do something themselves to try and get some action, and then you might get your opportunity. So I think as a batsman, that's the approach you want to take, rather than trying to make something happen for yourself with a stroke that was a bit dangerous. Good evening, Wellington. How are you
Good
going
to see
up
you,
there?
Mr. Kuhn. Very well down there, Mr. Kuhn.
Good, yeah.
Obviously, Tom Latham's got his eye in and he feels, I'll just reverse sweep the next 250-odd.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary.
Well, he's just keeping Gully awake.
Ishan Sharma to start the new over, 34 for the loss of 1. He bowls wide of the stumps, from wide on the crease. Great carry through to Bharat, the substitute keeper, who takes it around shoulder height. That's a rarity. Chalk that one up. But we saw that just little memory or mind blank of Latham when he was on 95 too, Jeremy, in the first innings. Where he came down the wicket, almost premeditated, to a ball that was incredibly wide. Maybe he just took his eye off the ball, and the cruel nature of the sport.
Yep, definitely premeditated.
All that hard
I agree
work.
with you. Just like that stroke, yes. Doesn't need to do it.
$34 for one. Veteran quick bowler drops one in short, hitting high on the back, going towards gully. Actually carried a long way towards gully. It's been pocketed by Rahane on the bounce. Not in complete control, Somerville. He's a tall man, just unable to get over the top of it. Travelled far more than he would have wanted. He survives though, and that's the important thing.
It's a good effort, isn't it, from Ishant, and quite a good idea. Tail enders facing those short balls, wanting to hit the ball rather than allow the ball to come to him and see the line, or even take one on the body. It's not as if the Ishant is bowling at super speeds, you know, supersonic stuff, is it? I mean, it's quite slow coming towards him. Quite hard to control those ones once they get high.
Ishant in again. Bowls Fuller this time, driven nicely up towards mid-off, and there is no run. And just catching a replay, the way he defended it was with the open face. And the only way it was going to go was towards the cordon in the gully region. To your point, 133, the last ball by Ishant, but a good gathering of around 130 to 133 is what he is bowling. An eventful morning already, Jerry. Dislocating his finger first ball.
Yeah. Remarkable to see him back on the field. Bowlers come back, but wicket keepers don't.
No, stiff necks, terrible things. As long as you're not batting. Wide of off stump, no stroke.
Well, I'm afraid that's where, again, just umpires. They're in charge of that sort of stuff. A strong umpire will say, you just batted for 3 hours. You've just scored 61 not out. And you can't last 3 overs. Sorry, you're on. You're not leaving. You can't do that. You cannot do that in a game. It is so cynical. And to have the other guy ready, pads on, got the inners on, got the helmet on, ready to run out. You'll be out in 3 overs, pointing at his neck with one finger. No, not allowed, I'm sorry. Not in my opinion anyway.
Jerry, wasn't it? Here's Sharma bowls full on off stump and glider backward of point nicely by Somerville. There is a gap there. Axar Patel comes in from the deep backward point boundary. Somerville advances to 19. It's 35 for the loss of 1 here. 1 over, and they replaced him. And the substitute fielder, and I don't blame him for this, was so excited, Jeremy. So excited. He was on the field of play even before Saha had wandered. Off.
Before it given him the signal. The signal. Yeah, I know.
He didn't wait for the board to go up in football. Get the board up, make the substitution. Cynical is a nice way to describe it. Something smelled a little bit off with that. Last ball of the Sharma over, just a second in the innings. None for 5. He's bowling to Latham, who's on 12. Nose and cheek smeared in sun cream. The New Zealand left-hander under that helmet. Sharma around the wicket to him. He gets into his hip and he tucks it nice and fine, but they've made an adjustment with Axar Patel going to a very fine leg. That is the end of the over. 1 run to Latham to finish. It's 36 for the loss of 1.
Imagine winning the Group 1 New Zealand Derby.
Ginger Nuts has dumped them in the Derby.
Or a Group 1 at Royal Randwick.
The Sharks coming for the kill. Tiako Shark right over the top. Good enough to win it.
Tiako Racing, New Zealand's #1 stable, bought those horses from the ready-to-run sale. After winning more races, group races and prize money than any other stable last season, it's action time again. Shares are available in exciting young horses, and winning is a way of life at Tiako. Check out tiakoracing.com.
SENZ and coverage of the India-New Zealand Test Series with Razine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And Big Barrel, be our mate, and join the Big Barrel Mates Club. Ravi Ashwin to continue to Latham into his 9th over. He is 1 for 9. Bowling very flat and straight on middle and leg, turned around the corner by Latham. It's rolling the wrists, head over the top of the ball, watching it very carefully. Latham 14, New Zealand 37 for 1.
I guess, Garth, if umpires, if they lose, not so much the respect, but if they just lose the players a little bit over a game like this, 5 days is a long time, and leave gaps, if you like.
Around the wicket, Ashwin to the right-hander, angling across Somerville, but he's on to the back foot and dropping it away backward of point, beating the inner field. No real timing, so Umesh Yadav can trot off after and collect, but they will get 2 runs. And the score will go to 39 for the loss of 1. New Zealand started the day at 4 for 1, so 35 runs have been added with no loss of wicket.
Yeah, if they leave gaps, I think players will try and fill them and try things out and do things.
Ashwin rolls over the wicket this time, turned into the mid-wicket region, no run.
I mean, and that's what we've kind of seen a little bit of throughout the match. Indian players in particular challenging the umpires.
Ballooning off the pad. I don't think there was any bat. It went backward a square and split the 3 catches on the onside. Let me paint that picture. There's a leg slip. Short square leg. Short forward square leg. And a lonely figure on the offside. There is a slip. So, looking to challenge the stumps, the pads, the inside edge. And on this occasion, beating the outside edge is the natural variation offered by this surface to seize the ball. Bounce it a little bit more past the shoulder of the bat as he flights it up. Still with a reasonably new ball, tries to get some extra bounce, and that is nice off-spin bowling from Ravi Ashwin, who's got so much variation. One off-spinner to another. It's Fuller this time, pushed up towards mid-on, no run. That is the end of the over.
Well, it's an interesting battle, isn't it, between Ashwin, whoever's facing him. It's not as if Latham looks entirely comfortable and in control yet. It takes a while, I would have thought, to overcome someone in the challenge that is Ravi Ashwin, because he's got so many varieties. And, Somerville's always going to be, battling away, I think, against some of the deliveries he's going to face. A little bit lucky that, as I say, that central part of this pitch is sort of still holding together and hasn't pulled apart and crumble. I mean, the subcontinent players, we talk a lot about cracks in New Zealand, and what they mean. But over in the subcontinent, they are much more interested in the crumbly nature of a pitch. They like to keep it and keep the crumbliness out of the surface, because that's what grabs the ball and gets the turn that they want to see. And they'll ask, I've stood beside them as they've said, no, clear all that, and they're talking to the ground staff to brush all the crumbly parts of the surface away and leave it bare.
Ishan Sharma to continue his 3rd over, none for 6, the 18th of the innings. Around the wicket to Latham, bit of bat into pad. Big appeal for LBW. It's also hit him outside the line, so I think that's a sign of what you were just talking about a fraction earlier, Jeremy, that one of those appeals that has probably been encouraged by some of the liberal awarding of wickets by the umpires. To be frank, I don't really blame the bowler or the fielding side for that.
Big day for the umpires, isn't it, today? I mean, it hasn't been an easy match for them, and they've been found out. Okay, we all know that. There's been a slew of overturnings of decisions. DRS just holding the game together. But that one last night, you think... I mean, he will have seen that was missing.
Sharma, it's tighter to Latham, who clips him very nicely off his hip, uppishly, but there's no one close around the bat through square leg. There is a man position on the boundary, one to Latham. He's timing those sweetly. He's not 40. The score's 40 for the loss of 1. Oh, it would have been played over and over and over, and he would have done pretty well.
In his mind.
Not see it, Jeremy.
And And how do you forget that? How do you shut that out when the next day arrives? You're almost willing the batsman to play very well and not create any opportunities, just so I don't have to make a decision. And I'm afraid that's not going to happen today.
Well, you can probably ponder this. If it pitches outside off stump, spins that much, hits the inside of the front pad, and misses the inside of his edge of the bat by some inches, it might not be out. Shorter, Ishant Sharma bowls to Somerville. Ball balloons off the bat through square leg. Shouts of catch it, but closest person to it was the umpire. I don't think they're going to get involved in the catching just yet. 1 run taken. 41 for the loss of 1. Broadcasting across SEN Fanatic in Australia. Great to have Australian cousins with us. Pete writes in, "Hi boys, listening at work in Perth, WA, was watching last night and was astounded RE the keeper scenario. Love the Aussies, but respect the Black Caps as great players and more importantly, good blokes." Thanks, Pete. You're not alone in thinking it was odd, to say the least. 41 for 1. Ishant Sharma. One arm over the wicket, round the wicket. Full, outside of off-stump, leaning forward. And Latham finds the middle of the bat and up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
One of those days too, Daniel, that you've just got to get small pleasures, isn't it, as far as the batsmen are concerned. It's like a bowler bowling a maiden, taking a jersey and feel that you've done a good job and off you go to fine leg. Thanks. Terrific. Everyone's sort of a silent, sort of invisible pat on the back. And that's the sort of thing you've got to get, I think, as well here as a batsman. Every over you get through, every difficult delivery you face and you've managed to survive it, those are the pleasures you have to take and good stride.
Back of a length, Sharma from around the wicket, right in behind, outside of off-stump is Latham, right under the eye as he plays it.
I know people watching today and maybe listening to us will say, boy, that's slow. Come on, get on with it. Have a crack.
Give it a lick.
But the players don't really look at it like that. They will say the longer that this continues, obviously, and Somerville stays at the crease with Latham, or maybe it's the other way around, the players will start to say to themselves, come on, lads, we can do this if we just really hang in here very tough.
Wide of the crease, angling into the pads on leg stump of Latham. It deflects just behind the wicket. All right, comes sprinting up, collects, fires at the non-striker's end, but the New Zealand pair complete a leg by. A good result because Latham will retain the strike. That is the end of the 18th over of the New Zealand second innings. It's 42 for the loss of 1.
As you navigate your way through the SENZ app, click on TAB Trackside TV. It's where you can check out all things New Zealand chasing, pacing and racing. Plus on TAB Trackside TV, you can watch all New Zealand racing and races from around the world. Just go to SEN TV or your Today screen to start watching now. TAB Trackside TV. It's off and racing on the SENZ app. Your one-stop app for all sport, audio, video and catch-up. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
42 for the loss of 1. New Zealand batting first in a mini victory. Take satisfaction out of the little things, Jeremy Coney. One of them would have been, let's get through Ravi Ashwin's first spell without him taking a wicket. Sure, that would have been discussed. He would have been highlighted as a hugely important figure in this game. They have done that, New Zealand. Ravi Jadeja comes into the attack. A pretty good replacement, fair to say. It's 42 for the loss of 1. Not bad when you replace one guy who's got over 400 test wickets with someone who's got 228 at 25, Jeremy.
Yeah, bowling to the left-handed Latham is tricky. He'll bowl much faster.
He starts aiming for the footmarks, which are more pronounced out. Yeah,
exactly, and he'll get variation in terms of bounce, the ball jumping at you a little bit more and the ball coming back. Well, there's a skimmer. Yeah.
It was quite short, though. Didn't hit the footmarks. It landed well in front of them. It just kept quite low as it spun back in. Probably would have missed off stump, but Latham's up to it. He now sweeps powerfully and past the deep square leg. Shrejaya looked all at sea. Maybe it has spun away from him as he tumbled over, could not prevent the boundary. So Latham again trying to assert himself with the sweep stroke. He's got one right out of the middle. It's 46 for the loss of one as Latham advances to 20.
It was in the air probably for maybe 35 metres. Shreyas beyond that, of course, but there was a shout of catch. Just got to be a wee bit careful, Latham. You have to get too carried away with the sweep stroke out of the rough.
Much fuller and tighter onto off stump, so no chance of a sweep. Just a defensive stroke up towards mid-on. So he's got to slip a leg.
So I think it's harder.
Helmet on the onside.
For the left-handers, Daniel. There, look at that.
Oh, this one spins
That's
back
what we're talking
mile
about.
From outside of off stump, and it's hit him high outside of off, playing a stroke, despite the Academy Award-winning appeal. The question is, has it hit the back pad in front of the stumps? They're going to challenge this. I thought he got outside the line.
TV umpire to director. Review for leg before.
The Indian team don't think so.
Not out. Front on spin vision, please.
So Latham, stressful moment for him. Original decision, not out. Here's the ball spinning back from those footmarks and a long way too. Hitting on the back leg. That looks outside of off.
It's outside off. It's outside off stump, and that's a stroke.
A long way.
That's a stroke. Yeah, he's been beaten by the size of the turn that's come back in. It surprised him a lot. And so his bat is coming still down on a kind of and he's changed the angle. But you see where his toes are already. They're outside that off stump, so that's a good position to take up. And that's a shot, so that should not be out.
Stay with your signal. You're on screen. You can signal now.
Can I just say, Jeremy, and we've been quick to put the boot in to these umpires. That's a terrible review.
Yeah, it is. It is, but you see, that's the sort of thing that's happening because the players have lost confidence in the umpires. So that's all right, they've just lost a review. And you know, so one down as far as New Zealand have got to look at those little things as a victory as well. I know there's an extra review, isn't there, with the home umpires. You get an extra review for that. So it's been built.
Back over the wicket to the right hand to Somerville. Leans forward, pokes it into the mid-wicket region, and we'll get a run to end the over. That is 48 for the loss of one, so a nervy moment passes as Latham survives the review and India waste one. Drinks are going to come on to the field. New Zealand have got through the first hour unscathed, starting at 4 for the loss of one. They've actually moved at a good rate of knots as well. They're 48 for the loss of one, so 44 runs in the first hour of play. Will Somerville, the night watchman, has carried on. He's 23 not out of 54 balls, while the always steady Tom Latham is not out on 20. We will take a break. When we return, Garth Galloway will be with you.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
And Big Barrel, Big Range, the biggest deals in Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust, our partners in cricket on SENZ, bringing the coverage to you from Kanpur, where it's day 5 and New Zealand still need 236 runs to win. Not sure if that's really in the equation. They're chasing 284, but it's been a very good start indeed, with no further loss after Young was dismissed LBW to Ashwin last night for 2, and this morning we've seen them move along nicely from 4 for 1 to 48 for 1. So 44 runs added in the first hour. Latham is 20 not out. He's faced 54 balls, and Somerville doing a really pleasant job for New Zealand. is 23 not out from the same number of balls, 54. The bowling for India, Ashwin 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12. Exa 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 with one run and no wickets. Umesh 4 overs, none for 18. Ishant 3 overs, none for 9. And Jadeja has just bowled the 1 over today, 1 over, no maidens, none for 5. And we saw him with that review in the last over, and it wasn't a great one. It was outside off and a long way outside off. So Richard Petrie replaces Jeremy Coney in the comments chair, and I think, Richard, New Zealand can be very pleased. I mean, there are going to be balls that are difficult to negotiate, and they will give chances every now and then, but New Zealand must be happy with the start they've got away to.
Oh, Garth, they'll be deliriously happy with this. It's still a long way to go, but at the end of the day, they've got to protect 9 wickets over the course of the day. And if I just look at this first session, they're halfway towards getting through that first session. I mean, there's no doubt they'll be thinking, if we can get through for none, we've got 9 wickets in 2 sessions we've got to protect now. You know, and that's a big difference between protecting 9 wickets in 3 sessions. So Somerville's doing a great job. Not only is he kind of a tail ender, they can take it from Latham batting well, but not getting Somerville out is a big psychological annoyance to the Indians. It probably hurts their egos a little bit as well. The much vaunted spinners, they can't get this tail ender out. So he's doing multiple jobs, and they're not all just staying at the wicket. Some of it's very psychological.
Ishant bowls, and Somerville's, he's fiddling at a ball. There's an appeal for caught behind from Bharat. Ishant doesn't look interested at all, nor does Rahane, and my impression was that he didn't nick that. He did follow it a wee bit. So we've got 7-6, and they're turning around. 4 seconds left in the review, and there won't be one. Latham 20, Somerville 23. That was a decent delivery, and Ishant looks quite useful when he's bowling short to Somerville.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Somerville is he's got good technique off the front foot. Gee, I thought I heard a noise when this went past, but we just look at the slow motion replay. Maybe it clipped his back arm. Slow motion look here.
Back live it is 48 for 1, and it's Ishant running in now, bowling in again short, and this time Somerville's back and across. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they give us the Snicko view. But certainly Bharat, the wicketkeeper, appealed vigorously. Rahane was not interested, nor Ishant the bowler, and there you hear the siren. Another no ball. Run rate 2.87 this morning for New Zealand. That's right. That's it, Richard. Just thinking about it.
Quick shoppers.
It's not easy, is it, for batsmen when they are essentially playing for a draw? I don't think the run rate would have to be exceptional for them to win this game. Who knows? I suppose stranger things have happened. But after this ball from Umesh, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the psychology of batsmen playing for a draw as opposed to playing for a win, and the approach that a batsman has to take in those circumstances. It's not easy. 49 for 1 as Ishant bowls, and Somerville ducks under a ball, which is good, and his hands followed it a bit up towards his left shoulder, and in the end he's safe enough. So Ishant is bowling with a little bit of venom on a very passive pitch. Richard, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a good question. So here's what I think, Garth, and I know you can contribute on this. Oh, was that a little nick? No, there was a little noise, but it doesn't line up with the ball going past the bat. Looks like there was some sort of nick before it gets there. So there was a noise. Maybe it was just the handle snapping or something else clicking. So we'll get into the psychology of defending in a minute.
Ishant bowls to Somerville, who comes forward, and he'll pick up another run as he plays the ball to a wide third man. Somerville is 24, the New Zealand 50 up, 1 down. Yeah,
so here's a thought, and I don't say, everybody's different, but generally speaking, batsmen struggle to just stay in because their whole makeup is geared towards scoring runs, and particularly in this day and age where everything is so much T20, one-day cricket, scoring at faster run rates than they've ever scored before and all this. It's all about your scoring runs ability, and for a batsman, they don't spend a lot of time thinking about time at the crease. That was from a bygone era when Jeff Boycott was a hero because you couldn't get him out. Glenn Turner. Sharma in again.
50 for 1 as Ishant bowls and Latham comes forward. Well, they used to say that the Australian middle order batsman Slasher Mackay used to practice leaving the ball in the nets.
Right. Well, a lot, back in that day, I remember when I was a kid, everybody used to practice their forward defence, and, guys doing shadow boxing to an imaginary ball would practice leaving it. Nowadays, you don't do that. You practice hitting the ball. So, from a batsman's point of view, they don't get that many opportunities nowadays. Well, we saw with Iyer. He hasn't played a multi-day game in 3 years, Garth. Right? For 3 years, he's been playing. His games have been won or lost on the same day. Incredible
as Ishant bowls, and Latham is turning the ball square of the wicket on the onside for a single. 51 for 1. Latham is 20. Well, and that's a sign, I think, of the quality of the innings that we saw from him. The difference in the first and the second innings. I'm sure he got 100 in the first innings, but I think his second innings was better, and he didn't give chances. He played the ball on the ground a lot more, and I thought it was just a terrific innings, which will see him, I'm sure, being selected for the next test and possibly Rahane being dropped.
Exactly. Which is a strange thing to say, isn't it, before the test? But so the point is, it kind of feels funny for Latham to have to bat this out. He's done it before because he's played a lot of test cricket, but I'll tell you, the thing with Somerville was he will be absolutely relishing this opportunity. If he can get to lunch, he's done a huge job for his team.
51 for 1 as Somerville is onto the back foot and picking up another single, just turning it to wide of Agarwal at short leg. 52 for 1, Somerville 25, Latham is 21, and the over comes to an end. Well, you hear that phrase, playing each ball on its merits. Is that something that the batsman should be looking at?
Well, yes. But I think with a defensive frame of mind, if it's a bad ball, do you go after it? And if it's short, should you hook it and pull it? If it's short and wide, should you cut it? Well, we saw Ashwin look to do a cut shot and it stayed low and he edged it back onto his stumps. We saw, I think it was Rahane, play at a ball outside off stump that probably wasn't a great ball, but it stayed low and he edged it back onto his stumps. So playing the ball on its merit, maybe just play defensively.
Jadeja bowls the first ball, Somerville plays to cover. It's the sort of pitch, isn't it, when you've seen batsmen trying to make something with a ball, so trying to cut a shot and score runs that is too close to them. Those horizontal shots have caused trouble. Here's a shot from Somerville, picks up his 26th run. 53 for 1 it is as he plays the ball square on the onside.
One thing's for sure is that if you're going to do well in a situation like this, you've got to love just staying at the crease. You've got to find the absolute joy of it.
Jadeja bowls and Latham defends. Williamson would fit into that category.
Exactly. I think probably all of them would. But some of, no more than Somerville. Imagine if he gets to lunch.
Here's Latham sweeping, and it's caught by Rahane at first slip, but off the pad. And Latham has pad in a good position on that occasion, outside the line of off stump and playing a shot. So he could never be out LBW. He picked his line well there. Had a heart in the mouth a few occasions when he's played the sweep shot as Jadeja bowls. Latham comes forward and plays to Agarwal at short leg. So one ball remaining in this over. New Zealand have moved from 4 for 1 to 53 for 1 today. and they'll be very pleased with their progress as Jadeja bowls. And this is going down the leg side. Latham almost falls over, losing his balance as he plays the ball to short leg. The over completed. We'll take a quick break with New Zealand 53 for 1.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
53 for 1 it is. Latham is 21. Somerville is 26, and it looks like we're going to see Axar Patel being introduced into the attack at the media end. So it'll be left arm spin from both ends if Jadeja continues. Look, I agree. For Somerville, an absolute... I mean, the night watchman who stays in and bats and bats and bats, it's an absolute curse, isn't it? And the longer it goes on, the more it dents the ego of the fielding side, and India will be very frustrated indeed. Around the wicket is Patel, Axar rather, bowling and driven to cover.
Yeah, his defensive technique is very much a big front foot lunge. Try and get the ball on the half volley rather than let it bounce up towards his knee.
Axar bowls, and this time it's almost squeezing underneath his bat as he turns the ball into mid-on. He's got a pretty reasonable reach, has Somerville. Does like to get that front foot down the pitch. We've talked about Latham playing back to the spinners at times. That's not really Somerville's game as he comes forward to a shorter delivery from Axar. And this time we see Axar coming quite close to the bowler. Jeremy Coney talked in the first innings that he used the crease, bowled out wide a lot, and pushed the ball into the right-handed batsman for New Zealand. On that occasion, he was close to the stumps, and now he gets out a bit wider, and Somerville is equal to the challenge, driving the ball comfortably to mid-off. 53 for 1, no sign of any rain in the forecast today. Lovely 5 days in Kanpur it's been. Temperatures in the mid-20s, humidity not too bad as Somerville faces again. And this is slow and played by Somerville to mid-off. And interesting, we can talk about this after this next ball, but we heard Jeremy Coney talking about it, Richard, and the pitch. I am slightly surprised that it hasn't deteriorated. In fairness to the groundsman on the first day, as we see Somerville defending again 53 for 1. He said, he blamed batsmen for playing T20 shots in the past here and said there's nothing wrong with his pitch, which you'd expect him to say. But in fairness to him, while the odd ball has kept very low, it just hasn't. Often when you see that happening early on in the game, it develops and becomes catastrophic. Hasn't got like that.
No, it hasn't. And Iyer said yesterday after scoring his second batch of runs that there wasn't much in the wicket. Now, he wasn't facing his own bowlers. It's a bit like a batsman that didn't have to face Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson, saying there wasn't much fire in the pitch. But and there isn't. There doesn't seem to be the same evils as there was 2 days ago.
Here's Latham using his feet for the first time today and playing with the spin to mid-on.
Now, it must be drier and the footmarks must be bigger, but...
Latham to short leg this time.
But I just wonder whether the players are getting used to playing on this pitch. They won't have played on this pitch for months. So maybe they're just adapting, the batsmen.
Jadeja bowls and Latham sweeps, and he sweeps so firmly. They're able to take one. The fieldsman there is Iyer. He's about 40 metres from the bat. So in a halfway position, halfway to the boundary and to the stumps. Fields cleanly, but Latham struck that very firmly. So he's starting to just play a few sweep shots, just freeing up a little bit. Tom Latham has to do that in some ways to survive, I think. You can't expect him just to pad the ball down the pitch all day. Here's Somerville playing to mid-off. 54 for 1, a couple of balls remaining in the over. And Somerville is turning the ball to Agarwal at short leg, the Indian fieldsman in there looking for a catch. Agarwal is at short leg. There's a first slip and a gully. Here is Jadeja bowling again, and this one is just a thick edge, and it goes to third man. So New Zealand survive. 54 for 1 it is. We'll take a break now. 23 overs have been bowled. Latham's 22, Somerville is 26, and after this break it'll be Daniel McCarty with Richard Petrie.
All right, boys, pad up, because it's time to go out and bat for the Kiwi women who want to be mums. Blokes aged 20 to 45 can help Fertility Associates change lives with your best innings yet as a sperm donor. There's a waiting list of up to 2 years to become a mum. Plus, you can help the dads who can't naturally be dads to achieve their dream, a bit like a runner. So come on, team, let's chase that total down. Text your name to 454 to learn more. That's 454.
SENZ and coverage of the final day's play between New Zealand and India and the first test in association with Rosine at the Paint Kiwis Trust will be Axar Patel around the wickets. Left arm finger spinner to the left-handed Tom Latham, who leans forward and defends. And there is no run. Latham is 22, Somerville is 26. New Zealand started the day at 4 for the loss of 1. They've added exactly 50 runs. Latham sweeps from outside of leg stump, gets it behind square, kept it down. Oh, Richard Petrie, you're stressed any time you see a sweep. 55 for the loss of 1. It's a shot he plays quite well.
Well, yeah, but look, some of them stay low, right? So it seems to me it looks best when he's sweeping balls which aren't on the stumps. When they're on the stumps,
Somerville now, the right-hander, turning the ball through square leg from in front of his pad off middle and leg. Will get a run as Ravi Ashwin will trot around. Run taken. It's 56 for the loss of 1. The positive of their last sweep did pitch outside leg.
Well, that what for Latham? Oh, okay. I don't like it when it pitches on the stumps and he's hitting the stumps. But
once more outside of leg stump is Patel. It's clipped away by Latham through square leg, a more traditional stroke, one more pleasing to my co-commentator Richard Petrie.
Well,
7 for 1.
I know we're supposed to be impartial, but the truth of the matter is we're not. Most of our listeners, 99% of our listeners, probably are behind Somerville and Latham.
Somerville comes a long way forward, defends into the cover region.
The other thing Somerville will be loving here is the fact that he was a spin bowler who struggled to take a wicket. In fact, he didn't take a wicket. And here's a chance for him. He'll be a spin bowling nuffy.
Axar Patel much quicker through the air. This one keeps quite low, angling in towards mid and leg, but Somerville pushes back down the wicket.
Not only is it a chance for him to experience world-class spin bowling, and the Indians are the best, he's experiencing world-class spin bowling in their conditions, which they're famous for. Australia, hard, fast, bouncy wickets, and India is where you come for spin. He's not only getting to experience it, he's getting to bat number 3, and he's getting to save a test match for New Zealand against, the best spinners in the world in the hardest spin conditions.
Buying into the romance of the story, aren't you?
Yeah, but I can guarantee you Somerville will be loving this. Loving it. Get to lunch. This will be one of the highlights of his career. I guarantee you. Get to lunch. I think he took 6 or 7 for in one of his tests.
New over, Jadeja bowling to Latham, defending outside of off stump from the footmarks. No run.
But New Zealand loves an unlikely hero, and most New Zealanders like being the unlikely hero too.
Jadeja very quick and beating the outside edge of Latham. That one just went on with the arm. It's the challenge, isn't it, when the ball rags and spins back alarmingly at you, as we saw a few overs ago with the LBW shout. One just hits a barren patch and slides on. He doesn't make any mistake here, Latham, as he comes forward, pushes into the offside.
The big benefit that Jadeja has is he's bowling into a lot of footmarks outside Latham's off stump. So some of them skid, some of them bounce and turn.
There's a sweep from outside of off stump. right over the top of it, hitting it powerfully and straight down towards long leg where Yada fields. Another run to Latham. He is 25. It's 58 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And some of them don't turn. So it's a real mixed bag as to what's going to happen for Latham. This one's come out of the rough.
It went straight on.
Yeah, but Latham's never really going to know.
This one spins a long way and bounces too from outside of off stump. Somerville was back, was fending at the ball, tried to pull the bat in very late. I think he's been beaten. Fair to say, 58 for 1 remains. 99 Ks that one was. This one again very full, quick, straight. Once more, 99 K from Jadeja. The end of the over, it's 58 for 1.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ's shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
New Zealand have added 54 runs on the first session of the final day of the first test between India and New Zealand. 58 for the loss of 1. Our coverage with Big Barrel. Big range, biggest deals. And Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Here's a question, because New Zealanders can be rather critical of subcontinent conditions. Oh, this is not a good test wicket. Well, if you just look at the scores, 345 plays 296, 234 for 7 declared and 58 for 1.
Yeah.
Theoretically, and I know one option is well down as far as the likelihood, but all 3 options are on the table last day of a test match. What more could you want? Axar Patel starts the new over from over the wicket to Latham, pushes up towards mid-wicket.
Well, I don't know about the option of New Zealand winning being a major option. I don't see that happening, but technically, yes.
Wider of off stump, Axar bowls.
It would be handy to have Viv Richards coming in next in a belligerent mood.
As it happened in 1987 when
Correct.
West Indies chased down the highest total to win in India for a visiting side. Oh, a vacuum cleaner going. It's the next one is pushed through faster by Axar Patel. It's defeated.
They are diligent here when it comes to cleaning.
Took me by surprise.
Well, I saw her poke her head in before.
Thought you were hoovering more food. Long lean forward from Latham. He defends as Axar using the crease, going very wide from over the wicket.
Well, using the crease all right, his back foot was on the return crease line, which
goes straighter into leg stump, quicker through the air, tucked away nicely, forward of square by Latham. Another run to him. He's 26. The score advances to 59 for the loss of 1. The target is 284 runs, of course. Love to hear the confidence level of New Zealand fans listening wherever they may be. Let us know, 8833. Let us know where you're listening, how you're listening, what you're up to. How's the nervometer? 10 being cool, calm, collected, / Richard Petrie. Or 10, nervous wreck.
Nice boy.
Somerville, very confident in defence once more.
I listed this morning 4 tools that spin bowlers use to deceive a batsman. I'll give you 1 per ball, just to give you and our wonderful listeners the time to digest each one.
I like the sound of this. It's better be good.
Yeah, well.
Talking yourself up.
Deception tool number 1. We're at the change of innings, so I'll give you 1 now.
Change
and
of
then
over.
1 each ball.
Change of over.
I'll just give you 1 word. Deception tool number 1, speed. All right, we've seen the pace go up and down. Up from 95, sometimes probably at the fastest, down to about 82, 83. And sometimes in the old days, everyone used to bowl at the same speed. Nowadays, every ball's different. So deception tool number 1, speed.
Well, Jadeja is probably the quickest of the 3 spinners on show. He bowls wide of off stump. Latham waits, gets onto the back foot. Pushes backward of point. Plenty of space there, another run taken. And that's what I'm enjoying. A lot of singles being taken here, rotating the strike, right-hand, left-hand combination, making it difficult. 60 for the loss of 1 as I'm clearly deferring, trying to frustrate Richard Petrie as he's got 2 fingers pointing right in my face. And disrespectful. Somerville 27, Latham 27. Jadeja back around the wicket to the right-hander. This one keeps very low as it shoots on, and Somerville's done expertly to keep that one out.
Deception tool number 2, angle. These might seem obvious, but when you think about it, you line them all up. These are the 4 tools they use. Number 1, speed. Number 2, angle on the crease.
That could be from over the wicket, round the wicket, wide of the crease, tight, or running across like Ravi Ashwin is.
Correct.
Jadeja goes very wide, almost sidearm as he drops his arm slot. Angling into Somerville, he defends.
We're up to number 3.
Jadeja spearing it into middle and leg, turned into the onside, no run.
Number 3, might seem obvious, spin. Spin, how much do they turn the ball? Sometimes they'll turn the ball a lot, sometimes a little.
Much closer to the stumps, Jadeja, rolling wicket to wicket, Somerville off the back foot, up towards mid-off, no run.
Okay, so we've had speed, we've had angle on the crease, we've had spin, there's 1 left.
Jadeja flights this one a fraction more.
Oh, nice, Daniel.
Defended to the offside, and there's no run, 60 for the loss of 1.
I've noticed the whole time we've been here, there hasn't been a single fly on you.
60 for the loss of 1 at the end of the over, and I know you're about to trot on off, and Jeremy Coney's going to join us. Robbie writes, and I think, Robbie, you're writing directly via text on 88332, Richard. Stop being so negative. Bide our time, tick over the run rate and see where we are. Then go for it if we can.
Well, that's what they'll do. Just the odds and the history is against New Zealand knocking off the runs, but by all means, New Zealand will tick off the time, bide their time, see what happens, and if they're in a position to go for it, they will. It just seems that they've adapted to the wicket. It just seems Will Young and Latham got in, batted for a long period of time in the first innings, and it was never comfortable, but they managed to do it.
Axar Patel over the wicket to Latham. Wide of, and it's just stabbed into the cover region, and again a single take, and I applaud that. So important. We saw with Blundell in the first innings, he really struggled to get off strike, even get ones. There weren't too many attacking shots from him. Granted, he was not bowled a bad ball. They were so accurate, India, on that third day, and a credit to them. But you've got to find ways to rotate the strike, because the bowler just gets into a rhythm, bowling to the same batsman. You can go through that bag of 4 tricks and see what works. Axar's over the wicket. Sidearm. This one leaps a little bit off middle and leg, but Somerville's a tall man and able to take the bottom hand off the bat and keep it on the ground. Someone's listening from West Auckland. I'm about 6 out of 10 stressed at the moment. Straight out of the middle of Will Somerville's bat as he pushes back to the bowler.
It's a good type of tension, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm enjoying this tension. It's like there's a game on. It's exciting. We've got an unlikely hero at the crease, and he's doing a job. And he's beside another guy who's very competent in Latham. And we've got our best player coming in next. Arguably our best too, but the way Taylor batted.
Back over the wicket and pushed across the right-hander, who leans and drives, but with no power.
I didn't feel as confident with Taylor as I did with Williamson. Taylor looked, flighty. Yeah.
Been in lockdown for so long.
Yeah, well,
how well prepared he was for all challenges of modern day sports. Somerville turning a ball from well outside leg stump to square leg, no run.
So it's a good tension. It's more of an excitement than an anxiety. I think what's the difference between anxiety and excitement? Anxiety is pretty similar.
Axar Patel again going with this outside leg stump line. Pushed back to the bowler once more by Somerville. He looks up to the job. As Will Somerville, and in the fight, the end of the over, it's 61 for the loss of 1.
As the weather warms up, so does the racing. Get set for one of the most exciting times on the Thoroughbred racing calendar. Spring. 3 months, 2 thrilling carnivals, and over 70 electrifying race days. While the Fascinators and Fedoras will be staying in the closet a little longer, there's still plenty of great racing action to be enjoyed from home. Whether it's getting your bubble entertainment sorted or your post-lockdown social life on track. Discover more at spring.loveracing.nz.
SENZ and coverage of the final day's play between India and New Zealand in association with Razine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. 57 runs added, no wickets lost for New Zealand. They are 61 for the loss of 1. Great to have your company on SENZ no matter where you might be listening. Ravi Jadeja continues around the wicket, drags this one very short. Latham turns from the back foot to wide mid on, no run. Got someone listening, Jeremy Coney, as he rejoins us in the commentary positioning. I'm listening down at the cricket nets right now, feeling nervously excited. It's quality multitasking for me as Latham pushes to cover and there's no run.
Well, you can... I don't know whether he's left or right hand. He'll be one of them, won't he, presumably? He can't be a hybrid. So just go and bat like, you know, Somerville.
There's a sweep from Latham and it's a well-controlled one from wide of off stump. Sweeping on length. Getting another run.
That's where Latham just has to keep doing, Daniel, to me. I don't know, you might disagree, but stay with the strokes that he knows he can play. Obviously the sweep is quite a pivotal part of his game to score runs. And especially with these bowlers bowling outside his off stump. As long as he gets outside this off stump, and he's doing that quite nicely so far, and because Somerville is having a lot of men around the bat, that sort of thing, quite a few gaps, aren't there? He's just got to play the ball through them, and there are runs for Somerville as well. He's actually keeping pace with Latham quite nicely.
He's on 27. Plays a ball outside of leg stump from over the wicket from the left.
He's looking like Don Bradman there as he plays that Don Bradman-like forward defence.
Once more into the pads of Somerville, turns him around the corner, should gather another run and does. 63 for the loss of 1. He's now 28. Although someone has written on 8833, that's our text line. Somerville is the second coming? 4 question marks. Steady on. Maybe it stumps. We can annoy him there. You watch Latham in 29. He's faced 80 balls. It's right across the stumps.
That's good, isn't it? See how he's way outside. It's good. He's covering those stumps coming in. He's not taking too many chances. And the best thing, I think, as far as Latham is concerned at the moment, we haven't seen him trying to really go down the pitch when the ball is outside his left eye, which is the outside eye because he's a left-hander. When he starts doing that, you're just a bit concerned. If it's closer into the stumps and landing on the better part of the pitch, the middle of the pitch, it's not going to jump and do such unpredictable things. He's got a much better chance of tucking that into the leg side. So that's not quite so bad. It's when, as you said, I think, you were on with me for the first time, just charging in that first innings that got himself out. It was outside that left eye. Look at this. This is interesting too. Santner out there sitting beside the picket fence with Jameson. Obviously discussing the quicker ball with Jameson. Perhaps a potential bouncer.
Comparing shades.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, wonderful. Sunny's on. They look like they're down at the beach, having a little summer holiday. Yeah. I'm sure it's anything like that in the changing sheds. It will be full of tension. What are dressing rooms like in these situations, Jeremy? Are there rules? Do you have to keep quiet? Do you have to sit in the same spot? Is there generally one or two people you can't shut up?
Well, I think it's just a bit far away for all those kind of rules to be implemented yet. But once you're getting down to 100 to get, then it starts to get you've got to follow some rules. There's definite rules and regulations. Usually in 10s down the wall.
Around the wicket, Axar Patel to Somerville.
So counting down 10, 100, 90, 80 and so on. We're usually with boot whitening on the concrete wall.
Here he goes, round arm from around the wicket, angling into off stump. Once more Somerville defends.
Usually you're asking a non-player to be in charge of that job. Not playing in that particular test match, part of the squad. Line time, Frank.
Axar Patel goes wider of the off stump, drawing a stroke. Somerville, he followed it a fraction, but straight out of the middle of the bat into the cover region.
And quite a cry, it comes out. Yeah. No, carry on.
Somerville bringing the Aussie mongrel from his years over there, someone writing. Axar Patel goes very quick through the air in towards off stump, but Somerville fields. And here's one for you, Jerry. Listening in Christchurch on an old battery-powered wireless. Exactly the way cricket should be listened to. Somerville again onto the
old valve radio.
And it adds, hearing Jeremy Coney's dulcet tones back on the radio makes all well with the world. Early Christmas present. Axar gets one that shoots along the ground, and Somerville, who was back on his stumps, does very well to press down on the ball and keep it from hitting the timber. That's the end of the over. See, that's a half volley on your pads from me, Jeremy. I will depart. The end of the over. More from Jeremy Coney, and then Garth Galloway's joining you and taking us through to lunch.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sports fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in New Zealand, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. All Blacks, horse racing, cricket, NRL, Super Rugby and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. Search Ballpark Entertainment on the SENZ website.
63 for 1 it is. 20 minutes remaining until the lunch break, and gee, those 20-minute sessions go past quickly, don't they, McCarty?
Well, sometimes they're a bit slow. Yeah. Oh yes, from the other commentators.
Speedy, I was
and
thinking about other things. 63 for 1 it is, yeah. But it's been absorbing stuff. Latham 29, Somerville 28, and what a sterling job they're both doing for New Zealand. Now we're going to see Ashwin coming back into the attack. You saw the average speeds, didn't you? And one of the 96 k's an hour for Jadeja, Ashwin 89. Yeah. Here we are. Ashwin bowls. Oh, that's kept straight along the ground. Latham does unbelievably well to keep that ball out.
Lucky it was short that he had a bit of a chance, and he earned a bit of time to adjust the stroke, and he's just got the bottom of the bat to it.
Gee, that's very well played.
I wonder what the speed was.
Yeah.
I want to see that.
Here he is bowling again, and this one's just pushed across Latham, and Latham turns into the onside. Well played. He's 30, Somerville 28. So that did drop just short of a good length, wasn't it? Yeah. And in a way, well, Latham has that habit of going back quite early, and he stayed there and was just lucky enough to be able to get his bat down. Very skillfully done by him, because if not, I think it was through and probably hitting on the line of off stump. So those are the things that, we saw on the first day even, and second day a few balls keeping low like that.
But not
None
straight.
of them straight.
No.
So India haven't had much to shout about so far, but that'll be a moment of excitement for them. 64 for 1, so the run rate 2.1 at the moment. The target's 284, so still 220 runs away.
Yeah, well, it's 20 minutes to lunch, isn't it, basically?
Yeah.
So if New Zealand could somehow, say, get to 80, that means, of course, if New Zealand are going to threaten this target, it's 100 runs for the next 2 sessions.
Yep. And if we assume 30 overs, then, 3.3 per. Here's Somerville playing into the offside. Latham wants a run. took off, and Somerville said, no, I'm okay with Ashwin. I'll stay here. I'm listening in Christchurch on an old battery-powered wireless, exactly the way cricket should be listened to.
Yeah. Well, do you remember those? Did you listen as a boy to
hearing Jeremy
Valve?
Coney? Yeah.
I love
Valve radios.
So did I.
They've got the most beautiful sound. You can still buy them second-hand shops and things, but once the valve goes, of course, you're in a bit of trouble. As Somerville gets a ball from Ashwin, which just drifts a little bit. Somerville comes forward and plays it safely. A wee gap between bat and pad. Yeah, they were the best of all.
Oh, we had a little plastic radio. It was a horrible-looking thing, but called a Gull Branson. But it was a valve radio, and you'd get rich static coming through from Australia, and it just added to the atmosphere as well.
Ashwin goes around the wicket. Somerville drives away from his body. I used to listen to the Ashes in Dunedin growing up on shortwave.
Right.
You could pick it up on there. Yeah. And part of it was always that...
Yes, it was.
Lovely sort of staticky noise. And And waves, really.
Yes. Yeah.
And the other thing I remember just on that, the British football results on a Sunday morning. Carlisle United 1, Birmingham 3, and all the way through 4 divisions. It was a painful process, but wonderful as forward as Somerville again pushing into the offside. There was a...
I had a crystal set. Did you have a crystal set?
No.
Because at some stage your mum or your dad would say... No, it's not. It's not a ball.
Some tarot cards
set
as well.
Yeah, I know. But
you didn't strike me as that type.
Mum and Dad would say, go to bed. Yeah. And so I got a crystal set. And so during the night I would have that. And I gave my crystal set away, actually, for my first set of cricket gloves.
Right.
And it was a wrench, I would have to say.
Yeah.
At the time, the green like? Spikers.
Yeah, the green spikes with just you said nipples, did you?
I did use green nipples because it does describe, what they were like. And you sent them in for a retread, every 2 years, didn't you?
They weren't much good. They were like an indoor cricket batting glove, just a normal white glove made of cotton.
Like like an inner.
Yeah, and then they had the green. Well, green usually, or black rubber thing with spikes coming out of it. Right. They were designed to deflect the ball off if you got hit. Not quite as effective as the modern glove.
No, the glove's been interesting, the cricket gear, hasn't it?
Here's Umesh bowling back into the attack, and he bowls the ball outside the off stump. Latham clips it to backward point. Well, I remember going back to Dunedin and playing cricket when I was in my early 30s, having left Wellington, and the players I was playing with had never seen pads with buckles.
Right.
So
really? So they were Velcro?
They were Velcro.
Yes, but there was something romantic about that little clink.
Oh, you clicked them in.
A clink of... Oh, well, you had to do that properly.
Double back the strap so it wouldn't stick out.
That's what attracted me initially to cricket, all that sort of the drama of the dressing up.
And the nightmare of not getting dressed in time before you have to go out there with wickets falling as Latham plays again back to Umesh.
And that, I've got to say, things like... we had a wash house. We didn't have a laundry as part of the house.
A wash house.
Wash house that was separate from the house
with a big ringer in it to wring the water out.
Absolutely, and to walk out there and that smell of the wash house so redolent of linseed oil. Where my brother would be working it into his new bat, and I would never allowed to touch that, of course.
Here's a drive from Latham straight to mid-off. Well,
that was a hiding.
There was a special type of soap, wasn't there, that used to be an orange block or a yellow block of soap that was rubbed onto the grass stains.
Really?
It was Mother's secret, absolutely.
A Solvol or something like that?
No, it wasn't Solvol. Some of our listeners might remember a special soap. I didn't get grass stains because I didn't dive around, but you would have.
Yeah, I don't know how Mum did it. She had 3 of us who were playing sport, and for years she did that. I didn't even give it a thought till now.
Oh, your lovely mother. 106 and died last year, so rest in peace. Mrs. Coney as the next ball is driven down the ground. 64 for 1. Latham 30, Somerville 28. Mothers are wonderful people, aren't they? Always your parent, but the things that they do. Yep. So Latham is 30. The introduction of Umesh has not produced anything for India yet. 60 runs added in the session. Latham 30, Somerville 28. Well, the other thing is, of course, the developments of the bats over the years, and what you started with would have been a very light piece of wood. As this ball is turned by Latham, good shot as he gets just inside the line, holds his balance nicely, and sends the ball down to Axar at long leg. 65 for 1, Latham 31. But they were just, the bats that Dad and people had, they would have been £2.
Very, yes, that's right. 2.6 was quite a heavy bat, usually.
And then Turner started using £3, I remember, the big Duncan Fernleys, and they were seen like, yeah. But Bradman, probably 2.2.
Yes. Absolutely.
Not a bad player.
Got a few runs.
Not a bad dog.
I wouldn't have called him that.
My Labrador.
Oh, that's what you've named your Labrador.
You know that very well.
Yes, I know.
65 for 1.
He's getting larger. You don't realise that, do you?
Look, I've got a vet who is fastidious about weight and says that he's fine as this next ball is up over the top, and you'll have my wife to talk to.
And poor old Bradman, he has to go through. I've got to tell you, everybody, I went up to Garth's place the other day, and the dog barks on command, and Garth thinks this is the best thing since dogs were invented, and so in this kitchen. What do you do? He sits in front of you for a start. You make him come and sit in front of you.
And then I say, speak up.
Yeah, okay, well, there you go.
And often he gets it wrong. He speaks before the command.
And what does he get then?
And sometimes he gets nothing. And then other times he'll speak too many times. He'll go speak, woof, woof. But he's it's his only trick. So we have to bring it out.
I did notice that. It wasn't a wide range.
I can tell you a story about him. As onto the back foot is Latham playing the ball to mid-wicket, 66 for 1. New Zealand's resistance continues. When we got him, we had the first Labrador we had was called Bacchus, a black Labrador, and he was a very good animal, well-behaved and diligent and loyal, whereas Bradman, who is Bacchus's great nephew, is he's slightly more willful. He appeared as a pup, so we thought we should get some training done. So we hired Mark from Barkbusters.
What?
66 for 1. Oh, beautiful delivery here from Ashwin. You can hear just the angst from the Indian fieldsman as a ball beats the bat. That was the ball that just moved away or carried on straight. Lovely delivery from Ashwin, and no shame really for Somerville being beaten.
No, that's very difficult to play. It's up in the air, it moves away slightly and just carries straight on.
And this one turns, and we've got 3 men on the leg side now, mid-on, 1 at short leg and 1 at leg gully and 1 on the offside. So they've come in and they're surrounding Somerville with that movement.
Good over so far.
Very good. As this time it's short, and that's a bad ball by Ashwin, uncharacteristically, and it gives Somerville the opportunity to just tee up and hit the ball to the cover point boundary for 4. Lovely shot, Ashwin, uncharacteristically for him, dropping the ball short, and it's clipped away to cover for 4. Nice shot, Somerville into the 30s, 32.
Yeah. A very slow ball, but it's a drag down and gives plenty of time. This is a slow pitch anyway. The friction as it hits the pitch itself takes a lot of the pace out of the ball. It sits up, and that allowed Somerville to just punch it through the covers.
Here's Ashwin bowling again, back to the bowler by Somerville. We'll have to come back to Bradman and his misbehaviour, as we've just got 1 ball remaining, and we'll take a break. Then we could possibly get in the story before lunch. I know that people will be sitting on the edge of their seats. Here's another ball outside the off stump. Beats Somerville again. Somerville turns, and as you've heard Richard Petrie saying how much he's enjoying himself, he grins at Ashwin. It's not reciprocated. 70 for 1.
Get ready for summer. The tried and true summer catalogue is out now, featuring Cub Cadet and Lawnmaster, including the range of lawnmowers, ride-ons, robotic mowers and more. Plus, you can enjoy 0% interest and 0 payments for 18 months through participating dealerships. T's and C's apply. Offer ends 31st of Jan 2022. Steelfort, your only New Zealand owned outdoor power and garden specialist. Visit steelfort.co.nz to find your local dealer.
70 for 1, 33 overs bowled. Latham 32. Somerville has the same score, and 7 minutes until the tea break. Hey guys, it's Sunlight Soap, still available from the supermarket. Phil from Hastings.
Good old Phil, that's right too.
Absolutely,
that's the yellow,
right.
Isn't it? That's the yellow one in those little cardboard
it is.
boxes. Yeah.
Here's Latham playing defensively. Umesh. But we've got another listener who's remained anonymous saying...
Well, 022, is that Aussie? I don't know.
No, that can be here.
Carbolic soap. That would go right through your trousers, that.
Yeah, it sounds like something for an engine rather than...
No, it's carbolic soap, that's right.
Each to their own? Absolutely. So it's Umesh on bowling to Latham. And, Somerville's done a good job, and Tom Latham. Terrific effort. Just 5 minutes, 6 minutes or so to get through. And if they can, New Zealand will be very pleased indeed. Here's a good drive from Latham. So when we decided Mike from Barkbusters to. And
Mike from Barkbusters. Sounds like the title of a film. Mike from Barber.
Tell you what, it's a little plug for him. He's very good. And we up to the dog park. Lisa, my wife, went in with Bradman, and they long ropes.
How old was Bradman at this
6
stage?
months.
Okay.
Optimal time for training him. And I mean, it was effective. Nothing to do with Mike is very good. We were less. We were pretty hopeless, really. So he's in the willful behaviour took over eventually. But here's a lovely shot from Latham, and we have a fieldsman losing his balance and diving into the ground. They're going to pick up 3. So 3 more runs, all of these just helping New Zealand on their way. Latham is 35, 73 for 1, and Latham won't mind at all with Jadeja, who tripped over. One of those horrible feelings. Look at us, both arms out like a seagull flying, and the end result, as he well knew, was that
and then suddenly,
down.
just couldn't quite keep his feet. He did very well, didn't he?
He
right
did.
along the beam.
Absolutely.
Right straight, following the beam. And the Russian judge gave it 4. Planted his chin into the end of the beam, unfortunately.
All his teeth gone. Anyway, 73 for 1.
Now just move this Bradman story along.
No, just quickly. So very quickly. We decided when he turned 5 to give him a remedial lesson. So Mike from Barkbusters was hired again, and he came home as Umesh runs in and bowls. And it's Somerville uncomfortable as he turns the ball behind square, and they run through for 1. There's a good piece of fielding which hits the stumps, but Latham is safe at the striker's end, having run down, and they run a second. So insult to injury. Somerville 34, 75 for 1. So down came the Mike from Barkbusters. He turned up. The 5-year-old dog came out. Mike, we greeted him. He got all of the tools of the trade, the tricks out, put them down on the ground at home, and Bradman urinated all over them.
To the big screen, satisfied.
That's not good behaviour.
No.
Horrible.
So Mike, but this is 5. He's now 5.
That's at the age of 5. He's now 7.
So he met him at 6 months.
Yep.
And in the interim, you had been in charge.
Lisa,
and now the dog.
Yeah.
Was urinating over all everybody's.
Dreadful, isn't it? Into the onside. We're just watching this again, and it's a very good piece of fielding from the fielder at square leg. They've had a review. There was no prospect at all that Latham was out there. 75 for 1. So a willful animal. That's the point. And I get a lot of satisfaction and fun from that. Not so good for Mike, but. So Latham 35, Somerville 34. Here's Umesh bowling short outside the off stump. And that line of that bouncer just not quite right. Needs to just come across.
Not straight enough. So we'll look, Garth, we've got 5 minutes to go. Probably 1 more, would you say? 1 more over to go prior? Or is that the end of the over? So
that's the end. So 1 more to go.
So New Zealand here just take their time because it's going to be a spinner bowling it probably. So just a pat down of the pitch and so on. It's been 1 session of waiting so far for Williamson.
1 ball remaining. We were fooled by the TV as they went to that image of the trophy. Into the offside, Somerville. It really is looking, and I don't want no curse.
No, we're saying nothing.
No, I'm not saying.
Nothing.
Somerville 35, Latham 35, and both of them doing a very good job. Yeah, sorry, Guy Havelt sending in a nice message. Hello, Guy. I hope that wasn't too bad, that story. Waiting for the end.
No, it didn't really have a... Oh, no, it did have a punchline.
It did for Mike.
Yeah,
Don't worry about that.
But you haven't got Mike back. Mike hasn't been back.
Never been back.
Even though you've written to him several times.
Cleaned all his gear up.
Oh, yes. What happened
seen
there?
Again. No idea. Just look.
Did someone clean the gear
Lesson
up?
proceeded in a dignified way, and we just parted company.
Right. Slightly embarrassing.
Good story I've enjoyed telling. Yeah, not great. 76 for 1 it is. Latham 35. Well, it's the one you don't want to have the bad child, do you? You don't want to be that person. Around the wicket comes Ashwin bowling, and Somerville defends again. He's got these 3 people just hunting in on that leg side. Ashwin hoping he can make one ball do something. It's what India needs, a wicket now and a new batsman after lunch.
Agarwal very close.
Yeah, he is at a silly mid-on, really, as this has turned. 1 run it is it, for Somerville. A little bit of indecision between the batsmen. Somerville takes the lead in this battle between the two of them. He's 36, Latham is 35, 77 for 1.
Well, it's about that 80 that we were talking about.
Yeah. So 100 in each session if they're to have a chance.
As far as New Zealand are concerned, no loss of wickets is more important than the 77 runs.
Yeah. No, it's been a terrific effort, and you know who's got the psychological... Unlike when they went to stumps last night, you know who's got the psychological lead at the moment as Latham's onto the back foot and turning the ball to mid-on, just flicking the ball, trying to put some pace on it and get it past the fieldsman for runs. Agarwal's gone in really close. He's about 1.5 meters away at a silly gully, and here's Latham just turned, hasn't got an edge, I don't think. And it's raced away to down towards the third man boundary. It's Gill who fields from point, and it's Byes. So there you are. Another one that just turned possibly out of those footmarks. We'll see it on replay, but that'll keep India very interested.
I think it's straighter than that. I think this is more from the better part of the pitch. Yep, it is.
Well, just the edge, yeah.
Well, that's getting larger, of course. I mean, the longer the game goes on... As bowlers running through.
Here's Ashwin again. That's the one that straightens up to the left-hander. He plays it back towards the bowler. 79 for 1, so probably just 1 ball before lunch.
Everything happening quite slowly here on the pitch because, as I say, that friction is so high.
Here's a ball which Latham will be very pleased to watch pass with his raised bat. Bharat can't take it cleanly, and the luncheon break we take. So it's been a terrific morning for New Zealand. Well done, Tom Latham and Will Somerville. You can see Shubman Gill having a chat to Latham as they head off, and I'm sure that Latham, they'll get a very good round of applause from their teammates. You see a fist pump from Latham to Somerville, and as you heard Richard Petrie saying throughout the morning, how much Somerville looked to be enjoying himself, and that will continue, and his lunch, I am sure, will taste delicious and well earned. New Zealand began at 4 for 1. We all recall the Young dismissal last night, and no need to dwell on that anymore. Latham was on 2. Somerville was yet to score, and you'll all know that Somerville has come in as night watchman. He faced 52 balls in the first innings for his 6 runs. Here he is facing 109 balls for 36. A terrific effort from him. Latham, 35 from 96 balls. The New Zealand players and management to a man standing and applauding these 2 players off who have batted with courage and with great application. They leave their gear down on the ground to dry at lunchtime, and again, a much better feeling coming off the field this time round than it was last night. The bowling figures for India: Ashwin 12 overs 2 maidens 1 for 19, Patel 7 overs 3 maidens none for 6, Umesh 6 overs no maidens none for 25, Ishant 4 overs none for 13, and Jadeja 6 overs no maidens none for 11. That's the scoreboard for you. We leave you, we'll take a break now, and then Daniel McCarty will come back with our experts Richard Petrie and Jeremy Coney. The very good news: New Zealand go to lunch without losing a wicket. They're 79 for 1. Tom Latham on 35, Will Somerville on 36.
Reach
to label, take as directed. Sleep Drops Auckland.
Athlete sleep studies prove that high-quality sleep improves results. So SENZ and Sleep Drops want to help you get winning sleep. Join Grant Elliott and Daniel McCarty on the Saturday session and text your suggestions for the Sleep Drops Performance of the Week to 8833. Each week, Grant and Daniel will give away the ultimate sleep pack with the Sleep Drops for Adults 50ml and Essential Sleep and Stress Nutrient Capsules. Listen to the Saturday session and win with Sleep Drops.
Big battle, your local liquor store.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Gordon's 1 litre or pink citrus or orange gin, 700ml, $34.99. And Woodstock Black Heart Negrita Rum, Russian Standard, Label 5, Kahlua or Malibu 1 litre, $34.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big battle, your local liquor store.
Crouch, bind, Bozo's Burgers.
What?
Bozo's Burgers. They're delicious.
SENZ want to get you in the game. It's the new home of New Zealand sport and the place your business will be heard by New Zealand's most sports-mad fans. So, let's take your brand and get it in the game. Contact SENZ today. Email advertise at senzradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
3 weeks, 4 locations, 5 events, 1 overall prize. This is Crankworx Summer Series NZ. This summer, the world-famous event will be unleashed Kiwi style. Crankworx is going on the ultimate mountain bike roadie to Queenstown, Wanaka and Alexandra. See the world's best compete with a grassroots vibe at 4 destinations around New Zealand's South Island. Don't miss Crankworx Summer Series NZ. Stop 2, Queenstown, December 3rd to the 5th. Tickets and info from Crankworx.com.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the masters! Yep, that's right. We're kicking it up a notch with high-octane deals on the best gear from all your favourite brands. So you can get into the spirit of masters just like we are. Repco, bringing the masters!
Imagine landing the catch of the day right on your front doorstep. Well, with Taki Timu Seafoods, you can. Head to takitimuseafoods.co.nz and order the freshest, most delicious seafood that Hawke's Bay has to offer. Chill packed and delivered overnight. We're talking John Dory fillets, kawai, or how about some salmon, even oysters. Just so good. Fresh, frozen, or ready to eat. You choose with Taki Timu Seafoods. Check takitimuseafoods.co.nz.
Christmas is the season of giving. But if you can't give a gift in person, just visit copelands.co.nz. You'll find festive faves like truffles, fruit tarts and traditional Christmas cake. Copelands have a wide range of quality baked goodies available online just for Christmas with shipping nationwide. Send the gift of Christmas to your loved ones around New Zealand and Copelands will deliver. Shop online now at copelands.co.nz and have a magical Christmas with Copelands.
There's no one quite like you. You're one of a kind. At PIC Insurance Brokers, they know that stock standard insurance packages just won't cut it. You need tailored solutions that are right for you. PIC Insurance Brokers will get you sorted whether it's your health, your home, your business, even your car or boat. Your broker works with you to make sure you have the right cover. And should the time come, they're right there with you at claim time. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
7 minutes after 7 o'clock on a Monday evening, SENZ bringing you the coverage of the 5th and final day between India and New Zealand. And what a first session for the visitors. They started the day 4 for the loss of 1 and they have got through the opening session unscathed. Not without incident. There has been a number of player misses, the odd nick through the slip cordon, a couple of very sharp chances down the leg side, a stumping I remember. But overall, what a fine effort from especially the night watchman, Will Somerville, getting all the way through to lunch and with the opening batsman, Tom Latham. They have advanced the total to 79 for the loss of 1. New Zealand, remember, need 284 runs for victory. Latham is 35 not out. Will Somerville is on 36. Jeremy Coney and Richard Petrie providing expert analysis throughout this test and also joining us during the breaks to give a review of the session. Richard, I want to ask you about a picture of one man and a great moment. It didn't happen on the field, it happened off. As Will Somerville left, surrounded by his teammates. You had quite a big smile on your face. I detect you're quite proud of what you've seen from Will Somerville.
Oh, look, it's everybody's dream to be the unexpected hero. And who would have thought Will Somerville would have batted number 3 for New Zealand to win to draw a test match, or who would have picked that? And there's a lot of times in your life as a guy when having another guy slap you on the bottom is entirely inappropriate. But Will Somerville would not have minded those pats as he walked up the stairs into the change. He wouldn't have minded at all because he had a grin from ear to ear. And the guys were slapping him on the backside, on the back, and he was smiling away. This guy is alive at the moment. He might have been through some tough times and he might have found the bowling tough, but at the moment he's doing a job for his country, himself, his family, his team. And these are the type of moments why you play the game. You get, most of the time when you're playing cricket at any sort of level, most of the days when you get home and your wife or your girlfriend or your father asks you how you've gone, usually it's a depressing answer. But every once or twice a season, you get to be the hero, and that is why you play every other game and every other day where it doesn't go so well of you. And everybody listening to this will have been in this situation who's played cricket or played sport. Most of the days aren't good, but to do something like this for your team and have your team cheer you off, the job's not over by any means, but he has done his job and he's gone above and beyond his job. If he can bat any length of time in the second session, he could well have saved New Zealand the test match. They're probably going to score more in the second inning. I don't want to talk too much because we're going ahead, but he'll be having lunch and he'll be very excited and feeling alive, and good on him.
Jeremy, what does an innings like that from a night watchman in pretty tricky conditions against a very high calibre spin bowling attack do for the remainder of the lineup? Does it fill them full of confidence that actually it's not that bad up there? If Will can do it, I can do it.
Absolutely. I think that's what they can take from it. And don't try and be too complicated about what to do when you get out there, because all Will Somerville is really doing is a couple of things. He's getting well forward and he's playing between where the ball bounces and his stumps. They are critical and they are axiomatic little things about how to play. If it goes somewhere else, the ball, and beats the shot, who cares? It's not going to hit the stumps. And so that's a very important thing for all the players to remember. He's also, because they've had a number of fielders so close in around the bat, thinking that they're going to dismiss Will Somerville and kind of Latham as well, that there have therefore been gaps beyond those little sort of group of people around, clustered around the bat. And so they've been able to score some runs as well and keep the changing of ends. And don't forget, Latham, as being a left-hander, is very important that he stays. The next two batsmen, if they are required, are right-handers. And so that left-hand, right-hand combination change each time they take a single and force changes in the field. So they're all good things, I think, Daniel. But I think the main thing is it was unexpected, and that's the pleasure part, isn't it? It wasn't expected that New Zealand would last through this. In fact, probably people felt one of the bad things about the Young dismissal last night was that out comes a night watchman. He'll be dismissed quite early in the next morning, which is today, and so 1 wicket's become 2. And so that sort of increased the error last night, in a sense, in your mind. But that hasn't happened. And so that's the pleasure from the unexpected, I guess.
What about Tom Latham? Backing up his 95 in the first innings, 35 not out. Pretty fine player in all conditions these days, isn't he?
Oh, he's a very good player. Yeah, he's got good composure, good concentration. He's a perfect opener because he's very compact in his technique. Emotionally, he's very subdued and calm, which is what you need. But what he's shown is that and both of them have shown it, when you get in on this track, and it's not easy to get in on it, but when you do get in on it, it's okay. You can do it. It might be different, but you do have to adapt. So, yeah, Latham's doing a great job. He'll be buoyed up as well by Somerville still being there because he'll know how irritating that will be for the Indians. And so, hats off to both of them. No more wickets lost by lunch. India need 9 wickets, and they needed 9 wickets in 3 sessions. Now they need 9 wickets in 2 sessions, and that's a very different equation.
Jeremy, there might be some fans listening out there going, well, New Zealand's got through the first session without the loss of wicket. Surely they're now back on track to win this test match. That's far too far down the road, fair to say. The number one priority is still saving the test. Is that all in them, the only thing they're thinking of right now, you feel?
Yes. After being in situations like this myself, in teams like this, if that happens to come along, that won't happen until the 3rd session. They'll still just keep batting as they are. They're not taking too many risks at the moment. They're pushing the ball past the close infield and they're taking singles and the odd 2 and then there's a little boundary and so on. So they're playing appropriately. Latham obviously is very important to that. He's a line player. In other words, what I mean by that is he sees, first of all, from the bowler, what is the line of the ball? Is it going to threaten my stumps? Most openers are line players because they look, first of all, to let the ball go. You'll find as you get to the middle order players like Taylor and Nichols and so on, they look for length. Is this a ball I can hit and score from? Whereas so Latham is good for this kind of situation. And he's organised and he's phlegmatic. And so he's got to just keep within his game, stick to the things that are going well, getting well forward. He likes also to get well back to people like Ashwin and co. And he got one that was a worm burner, didn't he, that went subterranean, a horrid little thing. And he was back far enough that he could just jam the bottom of the bat onto, but tuck it on the onside. Sweeps are important to his game, not looking to score many on the offside at all off the front foot. It's been a nice partnership, Daniel.
Yeah, it has. It really has. And I've really enjoyed the rotating of the strikers you've pointed out, Jeremy. It's so important. We've discussed it. You don't want one spinner or any bowler to have too long a crack at one batsman over and over and over, as we often saw on day number 3. Can't think of too many sort of hairy moments. There was the big LBW shout, which was reviewed. The incompetence washing across India on that occasion. That was a dreadful review, wasn't it, Richard?
Well, it was quite surprising. It was so far outside off stump. I would have thought it would be obvious, not out, but who knows? Maybe, I don't know what you'd say about that. That was surprising.
Well,
they convinced themselves.
It shows a bit of their anxiety, doesn't it? It shows their anxiety, and and they want to get a wicket. That's what it says to me.
Well, and I agree. And we're going to talk about this more on the other side of the break. At 17 minutes after 7 o'clock, we'll sort of cast our eye at how the Indian attackers fared in that first session and what may they look to do come the second session. Stay with us. This is SENZ coverage of the Test series between India and New Zealand in association with our partners, and a huge thanks to them. Without their support, it wouldn't be possible. Resene Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. At lunch, New Zealand are 79 for the loss of 1, advancing by 75 runs in that session. At lunch, Tom Latham is 35 not out, and the night watchman Will Somerville on 36. Back with more analysis with Richard Peacher and Jeremy Coney after this break.
G'day, Adam Gilchrist here. I used to love playing against New Zealand. They'd always step up. Stephen Fleming, Baz McCullum, all those boys. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the In Focus with Adam Gilchrist podcast. It's on the SENZ app.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
We've all got good sides and bad sides, quiet sides and backsides. But our farm sides deserve a little attention too. Farmside is connecting rural New Zealand with unlimited broadband options. If you're Googling baby names for lambs, video calling Nan from the haystack, or making sure everything works out on the land, no matter where you are, how many you are, or what side you're showing, you can connect with your Farmside. Call 0800 Farmside. Farmside, connecting rural New Zealand.
Treat your horse like royalty with Majestic Horse Floats. Since 1938, Majestic Horse Floats have grown to be the largest equine transport company in New Zealand. With fully staffed and equipped depots in Auckland, Bulls, Christchurch and Invercargill, Majestic have your horse transport needs covered across the country. So give your horse the royal treatment. Call 0800 435 6287 or visit majesticfloats.co.nz. Majestic Horse Floats, proud to support the New Zealand racing industry.
Man needs meat, but if you've got a beef with beef, well, Jack Link's now has pork, and they've gone the whole hog with slow-cooked ham jerky over hickory smoke and a dash of maple and brown sugar. Yeah, it's like the South in your mouth. Get a pack or a box if you want to be a little porky. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side.
Kogan Mobile's phones are lighting up this Black Friday because right now you'll save 50% off all 365-day plans with Kogan Mobile. Yep, 50% off their small 365-day plans. Now just $80 with 18 gig of data. 50% off their medium plan with 48 gig of data. And 50% off Kogan Mobile's large 365-day plan, just $165 with 180 gig of data. Don't miss out this Black Friday. Make the switch at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Get $18 deals for Big Barrel's 18th birthday. Woodstock 5% 10-pack cans, Cruiser 12-pack bottles of cans, Smirnoff or Karuba 5% 12-pack cans, and Cody's 7% 12-pack cans. All $18.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Christmas is on its way, and Copeland's have the hard work completed, so you can kick back, relax, and enjoy a hassle-free holiday season. Whether it's a personal present or a corporate gift, Copeland's have the right hamper for you. Send a Christmas food hamper with the best New Zealand bakery goodies, beautifully presented for a blissful holiday season. So shop online now at copelands.co.nz and get ready for a magical Christmas with Copeland's. Head to copelands.co.nz.
Get the boss to shout the sight with BK's $5 meals. Choose from the creamy mayo cheeseburger meal, the barbecue rodeo meal, or the crispy chicken meal. For just $5, get a burger, small fries, and small drink. Part of BK's Flamin' Good Deals range.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
22 minutes after 7 o'clock, this is the lunch break on SENZ. Day number 5 between India and New Zealand. New Zealand are 79 for the loss of 1 at lunch. They have not lost a wicket. They've added 75 runs in 31 overs, with Somerville 36 and Latham on 35. Play to resume in about 18 minutes' time in association with Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Let's get the thoughts of Jeremy Coney and Richard Petrie. And I'll start with you again, Richard. Let's look at things from an Indian perspective. If I was to ask you a pretty straightforward question, do you have a straightforward answer to who's the most threatening of the Indian bowlers today? Because they've certainly tried it. They have tried everyone. There's been a number of bowling changes. Who's looked the most threatening from your perspective?
Well, it's an interesting question. None of them stand out. That's the interesting answer. If you find my answer interesting, I do.
You don't mind saying so yourself?
No, if I can say so myself.
I'm going to send in a text.
By it.
I'm going to send in a text to that. That's a very interesting answer from Peaches.
Very interesting answer.
Well, I've labelled it. So, look, Ashwin's got 1 for 19, and that wasn't a wicket anyway. So he's gone for 19 off 12, and Axar Patel has gone for 6 off 7, and Umesh and Ishant didn't look overly threatening. They bowled a bit of short stuff, and it was interesting, but nothing particular. And Jadeja's accurate. He's going for just under 2 and over. But what it's saying to me is, and in the first innings, the openers put on 151 for the first wicket. The rest of the batters got bowled out for 145. Okay, so 1 wicket equaled 151. The other 9 wickets, 145. Now, what that says to me is it's an unusual wicket. Well, it's not a wicket they're used to batting on. But once you get in, and you're able to stay in, what happens is you learn how to bat on this thing. And when you learn how to bat on it, you cover for what the funny things it does. It's like anything. You learn quickly. And 2 of the guys, the openers, did that. Got to a point where I wouldn't say they weren't ever having trouble, but they were respectful of the bowling, but they didn't fear the bowling. And we're at the stage now with Somerville and Latham where they're respectful of it, but neither of them, including the number, I think he's 8 or 9, the number 9 batsman is not in fear of any of this bowling at the moment. So he has adapted by just staying in, by watching it, by learning about what the ball's doing, by realising that he can do it. And I think it's one of those wickets where once you're in, and we saw with the Indian batsmen yesterday too, they were 5 for 51 as well. If you don't get in, you don't get in. It's hard. But once you are in, you've got a chance and you can bat on it. India showed it. These guys are showing it. And the openers in the first innings for New Zealand showed it as well.
So perseverance is important for India.
Just dig in, hold in. It gets easier.
Yeah. So pick up a wicket. There's your opportunity. So maybe grab that door and really pull it open.
That's that plan, though, isn't it, Daniel? To get through those initial exchanges between the bowler and the batsman in this surface. And Peaches is right. You can survive. It is possible. And once you have, you just stick with that. And you do start to slowly get some confidence. And even though the ball is perhaps turning a lot more than you might see in New Zealand, you can handle it. It doesn't surprise you, doesn't worry you quite so much. And so I think as far as Somerville is concerned, the most awkward moments he's had, actually, they might have even been Ishant, where he's been those short deliveries, and I wondered whether India should use him in perhaps 2 or 3 over spells and get him to sort of dig the ball in and have people around the bat and have some slips up there and try and bowl that ball straight. You've got to be on the money with it because it's a slow pitch. The slow pitch at the moment, in my mind, is actually helping the batsman. Because if you drop short, whether you're a spinner or a faster bowler, if you say are a foot short, that has earned the batsman quite a lot of time to decide what to do. Do I let this go? Can I get back to it? And so on. It allows you time. And so that's a bonus for New Zealand. I don't think Axar Patel has been the threat that we saw in the first innings, bowling wide on the crease. I think Jadeja is hunting for footmarks, particularly against Latham. Ashwin always is going to provide a lot of variety, and I just wonder in my mind sometimes, is there too much variety? Is he confusing himself a little bit with his options? So, no, New Zealand, they've handled it okay so far. It doesn't mean to say that they can't get out, and then as soon as that happens, everything goes back, doesn't it, to can this next guy do what Somerville has done already? Get in.
Just pivoting off Richard's point about you've got to get yourself in. But to remove the in-batsman that is Tom Latham, obviously, then is really important for India. So, Jeremy, post-lunch, how do you look to attack the left-hander who's only been off the field in this game for 42 overs? That's how long he has been out there, fielding over 2 innings, batting 400-odd minutes, I think it was. 401 minutes in the first innings and now 35 not out at lunch. How do you think they'll attack him, Jeremy?
Well, I think the only real weakness I've seen in Tom Latham's game against spin in these kind of conditions is when he leaves his crease. I think he then looks not quite the same player when he stays at home within his crease and gets well back, plays his sweeps and so on, tucks, and has that plan and he's quite rigidly staying to it. I think he looks a much more difficult batsman. And if you could suddenly draw him out of his crease, he got out through coming down the pitch, didn't he? And he made a little error that way. So I think if you could perhaps toss the ball up a little bit and see if he wants to come out, and even if he comes down and takes you for a couple and gets driven down the ground for 2 and then tucked away on the onside for another 2, start to get him feeling as if he could move out of his crease as well. And I would be happier as an Indian player if I could do that. And as a captain, I'd want to see my bowlers doing that to him if they can, because I haven't seen many other weaknesses.
The only one that makes me a little nervous sometimes is when he sweeps the straight one. I don't mind when he sweeps a ball outside off stump, but my concern is when he goes to sweep a one pitching on the stumps, if it stays low and hits him straight, what's wrong with just a forward defence and a dot ball in that situation?
Richard, are you like this texter? A mixture of anxiety and excitement here, but definitely more of the latter. Sitting on the balcony on a balmy Auckland evening wearing my Black Caps hoodie and a T-shirt I got for my birthday, which says, I don't like cricket. I love it. Absolutely loving the commentary. You guys are professional, knowledgeable, and something else as it cuts off. Probably more glowing terms. We hate to fly in the face of public opinion.
No, well... what... You know, in the David Brent...
We're starting to feel like Somerville.
That's it. Some people say I'm the best boss, and I say, c'est la vie.
Brilliant stuff. Jeremy Coney and Richard Petrie will continue to provide expert analysis throughout this test match. We've got 2 sessions to go. The first one on day number 5. Clearly New Zealand's have added 75 runs. They have not lost a wicket. The night watchman, Somerville's still there. He's leading the way, in fact. He's 36 not out, 1 ahead of Tom Latham, who's on 35. 79 for the loss of 1. Looking at the bowling figures for India, Ravi Ashwin, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Axar Patel, 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 6. Yadav, 6 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 25. Ishant Sharma, 4 overs, no maiden, none for 13. And Ravi Jadeja, 6 overs, no maiden, none for 11. Play to start in roughly about 10 minutes' time. You are with SENZ. Huge thanks to our sponsors for allowing this to happen, including Rosine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and Big Barrel. Be our mates and join Big Barrel Mates Club. We will take our break on the other side. We'll listen back to the highlights of the opening session.
This summer, we're forecasting long, cool days and perfect sleeping conditions at your place. Talk to a Fujitsu accredited installer about finding the right air conditioner for you. So get the right fit and fit a Fujitsu.
Fit a Fujitsu.
Escape the everyday at Millbrook Resort. Offering a vast range of resort activities for your next Queenstown holiday, Millbrook Resort boasts a variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy. Explore 2 of the most beautiful 18-hole golf courses in the world, home of the New Zealand Open and set in a natural alpine amphitheatre. Opening to the public on January 3rd, 2022, they are a feast for the senses and a golfer's paradise. Visit millbrook.co.nz.
You don't have to grow to save a bro. This Movember, run or walk 60k for the 60 men we lose to suicide every hour across the world. Movember is about so much more than just sporting a stoush. It's about raising awareness, funds, starting meaningful conversations about men's health and saving lives. Movember's work in mental health and suicide prevention, prostate and testicular cancer has never been more important, and they've never needed Kiwis more. So donate now at Movember.com. Your dough will save a bro.
For over 24 years, Generation Homes have been making building easy with a fixed price guarantee. They're building homes for every generation, the younger generation, the older generation, the next generation, and generations to come. They pride themselves on offering a fixed price guarantee so you can have certainty around the cost of your new home build. Talk to their sales consultants today. They're ready to discuss your new home plans. Discover more, generation.co.nz or text generation to 3001.
Investing in property is not a hobby. You need to understand the business and have a tailored investment strategy from people you can trust. At Property Apprentice, we're independent financial advisors who won't just try to sell your property. We can help you to understand what you need in order to help you to achieve a stronger financial position for retirement. Come to a free event, text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Tiger Kingfisher or sold 12-pack bottles, $18. Rochdale Apple Cider or Wakachangi Beer, 12-pack bottles, $18. And Export 33 or Carlsberg, 24-pack bottles, $36.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Half-time's still ages away, but you need to eat now. Like now. Make it McDelivery. Get Macca's delivered to your door with Uber Eats, Deliver Easy or menu log and leave it to us. McDelivery, available from selected restaurants only. T's and C's apply.
Jobs. Ansco have got them. So whatever your reason is for wanting one, they can get you sorted. It's all go at Ansco right now. They're hiring butchers, boners, labourers and meat packers. You don't need experience, they'll train you up. As long as you're reliable and pretty fit, you'll fit right in. The money's good and the team are awesome. So, whatever your reason, joining Ansco can work for you. Hey! To apply or for more info, go to careers.anscofood.com.
The less hair you have, the more you think about it.
Oh, my hair.
It starts off with the occasional thought.
My hair.
But after a while, it can really start to become a pain. So, turn that thought into something useful. Make it your turning point and talk to Ashley and Martin about regrowing your hair.
Shut up.
Oh, not you, me, sorry. Visit ashleyandmartin.co.nz today.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
24 minutes away from 8 o'clock, not too far away from the second session starting on day number 5 between India and New Zealand in Kanpur. The grey cloud is burnt off, blue skies above, the temperature ticking up towards the expected high of 27, the humidity dropping down. So once more, very pleasant conditions for the two sides. Session number 1 started with New Zealand at 4 for 1 with Latham on 2 and the night watchman Will Somerville on no score, and they have progressed all the way through to 79 for the loss of 1. Unscathed throughout the opening session on day 5. Let's listen back to the highlights of session number 1.
With these umpires, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's been too many of them. Yada 1-4, and it's driven back down the ground, beautifully so by Somerville. One of the shots of the test match, I'll say.
Umesh bowls and Somerville will pick up a boundary. Beautiful shot. Umesh wide outside the off stump and Somerville giving himself just a little bit of room. Plays a late square cut. Lovely shot behind point. 24 for 1. Somerville 10.
Latham's up to it. He now sweeps powerfully and past the deep square leg. Suresh Iyer looked all at sea. Maybe it has spun away from him as he tumbled over. Could not prevent the boundary. So Latham again trying to assert himself with the sweep stroke.
For the left-handers, Daniel. There, look at that.
Oh, this one spins
That's
back
what we're talking
a mile
about.
from outside of off stump, and it's hit him high outside of off, playing a stroke, despite the Academy Award-winning appeal. The question is, has it hit the back pad in front of the stumps? They're going to challenge this. Hitting on the back leg, that looks outside of off.
It's outside off.
By quite
It's
some
outside
way.
off stump, and that's a stroke.
A long way.
That's a stroke. Yeah, he's been beaten by the size of the turn that's come back in. It surprised him a lot. Good over so far.
Very good. As this time it's short, and that's a bad ball by Ashwin, uncharacteristically, and it gives Somerville the opportunity to just tee up and hit the ball to the cover point boundary for 4. Lovely shot, Ashwin, uncharacteristically for him, dropping the ball short, and it's clipped away to cover for 4. And it's Somerville uncomfortable as he turns the ball behind square, and they run through for 1. There's a good piece of fielding which hits the stumps, but Latham is safe at the striker's end, having run down, and they run a second. So insult to injury.
79 for the loss of 1 at lunch, New Zealand. The 2 New Zealanders wandering back out into the middle. Oh, well, Somerville's dancing like a heavyweight boxer. Feet going, hands going. He's got no partner next to him. That's how excited he is, Richard Petrie. That's how excited he is. You're falling in love with Will Somerville, I sense, tonight. The romantic that you are.
Oh.
Dripping in romance.
That's me. You've seen right through me. You've seen right through me. Yeah. Latham's not far behind him. But Will Somerville, I mean, he'd be what's the term? Kicking yourself. He's going for lunch.
Pinching himself.
That's what I was looking for. The old imposter syndrome. He'd be thinking, what
am I doing?
What am I doing out here after lunch on the 5th day, batting number 3 for New Zealand to save or win a test match? What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing out here. I don't deserve to be here. I never, in my wildest dreams, ever expected I would be here, but I'm loving it.
But a person with nothing to lose is a dangerous person.
Yeah, that's right. Because they take such glory in small things. They take such glory in just getting to lunch, and that you're playing against someone who's highly passionate and loving every moment of this fight.
Conversely, though, India have overturned a difficult start already in this test. In fact, they've fought back on numerous occasions. And the last innings are 51 for 5. They fought hard to get out and post this total of 284 for New Zealand to chase down for victory. They were suffering at the hands of Latham and Young. 151 for the loss of no wicket New Zealand. Let's not forget that. Once they got a breakthrough, the masters at heaping pressure on the new batsmen and picking up wickets in spades. That's what they will need to do. 2 sessions in this test match remain. Stay with us here on SENZ. The first over. Yudduff around the wicket, bowling to Somerville, who starts with a hook stroke down towards fine leg, and it's caught first ball. Incredible. Brilliant catch. Shubman Gill running in low, 2 hands underneath, and Somerville's vigil comes to an end. 1 stroke too many. And listen to that roar.
Well, Somerville, he's got worked out here. I'm afraid Jeremy Coney said in the lunch break the only time that Will Somerville really looked in any danger was when Ishan was bowling short at him. And the Indians would have gone to lunch, and the coaches would have had a chat to the players and said, what you've got to do straight after lunch is get right up into his throat. And they've done it from the first ball.
Why is he hanging around?
Maybe it's a no ball. No, he's now being called off by the third umpire.
Very odd. He's been greeted on the boundary rope by one of the match officials. Now he steps over the rope. I don't know if they were checking if the catch was taken cleanly. It certainly was. It was a very good catch from Shubman Gill.
Maybe they were just checking that it was caught, or maybe they were checking that it wasn't a no ball first. Either way, they came out with a very clear strategy, which was bowl short to to Somerville, and it's worked. Very first ball, there were men around the bat. Somerville knew it was, if it wasn't going to be short first ball, it was going to be short at some stage. There were men there for the balls where you just play it with a straight bat and it pops off your glove. There was 2 men on the leg side, so it was pretty obvious they were going to target him and bowl short at him. And so I guess Somerville thought, I'm better at to swing and hit it than just pop it up to the men in close, and he's hit it straight to fine leg. So there we go, but it brings out Williamson, the captain, New Zealand's best batter. He has been spared going in early. He's been spared having to face the new ball. And he's been shown by Somerville that you can bat on this wicket. Not that Williamson ever doubted that he could. But that said, Somerville has taken some of the sting out of the Indians.
Best possible start for India. A wicket first ball in the middle session. They've got the Barnacle out. The night watchman. Somerville caught it fine leg. Yadav, who got Williamson out in the first innings. Bowls full and on off stump. Challenging first up ball by Williamson. Despite being squared up a fraction, plays it out of the middle of the bat. And it sounds like a new game inside Green Stadium. The fans are awake, they're alive, and that will bring on the Indian players, I'm sure. Help propel them forward, give them more energy.
Well, he's done his job, Somerville. He's done his job. He would have liked to have done more, but you've got to say he's put New Zealand in a great position.
Yadav over the wicket, bowling to Williamson, full of length. He plays up towards mid-on. There's no run. That's how he got him out the first innings. Just getting the ball to come back into the right-hander, just a touch. Got to pass the inside edge, thunder it into the pads.
He's bowled very well this over. I tell you, he's bowled 3 balls. One, a bouncer, which was perfect. The first 2 balls to Williamson have been spot on. They've been beautiful length on the top of off stump, and Williamson's good enough to play it. But I tell you what, if they nip back a little more.
Again, full of length. As Williamson waits for the ball. It's hit the bat and he plays it into the gully.
So, Williamson and Latham getting some sanity back into proceedings. With the real batters. Very good catch by Shubman Gill, diving forward. Fine leg, probably took it 3/4 of the way to the boundary. They will have talked about exactly this over lunch, and it's great when a plan comes together, Daniel.
Drawn it up, round the wicket, let's attack him. He'll play a hook stroke and he'll get caught by Shubman. That's the plan.
I'll pump a few men in close if he looks to play it defensively. He knew it was coming.
Latham this time waiting for Yadav, bowling around the wicket. Pushed into the cover region, no run, 80 for the loss of 2. Must admit, I put my head down after Williamson played that last one. Didn't know they'd taken a run. Tut, all you like, Peaches.
80 for 2, New Zealand. We've got a target of 284.
Yadav angling one back and off the seam from wide of off stump. That didn't nip back, but threatening the off stump despite the cries from behind the wicket. The first over in the book in the middle session. A successful one for India. They removed Somerville. Caught it fine leg very well by Shubman Gill off the bowling of Yadav for 36. Williamson now 1, Latham 35. It's 80 for the loss of 2. Now you've got a batsman who is not set.
That's right.
Got another batsman who, while has batted very well in this test, will have to reassert himself.
He'll have to re-establish himself. That's right, yeah.
This is a great little window for India.
Yes. Well, they need it. I mean, they need a chance to bowl to a new man. Williamson would be one of the better guys at this type of situation around the world. He's New Zealand's best batter. That said, he's still fresh. He's only faced 3 deliveries, and any batsman is more vulnerable early on. We're going to see Axar, who hasn't bowled that many overs.
I think just 7 overs, none for 6, with 3 maidens. He picked up 5 for 62 in the first innings of 34 overs. He starts around the wicket, tall finger spinner, drifting into the pads of Williamson, who's pushing into the mid-wicket region, no run. Slip, who's quite square. Probably about a, say, 50, 60 degree angle from the bat. And fielding under the helmet, just in front of square on the onside. Short cover, short mid-wicket are the other catches as Williamson gets down nice and low as he bends at the knee and defends on off stump.
Difference between Williamson and, say, Somerville, there's quite a few. But one is Williamson will play off the front foot if he can get it on the half volley, or he'll go back. He's got a much wider range.
So he defends right in front of his front pad as he leans forward. I was about to say there is one difference, about 7,000 test runs.
Well, there's a number of differences, but I guess the length where Williamson will hit, he'll go anywhere from lunging forward to smother the ball. He'll also go right back. So, he can defend forward and back.
He defends on the front foot on this occasion, back to Patel. Certainly not getting a lot of spinners, Axar Patel. Sort of different approach. Jadeja was really targeting the foot marks, it seemed, and far more comfortable bowling to the left-handed Latham. Well, Axar has been prepared to bowl around the wicket to the left-handers, trying to challenge the stumps a little bit more. He slings another one and very low arm angle from around the wicket.
The thing is, I think, with this pitch that we've seen here, it is turning for those finger spinners that really do give it a rip, but it's slow turn. It's not biting and exploding off the pitch like.
Once more, Williamson pushing into the cover region, no run.
Like you sometimes can see on a deteriorating wicket. It's not fast. They've got time. You've got something to say.
That's the end of the over. It's 80 for the loss of 2.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great, like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
9 minutes away from 8 o'clock SENZ in coverage of the final day between India and New Zealand with Razeen, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and big barrel, big range, biggest deals. Tom Latham is on strike, the left-hander. India have the breakthrough early in the second session. They got rid of Somerville with the first ball. He was hooking and he was caught down at fine leg. A good catch there by Shubman Gill. Yadav had the wicket. He will continue. Around the wicket. One-arm quick bowler on this one is edged past. Fourth slip and down to the boundary for 4. It was fast, it was low. I'm uncertain if it actually carried. But Latham looking to punch drive, thick outside edge, and he can breathe easy. 84 for 2.
Well, just look at this replay here. Stayed I mean, it was certainly in the air. It wasn't. No one got a hand on it, but there wasn't a man too far away. So, kind of gave Williamson a sort of a nod as if, it was on the ground, but it wasn't really.
It wasn't, and Rahane actually needed to go forward and to his right if he was going to be able to get a hand on it. It was travelling so quickly he couldn't react that way, and in fact he was stumbling backwards as he reacted. Gap remains between the two as Latham drives from outside of off stump up towards mid-on where Jadeja is positioned. So first slips at a second slip wearing a helmet, like we saw from Tom Latham. And the second slip would be at about a fourth. That really is covering your bases. So we're getting a replay of a number of short pitch balls. They bowled Somerville, and all of them were from over the wicket. And they started around the wicket, got it over that leg stump line. He got it inside the line, but just didn't hit it down. Got underneath and ballooned it down towards fine leg. Scott Umashyadov just discussing with the umpire. He's not happy with the ball. A number of times the ball has been changed in this test match. I don't think the umpires are going to do it on this occasion. Let's get a nice shot of the Indian fans full of energy, and then one lonely Black Caps fan all by himself. Here is Yadav, wider of off stump. No stroke from Latham. Amazing how much one wicket, and that of a night watchman, change the mood inside the stadium. Great to be part of. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here on SENZ. 84 for the loss of 2. Yadav just working furiously on the ball, getting all the perspiration off his head. You find some moisture these days. Going to continue around the wicket, bowling to Latham. Arrows it in towards off stump. Reasonably full, but Latham's across the stumps and defending with the straight bat.
I must admit, I expected this wicket to be much more difficult on day 5. The way it was turning and behaving on days 2 and 3.
That's why I said it's a good test wicket and you poo-pooed me.
No, I never poo-pooed you.
It was a mini poo-poo.
No, I think it was you visualising me poo-pooing you before I'd even given the chance to poo-poo you.
I'm generally used to you poo-pooing me all the time.
I don't think I poo-poo you much at all.
Yadav continuing around the wicket. Once more Latham pushing off the front foot into the cover region. No run.
Certainly less than you deserve to be poo-pooed. What's your definition of poo-poo anyway? I think we need to clarify that because I may want to change my position.
As is your right?
Once I know your definition of... I think it might be a matter of semantics.
Yeah. Okay, I take it back. I won't poo-poo your poo-poo. 84 for the loss of 2. In the 38th over. Latham is on 39. Great doubling. Made 95 in the first innings. So a lot of batting he will want to do for New Zealand. It's a half volley and he drives handsomely back past the bowler to the onside of the stumps. But not with great power or timing, and Jadeja is such a slippery fielder. He's so quick, elegant, gets there, and they're not going to run on his arm. So just a couple for Latham, who in fact only got one. So they took one. That means Latham will have the strike. That's the end of the over. He's 40. And the score is 85 for the loss of 2. So there's a little psychological number that they've passed. Now under 200 runs needed for victory.
Well, the thing is, if New Zealand doesn't lose any more wickets in this session, it's quite possible they will score 100. You know, the runs will flow, that these two batters are good enough. Someone loving the poo-poo chat. Yeah, you would. That would appeal to some people, some of our listeners. We do. But anyway...
almost as good as the Bradman story.
The runs will flow. The runs will flow when batters are in. Just the wicket, what I was saying before, it hasn't deteriorated like I was expecting it.
Axar Patel over the wicket this time to Latham. Latham leans forward. He's so often done today, just nudged it into a gap in the cover region. Axar Patel actually chases it, does the field, and they get a run. Latham to 41 now. It's 86 for 2.
It's kind of funny that they didn't take 2 on that last ball, the last over, because it must have been just that Latham's going, well, I'll take the strike, but then they turn over a single off the first ball, which kind of defeats the whole purpose. Not that you need to defend Kane Williamson, but...
that or he thought it was going for 4.
Well, I don't know why they didn't run 2.
Axar Patel round the wicket to Williamson.
Williamson's not bad at playing spin.
It goes. I think he's got a future in this game.
But, you know, the wicket, I mean, there is a wee bit of turn there occasionally, certainly when it hits the footmarks, but off the flat track, there is turn. It's a bit slow. And the inconsistent bounce is not there in the same quantity it was.
Axar Patel on off stump, full of length.
I remember Tom Blundell, some of the shots he was playing was almost, you know, putting his hands down to imply, you know, look how low it's staying. I don't think it's going low as much as it was earlier.
Williamson leaning a long way forward outside of off stump. Pushed into the cover region. Again, no addition to the score.
I think that the bounce is more consistent now than it has been on days 2, 3 and 4.
Wider of the crease and slinging from like a 45-degree angle. It's the left arm finger spinner. He does use the crease. He uses different arm angles. He's a tricky customer. He's made a brilliant start to his Test career. Well, I think the curator's right. He said prior to this Test match, as Williamson defends once more, that he is not going to prepare a rank turner. The end of the over, it's 86 for 2.
Read the label, take as directed, Sleep Drops Auckland.
Struggling to get proper shut-eye? Sleep Drops are New Zealand's only specialist range of sleep and stress support supplements. Sleep Drops products offer 100% natural support if you're having problems falling asleep, staying asleep, or experiencing tiredness and stress throughout the day. Award-winning products for all ages, lifestyle stages, and sleeping challenges. Try New Zealand's #1 selling sleep range. Visit sleepdrops.co.nz.
SENZ's coverage of the India-New Zealand Test Series. We're into day number 5 of the first test in association with Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals. Latham on strike. Mish Yadav, 8 overs, 1 for 31. He's picked up the wicket this session, that of the night watchman Will Somerville, first ball. He bowls around the wicket, full of length, and Latham just leans and pushes into the point region and gets another run. Yep, Shiv Kumar is the curator, the groundsman, and he said on the eve of this test match, neither did we get any instruction from BCCI, nor did anyone from team management contact me asking for a rank turner.
Right.
I have prepared a pitch keeping guidelines for a good pitch in mind. Lived up to his word, Richard.
Well, it's a good Indian pitch. Depending on your definitions of a good pitch, it's very dry and very slow. If you're looking for fast and exciting, it's not that, but it's an Indian pitch, and it is exciting. I mean, it is enthralling. It's not what we're used to seeing, but we're in India, so you would win in India.
Yadav bowls an absolute gem of a ball to Williamson. It swung in, hit the seam, leapt, went away. There's not too many batsmen in the world who could nick that. That is brilliant to watch.
That was the ball of the test match. Look at that. That is impossible. He's bowled very well this afternoon, after lunch. He has bowled very well. That is just a jaffa, and missed the off stump by how far?
Cut 3-4 centimetres.
Oh, no, not even that.
That is incredible.
A millimetre or so.
That is wonderful bowling. Yadav moves in. Can he follow it up? It's a bit of tail bag into the right-hander. This is interesting for me. He's up to 137 km as Williamson tucks it up towards mid-on.
The thing about what he's bowling here, it's his length, which is the key. You know, yes, his line is good, but line's the easy one. It's the length which is the difficult part. You assume, you just expect the bowlers to bowl a good line, right? And he's doing that. But that ability to hit that half and half length, which is about kneecap, going past the kneecap and hitting the bails, that's the difficult length, and that's what he's hitting consistently.
He's in good rhythm here as he's challenging Williamson once more on 4th, 5th stump, cramping him up. And with a bit of bottom hand, Williamson on this occasion. He's received a wonderful message via text on 8833. Someone sending the script to, I think Blackadder goes forth, in Lord Melchit's speech about poo-pooing. That has warmed my heart. I'm not going to go read it all. Takes too long. Wonderful show, Blackadder. 87 for 2. Williamson waits and plays it late into the point region. No run. See if we can get consistent swing back into the right-hander. It's like he's used the moisture on one side.
That's just good length bowling by Yadav. very challenging, even for Williamson at the moment. Williamson's just got to get through this here because this is top quality fast bowling. It's top quality length bowling. If Williamson can get through it, anything else I think will be easier. This might be one of the biggest tests he faces today, is the way Umesh Yadav is bowling. For now, it won't last for long, but at the moment, he's in a bit of a purple patch.
Well, he got him in the first innings by bowling a reasonably similar delivery to that one. Full, nipping back in just a touch. Williamson up to the task, defends. The end of the over. It is 87 for the loss of 2. I think we'll take a short break. When we return, alongside Richard Petrie will be Garth Galloway.
Read the label, take as directed, Sleep Drops Auckland.
Athlete sleep studies prove that high quality sleep improves results. So SENZ and Sleep Drops want to help you get winning sleep. Join Grant Elliott and Daniel McCarty on the Saturday session and text your suggestions for the Sleep Drops Performance of the Week to 8833. Each week, Grant and Daniel will give away the ultimate sleep pack with the Sleep Drops for Adults 50ml and Essential Sleep and Stress Nutrient Capsules. Listen to the Saturday session and win with Sleep Drops.
87 for 2 it is at Kanpur in the just 25 minutes after lunch. It's Latham who's going to be facing Exar, who bowls over the wicket, and this is into the footmarks, turns to Latham, but it's short, too short, and Latham's able to go back and play a pleasant shot into the offside with a straight bat. Should pick up a 3, and that will take Latham to, so he's 44, 89 for 2 it is, and they've just picked up just the 2. So good absorbing stuff. Williamson on 1, as you heard Daniel McCarty describing. Beautiful delivery from Umesh in the last over. Sometimes those are just the moments that make the difference in a game. Just those millimetres away from the off stump. The same in terms of getting a fine edge. And Williamson lucky enough not just to miss boats. And here's Latham being drawn into a bad shot. Is into the footmarks, but carrying on straight on that occasion, and very unusually for Latham, he followed it and very nearly got an outside edge. So an error of judgment from Latham. I think he probably thought it was going to turn into him, as they had been from the footmarks. Dust comes up, but again, just get that concentration, and now he sweeps and it strikes him in the pad. Couple of nervous moments for Latham, Richard.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. That was just a good ball in the footmarks that went on. He would have expected it to come back, but he's just got to be careful.
Here he is sweeping, this time from outside off stump, and this is a good shot down to the boundary where Umesh is fielding. So Latham is 45, 90 for 2.
I kind of think that Williamson has to be playing Axar, sorry. Williamson will be better playing Axar, and Latham will be better playing Yadav. Williamson's having a real inspection from Yadav at the moment, and of course Latham is having to play Axar out of the...
Here's Axar bowling, and down the pitch comes Williamson. Good shot, straight down the ground, a couple of steps towards the ball, and then opening up a little bit, heading through the line, and but just a punch shot from Williamson, a good one, and good to see him using his feet. 5 for him, 94 for 2.
Beautiful shot, well timed, absolutely magnificent. Yeah, well, the difference is Williamson is playing the ball out of the flat area, whereas Latham is having to play it out of the footmarks.
Axar bowls, and Williamson turns the ball into the onside, so runs after he had 1 from 19 balls. He's now 6 from 21. A flourish from Williamson, 95 for 2. End of the over.
We're just going to see if it's going to be Yadav again. I would imagine it would be. He's bowled so well after lunch, Garth. Commenting on his length, his nagging length, which is really just around the kneecaps of Williamson, and Williamson just having to fight at the moment just to get through his spell. I don't know that he'll go through a patch which is as challenging as what he's getting now. It's the best bowling that Yadav has done all test match, I think, since lunch.
Yeah, it was lovely stuff, and just showing you, even with the ball 41 overs old and looking tired, you can still see these very skillful bowlers able to assert a lot of pressure onto the New Zealand captain. Here's another good delivery which moves late, possibly a little bit of reverse swing there for Umish, and Williamson is late clamping down on it. It was probably just going to head down the leg side by a fraction, but nice delivery for Umish to start. He's certainly bending his back a little bit, running in with enthusiasm, sniffs a chance. He's 1 for 32. The other bowling figures, Axar Patel 10 overs, none for 15. Umish, the successful batsman today, picking up Somerville 1 for 32. Ashwin has 1 for 19. Here's another delivery which is very good and full, and Williamson doesn't get too far off the crease when he plays that, just waits and effectively lets the bat hit the ball. Like to see him just get a little bit further forward, Richard.
Well, yeah, it's the length that's causing the trouble, because if he goes too far forward, he's going to be guessing at it. But the danger with you, Yadav, is the ball just outside off stump that comes back on his pads. And Yadav may only take 1 wicket in the second innings, and if it's Williamson, it's a big wicket.
And not with this delivery, as it's just moving down the leg side, and it's turned by Williamson off his pads for another single. He's 7, 45 it is now. Well, it was, of course, Umesh Yadav who picked up the wicket of Williamson in the first innings with a beautiful delivery which nipped back and meant that lunch was taken. It was 3 balls away from lunch. Lovely delivery, but he does get that ball now. He's just looks like he's starting to reverse it a little bit. We've seen some late movement in the air. More often than not, we've seen him just hitting the pitch and the ball seaming either way. But a little bit of swing in this over. Here he is running in and bowling, goes around the wicket and trails into the legs of Latham, who turns the ball to a deep backward square leg. Another run for Tom Latham. He's 46. Nelson up 111 balls. 97 for 2 it is. And we're just seeing that dismissal of... Sorry, you go, Richard.
Well, I was going to say the same thing. We're just seeing dismissal of, that ball on force stump nipping back from outside off stump to Williamson in the first innings. That's the danger ball. That ball does look a little bit newer than the one Williamson's facing now, but Yadav is in the middle of a very good spell.
Here is Umesh Yadav bowling, and that's just short of a length, and Williamson is onto the back foot and clips it back very firmly indeed. Yadav throws his right foot out, hits him in the boot, so his speed's 137 and then 4 balls in a row at 138. Good pace.
Yeah, good pace. I don't think he'll last too much longer. Probably it's getting pretty warm here, and I would expect if Williamson can hold on for 1 or 2 more overs, then he'll see Yadav out and he'll find things a lot easier. So just a case you
Umesh Yadav
patches during a day.
Bowls now, and it's turned square of the wicket to square leg, no run, and the over comes to an end. We'll take a break. 97 for 2.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ's shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
And so Williamson just getting underway, having taken 1 off the first 19 balls that he faced. And then we saw, here's Latham playing another one of those extraordinary reverse sweeps, a ball way outside off stump, which he didn't have to play, and it's almost like he's premeditated. I thought I was commenting the highlights again, Jeremy, because we've seen this before. Here he is again, Axar bowls, and Latham comes forward. So just a sense that Latham is getting a little restless. That was very strange. It was a long way outside off stump, and he reverses and tries to hit it down to fine leg.
Well, the first concern is because you say outside the off stump, that's where those marks are, and it's...
Here he is again, short outside the off stump. He's picked it up, runs. He's hit it square cut off the back foot behind square. It's Jadeja who chases, and Latham has 2 more. 48.
New Zealand certainly in the last couple of overs, Garth, have have played quite a wide range of shots, haven't they? We've seen down the pitch and over the bowler's head. We've seen cuts. We've seen reverse sweeps attempted.
Next ball is pushed back to the bowler.
Punches off the back foot. We've seen flicks off the pads. Not all of them for runs, of course, but there's been a definite change.
Here's the next delivery, and Latham drives back to Axar. Yeah, there certainly has been. Thanks, Zaid, for your messages. We've got 3 telling us that you're listening on the app in Auckland. Hope you're enjoying it as Patel goes a bit wider. Axar Patel, and Latham plays the ball again back to him. 99 for 2 it is. Latham is 48. Williamson is 7. And, you know, you just look at Tom Latham. It's the second time we've seen him play the reverse. If he got out doing that, he'd be cursing himself. And really the benefits, hard to see.
Well, it's almost as if he's saying to the bowler, if you're going to continue to bowl out there, I'm going to attack the odd ball. But I just feel it's a low percentage kind of A, stroke, and B, coming out of an area where you never quite know, is it going to keep low? Is it going to jump at you, as it did in the first innings and caused his dismissal? Out of that rough, you can't tell whether it's hitting that straight away. So I just feel it's a low percentage kind of shot. It could brush the glove and go through to the keeper.
Yeah.
It'll top edge and go through to a slip that's in position there. Quite a few things can go wrong with that shot.
Well, we've seen it twice, and no runs have come. And he hasn't made contact with the ball. So here is Umesh Yadav bowling from the media end to Williamson. Another beautiful delivery, and Williamson, every defensive shot almost looks difficult for him at the moment. Umesh is really, he's like a bloodhound sniffing.
Yeah, he's putting together a really good spell. Nice rhythm. He's getting some movement in the air prior to pitching, and he's bowling quite full. So it's reverse swing usually. That takes a little bit more time to get going. That seems to me what's happening at the moment for movement.
Here's Umesh again bowling, and this is another lovely delivery, and that reverses late, and Williamson plays it very well indeed. Bat and pad close together. He plays a forward defensive shot. Just looking, see we're in the 40th over of the day, Jeremy, so 50 overs remaining in the day's play, possibly more if they use spinners. 185 runs needed by New Zealand, so that run rate up around just over 3.5. Just for those listeners who are still optimistic that New Zealand might be able to win, that's the rate, as it's onto the back foot, and Williamson is cramped up again and pushing off the back foot.
That is the rate, or that's the required rate?
It's the required rate.
Okay.
The rate is 2.27, and New Zealand's rate in the first innings was just over 2. So India scoring over 3 in the first innings, and then at 2.8 in the second. New Zealand now at 2.2 and at 2.1 in the first innings. So it's that issue of how New Zealand score the runs if they're going to entertain victory. I think at the moment it's just steady as she goes, and see what happens. Here's Umesh running in from the media end. Another ball that comes back into Williamson. He looks suspicious of Umesh, and with good reason.
Well, Umesh is getting the ball to come back from outside the Williamson off stump. Williamson isn't moving forward quite so much in the last couple. He's watchful. He's indicating as he plays the ball that it's actually, it's squatting on him more than he expects. So he doesn't want a big backlift. That's the first thing. He's just got to just adjust that and not be surprised if it does just crab along the ground a little bit more.
Umesh bowls down the leg side. Bharat dives to the left, and because he's taken it, I think appeals, and Rahane appeals, and then Bharat looks up and says, I don't think so. Umesh is not particularly interested. Rahane was the only one who was really interested. 99 for 2, the DRS timer ticking away till it's disappeared, and it has now. Listening to the cricket on a very wet Wellington day from Michael in Wellington. It's hard to believe, Michael. I think we might have blown that weather up to you from Christchurch over the weekend. We had 2 wet days, Saturday and Sunday here, so sorry about that. Oomish again. Last ball of the over bowls. Williamson plays this one well, but again squaring up a bit, but it was going down leg and he just pushed the ball to mid-wicket. So 99 for 2 it is. Latham is 48. Williamson is 7. And here's one more text. Hi guys, I hope I can manage to stay listening till the end. Really appreciate your commentary, thank you. And I'm still laughing about you and Chatfield's fly incident. Well, Chats isn't, but
his
keep
own
up
fly.
the good work. Yeah.
That's Chats had a...
Yeah. I hope Chats was listening in.
Yeah.
So, Jerry, interesting nice little passage after lunch. 33 minutes have gone. So, Somerville out, but Williamson being really, you just sense if he can get through this spell from Oomish, then things just free up a little bit in terms of his mind.
Well, might do. He's certainly being challenged at the moment. The bowlers are in this while he's bowling, certainly. I mean, it's been the spin that's been the concern for New Zealand, but here, in the last couple of overs, Yadav has certainly found his mojo, and he's getting the ball to just reverse swing back in from outside the right-hander's off stump and making him very watchful indeed with the one that's just squatting and keeping a little bit low. So Williamson being tested. He played a lovely shot off Aksa Patel back over the bowler's head, I thought.
Yeah, really good shot.
Just getting nicely to close enough to the pitch and just hitting with a full face of the bat straight over the bowler's head. Excellent boundary.
But like the shot that Aya played yesterday, followed through more and hit a 6, but it was good footwork. I'm just thinking, do I hand over to Daniel McCarty? But I see he's eating his dinner, so no, not now. One more over, Daniel. Absolutely. You enjoy 99 for 2. It's all good. Don't want to interrupt that. And indeed, it's not quite time, Daniel, but I was just enjoying the pictures as the first ball from Ashwin, who has 1 for 19.
We've had a nice meal.
We have.
It was an Argentinian kind of barbecue.
That's it. Around
burger.
the wicket goes Ashwin, and chips which weren't barbecued as into the leg side as Latham. El Quincho. So that in Christchurch there's this lovely riverside market which has emerged a few years ago. Well, I thought you speak.
No, I don't. Argentinian.
Spanish. Around the wicket is Ashwin. This one loops nicely.
Sounds like an outlaw.
Could be. Yeah. I'll look it up for you and come back. But what we had
on a horse.
The flake steak burger. Dumplings are off tonight, and open things up with a few fries too. Very, very good, I have to say. The chimichurri sauce is the key to that burger. Chimichurri.
Is that the red one?
No, that was in the burger itself.
Oh.
99 for 2 it is. Latham 48. Williamson is 7. 2 balls going. The remaining. So 284 is the target for New Zealand. It's a long way away at the moment. They're just doing a terrific job of good resistance batting as Latham is back and turning this one into the mid-wicket area.
Doesn't want to get too square, hit that too square. No, you see him just thinking about that himself. He's
comes
just
straighter.
Yep.
It's the angle, open the angle of the bat and it goes through and hits the pads, and here's Ashwin bowling. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery. Barrett takes it. That one dipped just beautifully and then bit when it spun and took went past the outside edge rather. Barrett took it cleanly, the over-ending in beautiful fashion from Ashwin's point of view. Latham 48, Williamson 7, 99 for 2. After a break, it'll be Daniel McCarty with Jeremy Coney.
Don't miss a kick with the SENZ app in your pocket wherever you are around New Zealand. Whether you're in the car, on the couch or at the track, tune into the TAB Trackside channel on the SENZ app for the latest racing running around the country. Greyhounds, harness, gallops, you'll know exactly where you are in the running thanks to the SENZ app. Make sure you're in the finish and download the SENZ app today.
22 minutes after 8 o'clock, SENZ, fifth and final day coverage of the first test between India and New Zealand with Razeen, the Paint, Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel. Big range, biggest deals. 99 for the loss of 2 wickets. Latham 48. Williamson is on 7. New Zealand has lost 1 wicket this session, that of the night watchman, Will Somerville, who was caught at fine leg off the first ball of the session, off the bowling of Yadav, bowling around the wicket to him. Got an outside leg stump nice and high, and he could not keep a hook stroke down. And a good catch by Shubman Gill running in from fine leg, taking it low and with 2 hands. A fine effort, strong resistance from Will Somerville, batting through that first session. More than was expected of him. And Williamson going through a stern examination from one Umesh Yadav, who has that wicket. Just 20 runs have been added since lunch in 10 overs for the loss of that wicket. Interesting field here. They've got a short forward square leg catcher, short mid-wicket catching. As Yadav starts the over the wicket, played from the crease line by Williamson. And also short mid-on, who's maybe 3 or 4 paces down from the non-striker.
3 men in catching positions, aren't there, on that leg side? If he bowls full and he looks to flick it through the onside, looks like one of the middle of the 3 has now been removed, or is he just taking his... No, he's taking up a new position, I think. So they are reduced by a third, are they?
Yeah, that's Pujara, who's come out of short mid-wicket and gone into slip, while the very straight mid-on has gone to regulation short mid-wicket. Yadav rolling in towards middle and leg, reasonably full. Squatting is Williamson. It keeps quite low on him. So dinner was nice. I haven't had dinner yet.
You were eating a moment ago, wasn't that a meal?
That was a lolly.
Oh, Daniel.
Yeah, I shouldn't eat too many of those, or else I'll have to loosen my El Cincho.
Right.
Belt. Spanish word for belt, Jerry. Wide of off stump. Left alone. Through to the keeper.
You speak Spanish?
Si. Oh. I think that the level of my Spanish started and finished with cerveza, por favor, on my travels.
Yes. I know that's beer. I don't. I do. And nocciolini.
Yeah,
the peanuts.
Well-travelled. The well-travelled cerveza.
Yeah. Due.
Full of length.
Yeah.
Due.
Due beer.
To the onside. Clearly looking to attack wicket to wicket. As Yadav trying to make the most of into reverse swing. Not significant swings, but just enough.
No, it's more like just natural
pads.
It's kind of from the hand, isn't it, rather than going down outside your off stump and then coming back in. As you remember those days with Waka, people like that. Oof. Different kind of in swing.
Leaning forward once more as Williamson, playing on off stump into the point region, no run.
Actually, you talked about Somerville dismissal first ball. If he hadn't hit it so well, Somerville, it probably would have gone finer than the shot that he delivered, and he would have got a nice little boundary to start the session. But he actually got quite a good piece of it. But it was a short ball attack from Umesh, and after that he's now honing in on a much fuller length to Williamson.
Last ball of Yadav over, wide of off stump, and that one hardly gets up, hitting right on the bottom of the bat as Williamson just presses forward and defends the end of the over, a maiden over. Yadav now 12 overs, 1 for 34. It's 99 for 2. We've got a question for you, Jeremy. Are you ready? Are you ready? This one by 8833. Someone texting in. Jeremy, 160 for 3 at T. Game on. What do you reckon?
Leading 120 of the last session and 7 wickets. Is that right? So 3 down. Who's in, who's out, please? Pardon? Who's in?
He requires
Williamson still
more
there?
Information.
Well, I do really, because if Williamson's out, or obviously it's only 1 more wicket, they're saying, though, aren't they? But I think that the slight quality drops a little bit from what we've got at the moment. at the crease, and they haven't played quite recently. So those are two little matters that'll make it more difficult for the men that follow. 160, that means 61 more runs.
Ravi Ashwin, the right arm off spinner around the wicket, number 99 on his back. He bowls to Latham on off stump, defends, no run.
Some testing bowling here at the moment, Daniel, isn't there? I mean, at this both ends are actually probing a little bit more surgically, I think, than we've seen.
Ashwin moves past the umpire. Quicker ball through the air into leg stump, turned to mid-wicket. There is no run. It reminds me a bit more of day 3. This little stint here from India after lunch.
Yeah.
Can't think of too many errant balls at all. Ashwin. It's a little bit leg side here, and it's tucked away through square leg, but plenty of protection out on the deep, coming in from the deep backward square boundary to field. The 100 is up for New Zealand, 100 for the loss of just 2 wickets, 184 runs away from victory. Another little milestone ticked off. Latham to 49. Batted for 401 minutes in the first innings. And he's leading the way once more for New Zealand in the 4th and final innings of this test match. Williamson's going for a bit of a wander, looking at the field. Heavily packed onside field, including 3 men catching close on the onside and a slip. Williamson gets a full ball, almost a yorker from Ashwin, outside of off stump, where he pats the ball back to the bowler.
The other aspect about that question too, Daniel, that we haven't mentioned is that in 34 overs roughly, India can have another new ball.
Ashwin once more to off stump line, he bowls, defending to the man under the helmet.
And so that gives a few options for India with that. Obviously, spinners can take that. They're quite accustomed to using the new ball.
There's Williamson leaning a long way forward, getting an outside edge that rolls along to Slip, who fumbles, doesn't take, and they steal a single as a result. Indeed, yeah, got away from Ajinkya Rahane. Luckily for him, it didn't go near the helmet that was positioned in behind, but played with very soft hands by Williamson to end the over. 101 for the loss of 2.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Mount Gay Eclipse or Jägermeister 1 litre or Tito's Vodka 750ml $46.99. Jack Daniels 1 litre or Hayman's or Woodford Reserve Bourbon 700ml $49.99. Jim Beam White Label 1.125 litre $39.99.
Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big battle, your local liquor store.
SENZ coverage of the 5th and final day of the first test between India and New Zealand. Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals, and Resene, the paint Kiwis trust, our sponsors and partners, and without their support wouldn't be able to bring you this gripping encounter on the last day. Ishant Sharma's going to come back into the attack. He has 4 overs, none for 13. Had an adventurous start to the day, didn't he? Dislocated his finger in the first over, left pinky finger, I think it was, popped it back at himself. Fixed up and he's back into the attack and bowling very full on leg stump, pushed the onside of the wicket where the short mid-on is positioned, almost in front of Latham, or definitely in front of where Latham would normally be standing at the non-striker's end. He's gone a little bit wider to get away from Rahane, who's filling in that position. Williamson on 8 from 42 balls. Ishant Sharma replacing Umesh Yadav, who was excellent after lunch. Now the veteran seamer do a job here. This one is leg side. Williamson can't catch up the leg glance attempt, and through to Bharat, the replacement keeper behind the stumps. Just a minute, I saw a great little bit of information from someone you know well, Mr. Coney. On Francis Payne.
Yes. He always comes up with little factoids.
Factoids. And this is a sensational one as he fumbles around trying to find the note that he jotted down with it. He's located. I'll bring it to you after this ball as Williamson waiting for Ishant Sharma. Wide at the crease, angling in towards off stump. Pushed into the cover region. From Francis Payne's own Twitter feed. Substitute, i.e. not playing 11, making a stumping in a test match. Neville Tufnell, England versus South Africa, Durban, 1909, 1910. Shrikar Bharat in the first innings, getting rid of Latham, Kampur,
yes,
2021-22. And there's only one other in the history of Test cricket, a substitute keeper taking a stumping.
Well, I'm guessing a New Zealander.
Thinking. You guessed correctly, Sharma. And continuing wide of the crease, half volley driven beautifully by Williamson, wide of mid-off, out to the fence for 4. Oh, you would have enjoyed that one, Jeremy. 105 for 2.
Yeah, you do sometimes get from Williamson, you just get an infallible sympathy with the bowled ball, and he just there, that one was just, there and thereabouts, not too far off from Ishant, but he's just also bisected. Not a big gap there left in the cover field either, but away she goes, and not huge power, just stroked appropriately, not knocking the stands back a few yards, just getting through, Colin Cowdrey, book for boys.
There's a half volley on leg stump, and Williamson neatly turns it away through mid-wicket. Won't get a 4, we'll get 2 as the throw's a strong one from Meyer, running around from deep backward square. There's an athletic mover, Williamson and Latham.
Now,
2, so 107 for the loss of 2. You've only got
New Zealand keeper who was, so this is a replacement keeper or a substitute keeper.
Be a keeper, does it? A substitute?
No, not at all.
Who went
substitute. So it could be a batsman, for example, who's already playing the game. Someone goes off or can't keep. Someone like a Graham Dowling, for example, who has been a keeper.
Volley once more onto the pads, but Williamson just defends as he's concerned about this packed onside field. Hunting a catch. The end of the over, 107 for the loss of 2.
Bruce Edgar also kept. Oh, in Pakistan.
In Pakistan.
Okay.
In the mid-1960s. Narrowing it down for you.
Oh, okay.
Petrie's throwing the headset on. He's obviously keen to get on this. Big train spotter that he is. He's got no idea what we're talking about.
So 69, of course. Well, no, I don't. We're just going to work our way through that.
Nice.
69, of course, was the tour where they went to Pakistan, New Zealand. They went to India as well. That same tour.
Ravi
and England.
Starting the new over. Heck of a length outside of off stump. Defending back along the pitch is Latham.
65 is another tour that they headed that way as well. So let me just ponder this for a second.
Long stretch forward from Latham. 107 for the loss of 2. Richard Petrie's acting as if you're trying to get the question, but you didn't even hear the question, did you?
No, makes it difficult.
It does make it difficult. That's what you said at high school. It was Ashwin wider of off stump, trying to turn it away from the left-hander, and there's no stroke.
Don't take it, Peter.
What is my stupid question? Yeah. He took the bait there. is a beauty from Ashwin, pitching just outside of off stump and again spinning, but it's the bounce on top of that makes that unplayable from Latham's perspective. He is good enough not to hit it though, Richard.
Well, it's taken the keeper in the throat, so no one's really hit it. Oh, it has. It's ended up under his. Ashwin comes and bowls again. Just smothered by Latham and straight down the wicket. There's none of this fancy fangling from Ashwin jumping from one side to the other. Here I am over here. Oops, no, I'm over here. He's just keeping it simple. Orthodox.
Look at the steam coming out of Jeremy's ear. He's working feverishly to try to answer this question. Ashwin. Finishing his 15th over with a dot ball, 107 for the loss of 2.
From Auckland to Ashburton, Wellington to Queenstown, you can hear SENZ anywhere in New Zealand. Head to the Listen Live page at senzradio.nz for the radio station frequency nearest you. Plus, you can download the SENZ app and listen wherever you are, anywhere, anytime.
Frosty here. Let me tell you about Fuchs Titan GT1 Flex 23 5W30. It's perfect for many petrol and diesel vehicles, including Toyota, Holden, plus Mercedes-Benz and BMW.
Fuchs Lubricants, German technology that pays back. Fuchs.co.nz.
SENZ and coverage of the test series between India and New Zealand with Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, 107 for the loss of 2. 14 overs have been bowled in this session. 28 runs scored. So just 2 runs and over. Not a big concern for New Zealand just yet, is it? It's all about time and occupying that crease.
Well, it's all about getting to tea with as few wickets down. If they can hold on, that's what it's all about. As Jeremy said, it's about saving a test match when you're batting last, if you're in this position.
Ishant Sharma started the new over. Ball of length again. Williamson not interested in driving as he did in the previous over, and gloriously so through mid-off. It's just pushed into the cover region. No run. We'll go back to the trivia desk. Jeremy Coney. He's talking, but I don't think Ben has your microphone on. Start again, Jerry.
No, he's had enough. Ben's had enough, and I don't blame him, frankly. I've certainly had enough. So I was just saying, I don't think it's 69. That was Ken Wadsworth, who was the selected keeper on that tour. And I don't think it was 65 either. In other words, there's another tour that goes to Pakistan during that 60 period in that decade.
Sharma, wide of off stump, no stroke from Williamson.
You're looking for a keeper?
We're looking for a substitute keeper who took a stumping in Test cricket. There's only been 3 instances of it in Test match cricket history.
Okay. Evan Congdon.
Oh, he's just ruined it.
Oh, there you go. You're looking for the answer.
Draw it out. Theatre of the mind. We've got Coney on the ropes.
You ask
We've got him on the ropes.
It's an obvious answer.
We need to put him down.
Everybody knew that.
And you've let him off the hook.
Everybody knew that.
Yeah,
disappointing.
I've been playing along with him. It's all right. We've got him now. He was just dangling there.
Sharma. Once more.
Congo wasn't a bad keeper, actually.
Not. I think it was the second test of the 65 tour to Pakistan at Lahore, Gaddafi Stadium. In the second innings, Pakistan won. Pervez Sajjad was stumped. B.E. Condon bowled Sinclair for 16.
Bowled Sinclair? Goodness gracious. Barry Sinclair. That guy was unlucky, wasn't he? Oh dear, stumped by Congo, looking the other way, and it was one glove on, and Barry Sinclair, who bowled the ball, gazundas, just little horrible skidders.
This one skids on from Ishant Sharma onto the bat of Williamson. He glides it into the point region. There is no run. Is that up there with Court Morris and Bold Parker for unluckiness?
Oh, no, that Parker and Morrison one is the worst, I think, really. especially because it was a full toss and going at 1,000 miles an hour.
It was one of 2 test wickets for Barry Sinclair. Take that. 3 balls remaining in the over. And then Jerry finally going. Garth Galloway will join Richard Petrie, Ishant Sharma. Yep. Middle stump this time, turned up to mid-on. Very full of length. He is trying to get the ball as much opportunity to swing. If there is any reverse, there's no real sign of it. A lot of them in that sort of half volley length, but not drawing any aggressive strokes from Williamson so far this over. It remains 108 for the loss of 2.
You just got to admire the balance of Williamson. He's so competent a player that he doesn't move anywhere until he sees where it's going, and even plays it off the pitch to some degree. He'll just stand where he is. Most people will anticipate, they'll lunge forward because they think they haven't got time. Williamson knows he's got time, so he just waits until he sees where it is.
Waits with the bat raised, gets a bouncer and goes underneath. Doesn't go too far over his helmet. True enough, the bounce as it goes through to Butter. Yeah, it looks like he plays the game in slow motion at times.
Well, he does it right. I mean, what you're supposed to do is watch the ball. It's the number one thing most batters will say to themselves, or the good ones, watch the ball. The second one is play it off the pitch. Don't play it through the air. Don't make your decision about the shot you're going to play as you see it coming in the air. That's dangerous too. You think you have to because you haven't got time, but the good players know they have got time. So play it off the pitch. Don't commit until you've seen it hit the deck.
108 for 2. Last ball of the Ishant Sharma over, his 6th of this innings. He squares Williamson up, angling in towards Midland leg, just trying to place a fraction across the line. The ball squirts out to point at the end of the over. I think drinks are coming on the field, are they? Yep, we will take a break at 108 for the loss of 2. On the other side of this break, here on SENZ, alongside Richard Petrie, will be Garth Galloway.
New Zealand has some of the world's best boating and fishing right here in our own backyard. And we all know how important it is to protect the things we love. If it goes in, on or across the water, PIC insurance brokers have got you covered. From dinghies to yachts, jet skis to cargo. Being on the sea is way better than going overseas, and great advice from PIC's expert marine insurance brokers can help you stay out there, enjoying our little piece of paradise. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
One that talks.
And welcome back to the cricket as Jeremy Coney is amusing himself with his stories. Just looking at the, actually as we have the drinks break, the score in the Bangladesh-Pakistan test match, and it looks like Bangladesh have been bowled out for 157 in their second innings, and they've lost wickets at 153, and then they've lost 8, 9 and 10 at 157. So Sajid Khan picking up 3 for 33 for Pakistan, Hassan Ali 2 for 52, and Shaheen 5 for 32. Shaheen, useful piece of bowling and not a bad cricketer. Shaheen, he picked up 2 wickets in the first innings as well, so 7 for the match, and that means that Pakistan will be chasing 202 to win that test match. Back to Kanpur, that's where we are now, heading off to India, and it's been a really gripping morning's cricket. We're into the we're halfway through the day now, with halfway through that second session, and New Zealand continue to fight on. They lost Somerville in the first over after lunch. In fact, the first ball, was it? Yep, just hogging the ball down to Gill at long leg. He took a good catch coming in off the boundary and catching the ball just off the ground. It was from Umesh Yadav's bowling Somerville out for a very well-made 36. He faced 110 balls in doing so. Tom Latham has remained his resilient self. He's 49 not out. Been very slow in this session. He went in at 35, so now 49 not out. He's on faced 132 balls, and he's doing a really diligent job for New Zealand. And Williamson has come in, and we saw a really wonderful absorbing battle with Umesh Yadav and Williamson. One beautiful delivery which just went past the outside edge and missed the off stump by millimetres. And maybe that's the difference between success and failure in this match for Williamson and for New Zealand. So Williamson 14 not out. Ashwin has 1 for 21 from 15 overs. Axar Patel 11 overs, none for 17. Umesh Yadav 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Ishant Sharma 6 overs, no maidens, none for 20. And Ravindra Jadeja 6 overs, no maidens, none for 11. And as players now, drinks leaving the field, play about to begin again. And Richard Petrie, another hour, just session by session, hour by hour, and mini session by mini session for New Zealand.
Yeah, exactly right. How do you eat an elephant, Garth? One mouthful at a time, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Anyone should know that, yeah.
I've got people saying to me now... Sorry, Peaches. I've got people saying, you know, should we have a go? A few texts coming in. Do you think they'll have a go? And I think the answer to that is, well, I think get through to tea and see how it looks. They don't want to lose Latham or Williamson, do they? And then just have a chat in the dressing room and see if it's really realistic and how far they're prepared to press.
Yeah, I agree. Exactly right. They'll assess the situation at tea, but the key is keep your wickets in hand, because that gives you the biggest chance, if you are in a position to do it, to go for it. But you've got to take the bigger picture too. I mean, New Zealand lost the toss, and you know they were on the back foot as soon as they lost the toss, and it was always going to be more difficult. Don't forget, it's a 2-match test series. You've only got to draw the first. You've had the unfortunate thing of losing the toss. You've only got to draw the first as Ashwin comes in
and bowls, and Latham plays into the onside. Sorry,
Garth. You go into the second test all drawn up.
Next ball's pushed into the onside again by Latham.
And who knows, maybe you win the toss, which gives you an advantage that you're not facing the Indian spinners fourth, although it doesn't seem too devilish at the moment.
Ashwin bowls and Latham drives. Nice full delivery outside the off stump and driven crisply to cover.
And so you put yourself in a position where you can win a test series against India in India, which is almost unheard of.
Next ball is defended by Latham. Yeah, well, I suppose, you know, get through this one and then hope like anything you can win the toss in the next test. There's nothing wrong with that. It makes such a difference in these conditions as Latham is playing nicely off the back foot, but too firmly to mid-on to think about entertaining a single. It's 108 for 2. Latham is 49. Williamson is 14. 1 ball remaining in this over. And Latham, hopefully to bring up his second 50 in this match. 95 in the first innings. Terrific effort from Tom Latham. Really good stuff as he turns this ball into the onside. It's wide of the fieldsman at mid-on. Out towards the boundary it goes. And Latham will pick up 2 runs. 51 for Tom Latham. 3 runs, in fact. 138 balls he's faced, and New Zealand 111 for 2. And Tom Latham, just an exercise in commitment, in courage, and in concentration.
Absolutely. I mean, he's the perfect man you want out there. We've seen him. He's scored double hundreds. He's scored big hundreds. And he's out there with technically probably one of the best batsmen in the world. So between the two of them, I don't know if you would swap either of them for anyone else in the world right now. 2 great players for a situation like this, both very adept at playing spin. Just going back to that, you know, the big picture strategy, Garth, to come out of this match with a draw would be, I think, would feel like a win, and strategically would be an outstanding result. I mean, you can talk about winning the game, and that would be better than you could have hoped for. But to come out of this game with a draw is also a fantastic result in a 2-match series.
You bet it is. And I think New Zealand could take a huge amount of pride away if they get that. Here's Ishant Sharma bowling, and Latham is pushing into the Offside. I mean, the thing is, listeners understandably want to hear us say, come on, New Zealand, you can have a go from here. But that opens things up. And this has been a hard-earned... If they get there, and there's a long way to go, this has been a really hard-earned draw for this New Zealand side. And they have shown terrific character. And if they can continue to do that... And then I think about, well... If we're to try and smash it, and by smash I mean chase 4 runs and over or 4.5 runs and over, which is far faster than New Zealand or either side has scored in this match to date, you've got to look at the batsmen who are coming in. So Latham's on strike, Ishant is coming forward, Latham is playing to cover. Richard, I was saying, you've got to look at the batsmen coming in. Taylor hasn't played cricket for a long time. He didn't look good in the first innings. Nichols got out cheaply. Blundell defended well, but didn't look like he knew how to score the runs. Ravindra in his first test. So if you start to go for it and you lose 2 or 3 wickets, it puts a lot of pressure on those players.
Well, and they're not as adept as these ones we're looking at now. They're not as good as these 2 are our best batsmen that we've got left, I would say, at playing this type of innings. So don't forget, this is Test Championship points on the line here, and to win away from home or draw even is a great result.
Next ball is played by Latham down the ground. Oh, especially in India, and with New Zealand having won the World Test Championship against India in England, and India still bristling from that, and no doubt being very confident, especially when Conway was not included, Bolt as well, and India content to leave out a number of their stars in this match. And that's another reason why
that's right.
I'd be very reluctant to give up a draw chasing a win.
No, absolutely. Not in the first test. Not the first test. How many times have New Zealand won a test series in India, Garth?
They haven't, Richard. Outside the off stump, no shot from Ishant, 1 ball remaining. As you well know, they've drawn 2. Drew in 2003, 2004, rather, and won only 2 individual tests, correct? 1969-70 and 1988-89.
Absolutely.
So don't throw it away.
No, absolutely not. You can draw the first. You can draw the first when you put on the back foot. You can go out and win the second if things go your way. You've won a series, and that's bigger than any other New Zealand team has ever done. Stay in the fight.
Well, this is the team to do it. As Ishant Sharma bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Latham. Yeah, and it puts pressure on India as well. If you think about the World Test Championship, as you say, they're playing at home. They didn't give themselves a lot of time to bowl out New Zealand, really, when you look at New Zealand batting for 142 overs in the first innings, and India have only given themselves 94 overs here. They could have pushed things along. They let the game drift into the 3rd session yesterday. So that's another reason just not to throw it away here in pursuit of something that's extremely unlikely. Latham faces Ishant. It's a good delivery, just comes in a little bit. Ishant going around the wicket to Latham. 1-1-1 for 2 it is. Latham 52, Williamson 14. We'll take a break.
We've all got good sides and bad sides, quiet sides and backsides. But our farm sides deserve a little attention too. Farmside is connecting rural New Zealand with unlimited broadband options. If you're Googling baby names for lambs, video calling Nan from the haystack, or making sure everything works out on the land, no matter where you are, how many you are, or what side you're showing, you can connect with your Farmside. Call 0800 Farmside. Farmside, connecting rural New Zealand.
And welcome back to Kanpur, where we're having a lovely high shot of the ground, a couple of lovely green roofs that you associate with the summer and the Ganges River. just flowing gently past the ground. Green Park is the name of the ground in Kanpur as Ashwin bowls, and Williamson turns the ball square of the wicket. It's Jadeja who picks the ball up and throws very enthusiastically as well, and Williamson looks to Latham as if to say, look, it was Jadeja, he's good. Latham nods back. So Williamson 14 off 55 balls. Here's Ashwin, 1 for 24 off 16. And here's Williamson playing to mid-on. Williamson starting to look more comfortable in my view. Just those feet moving better. He looked fidgety and not ill at ease really in the first innings. But now he looks like he's timing the ball better. He looks more confident. His movement's more assured. And that's good news for the New Zealand cause if he can carry it on. He's just coming down and prodding at the pitch. You just look and see also the New Zealand players in the stand, and Neil Wagner is looking very happy indeed. They're delighted with what's happened this morning. Here's Williamson picking up another couple of runs as he's onto the back foot, clipping the ball in front of point. And 2 more to the cause. Williamson is 16, 113 for 2.
Yeah, it looks to me it takes about an hour and a half to get in on this pitch. I don't know if we're ever 100% in, but hour and a half to kind of work it out, understand the spin, understand the bounce, and adapt to it. And once you're in,
Williamson comes forward defending, 113 for 2. 1 ball remaining.
As we said, once you're in, it's playable. Even tail-enders can play it.
Here's Ashwin bowling full toss, an unusual one for him, and Williamson just content to drive the ball down to Axar Patel at mid-on, about 30 metres off the boundary. So Williamson 17, feet starting to move, fluency about his batting. It's 114 for 2.
Yeah, they're just starting to tick the runs over now, aren't they? We saw this in the first innings with Young and Latham. Once they'd been in for a while, not only were they able to defend, they were able to turn the strike over, and that's really important too, because it just takes the pressure off the batsman. Having to face 6 balls in a row does build up a little bit of pressure. If you can turn it over every 2 or 3 balls, you maintain a little bit more composure. You feel a little bit less pressure for some reason. And it's the same for any batsman. Turn the strike over where you can. You can't always do it. But when you can, like they are now, they're just getting into this phase now where they're turning it over. Indians did it against New Zealand. They turned it over. It's very frustrating because everybody knows once they're turning it over, the pressure is really back on the bowling side. So Williamson's in, Latham's in. All is good right now.
All is good in the weather as well, Richard. 26 degrees it is in Kanpur, humidity 53%, so very pleasant indeed. Those conditions not going to worry the New Zealand players as Williamson leans forward and pushes the first ball of Jadeja's over. Jadeja coming into the attack, just into the off, as here he is again, going back and cutting late, and this one will race away to the third man boundary for 4. Good shot. Just a bit of width from Jadeja, a real loosener from him. And Williamson again, we've talked about the fluidity coming. Here's a lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, really nice shot. Late cut, played sort of in line with his back pad. Just really, it was more of a deflection than anything else. Didn't really swing or follow through with it. And looks like big Ishant Sharma slowly lumbers after it. Never keen on chasing it down. So Williamson.
Yeah, the ball accelerating off the bat as Williamson's onto the back foot, and this time he goes back and just plays the ball in front of slip. No real thought that it was going to carry, and again just quietly going about his work. Williamson looking good.
Just looking like he's found the rhythm of this pitch, doesn't he? Just looking like he's found the rhythm
I think that's right. That's it, Richard. He really has. As this one, he comes forward and defends. Don't want to put the mockers on him. And we're just watching some shots of him and the TV demonstrating his footwork. Here he is coming forward, and again, no gap at all between bat and bat. He holds the pose, and I always feel when Williamson is playing that forward defensive shot and just staying there staring at the bowler as the ball hits the middle of the bat, it's a sign that he likes what's happening as Jadeja bowls. And again, same again, this time a bit wider as it's pushed to cover. We'll take a break. It's 118 for 2. Latham is 52, Williamson is 21, 284 the target, a long way away. After this break, Daniel McCarty and Richard Petrie.
As you navigate your way through the SENZ app, click on TAB Trackside TV. It's where you can check out all things New Zealand chasing, pacing and racing. Plus on TAB Trackside TV, you can watch more New Zealand racing and races from around the world. Just go to SEN TV or your Today screen to start watching now. TAB Trackside TV. It's off and racing on the SENZ app. Your one-stop app for all sport, audio, video and catch-up. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ in coverage of the fifth and final day between India and New Zealand. Kampur is the setting, 118 for 2 as Ashwin around the wicket, starting the 51st over of the day's play. New Zealand has added 114. 4 for 1, now 118 for the loss of 2. That wicket, Somerville, the first ball after lunch. The night watchman gone. And they've got another one. India do. Dragged on Tom Latham. It kept low, and he was a long way through the shot. Thick inside edge and onto the stumps. And his brilliant test match comes to an end. Bowled Ashwin for 52. 118 for the loss of 3. What a moment for Ravi Ashwin and India.
Well, he's backing across. He's looking to play it through covers off the back foot. And as we've seen, I think probably 2 other times in this test match where the ball has stayed a little bit low, he's got an inside edge and dragged it back onto his stumps. And I think when he goes back to the changing room, he'll probably say to himself, why did I play that? Trying to go on the back foot, drive Ashwin off the back foot through cover. We've seen Rahane out edging the ball back onto his stumps. We've seen Ravi Ashwin playing the ball outside away from his eyes, dragging it back onto his stumps. It's one of those ones you could have easily left. Easier to say. Once you're in, you kind of feel, I'll take the runs. There's a big hole out at cover, maybe, and easy one. But so huge wicket for India. It brings... If you want anyone to come to the crease, you want someone hugely experienced, and Ross Taylor is now joining Kane Williamson. Once again, it's going to require Taylor a good hour to get himself in. He's going to have to work very hard. Kane Williamson's going to have to look to take a bit of the strike early on to give Taylor time to adjust and get used to this condition. Taylor will have seen that Somerville could bat out here. Latham can bat out here. Williamson can bat out here. And he knows it can be done. He looked pretty edgy in the first innings. He was dancing down the wicket a bit and looking rather unconvincing. But he's played enough Test cricket to learn and adapt, and he's going to have to do that today. There's still a long way to go. His job is to get New Zealand to tea, get through the second session with Williamson. Still would be a good result to get New Zealand to tea, having lost only 1 wicket. So the fight continues. Ravi Ashwin will bowl to Taylor.
Yeah, Ross Taylor looked out of sorts in the first innings. He leans forward, defends into the offside. They set off for a run, then he goes back. It's another thing you have to always be concerned about with Ross Taylor starting an innings. 109 test matches, 7,575 runs, an average 45.6. But in India, 9 test matches, averaging just 24. Much to prove in India. Still for a wonderful player. 37 years young now. Ravi Ashwin is having a bit of a chat to the umpire about something, and now he gets back towards the top of his mark and then spins the ball vigorously in those long fingers of his, wraps it around the ball. Comes in a very short, straight approach. This one grips and turns back into the off stump where it hits the back leg of Taylor. He shuffled right across in front of the stumps. That keeps it from hitting the timber. Defeated through the air and off the pitch there, Ross Taylor.
See how it's gone through about knee height because he's come forward.
Ashwin goes wide of the crease and tries, I think, a carom ball as he spears it down the leg side, though. Not taken cleanly by Burrow behind the stumps.
It's a shocker. It's a shocker of a carom ball. But he's prepared to try everything with Ross Taylor at the moment. He knows he's got a new man. He's got a bit of fresh meat out there. It's kind of how you feel. We've got fresh meat.
Bowls to Taylor, who's onto the back foot, cutting away, but straight to Ishant at point. There's a slip for Taylor, and catching just around the corner on the onside. Leg gully and man under the helmet on the onside. That's the end of the over. A successful one for India. They got rid of Tom Latham. Bowled for 52, his 21st Test match 50. Go alongside the 11 Test match hundreds he has. The door slightly ajar for India as a result of that wicket. 118 for the loss of 3. 166 runs from victory. 40 overs remaining in the day's play. That's the more important number. To your point that you and Garth were making, so no shame in playing for the draw on this one.
No.
World Test Championship points, you get points for a draw. You get 4 points for a draw. You get 12 for a win and 6 for a tie. I don't think too many sides bank many points in India. Ravi Jadeja around the wicket, bowling to Williamson, who now looms as the main actor of this play as he pushes into the cover region. No run.
He is. I sense that batting out here is one of those ones, it's a bit like climbing a rock face.
Jadeja goes wider of off stump, dabbed into the point region. There will be no run.
You go one move at a time.
I'm not a rock climber, so I'll take your words for it.
You've probably seen it. So
I saw it at the Olympics.
One move at a time, right? It's just all you're concentrating on is the next grip, just like batting. It's just the next ball is the only thing that matters. It's just one ball at a time. It's one grip at a time.
Jadeja with the sunnies on, bowling full and off stump, pushed back by Williamson.
And none of the individual particular steps, some of them might be harder than others, but you make one mistake, you fall off the cliff. One little mistake. You've got to concentrate every single move, every single ball.
Quicker by Jadeja, but short and wide of off stump. Williamson goes back and punches through the cover region out to the boundary fielder. A run taken, 119 for the loss of 3. Left arm spin and Ross Taylor's always interesting. Here we go.
And I just wonder if Latham will get back to the change room and think he just made a little lapse and error there by flashing at a ball outside off stump that he didn't need to.
Jadeja to Taylor. Taylor just taking his time to do some gardening, marking his guard. Williamson's a study of concentration at the other end. That one emotion he carries, the facial expression he carries.
Yes, he doesn't have a wide palette of emotions, does he?
Taylor leans forward, defends from outside of off stump as Jadeja goes around the wicket to him straight away. He's got a slip and a short gully in position. Short gully's on his knees, wearing a helmet. He has to be there. The ball hardly carries, even off the quickies. This one grips and turns away from Taylor, who rather awkwardly pushes at the ball from the crease line. It goes to cover. The end of the over, 119 for the loss of 3.
Whatever you grow will save a bro. Whether you sport something full and luscious, or if it's more along the lines of borderline disastrous, it really doesn't matter. All moustaches raise awareness, raise funds, start conversations and save lives. Because Movember is about so much more than just sporting a stash. Their work in mental health and suicide prevention, prostate and testicular cancer has never been more important, and they've never needed Kiwis more. So donate now at Movember.com. Your dough could save a bro.
13 minutes after 9 o'clock, SENZ and coverage of the fifth and final day between India and New Zealand in association with Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, biggest deals. I wonder how the stressometer is going on. Round out listeners, New Zealand supporters.
They'll be burning calories, that's for sure.
Let us know where you're listening. 8833, that's where you can send a text message too. Great to hear where you're listening, how you're listening, what you're thinking. 8833, fire through your messages. We love them. Here is Jadeja going around the wicket to Taylor to finish the over. That's 120 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Here we go.
And what? Mr. Coney's joining you. Thank you, Richard.
He's not joining me, he's joining you. Have you not worked the pattern out here?
No, it's only taken 5 days. I think I'll get there eventually.
No.
There is a pattern, and it's not me and Coney on at the same time. That would never work.
That would
There would be a lack of structure, lack of organisation. There would be plenty of colour, but you might miss two of the technical details.
Yeah. Talking over each other, trying to outdo each other. It would be terrible, the whole thing. I'd be trying to bowl bounces.
Dueling egos.
I tell you.
Okay then, Richard. Ta-ta, bye-bye. It's wonderful seeing you. Jeremy Coney alongside me, Daniel McCarty, Garth Galloway, Richard Petrie, also part of the commentary team, as Ravi Ashwin bowls to Williamson, who shuffles across in front of off stump and plays with soft hands. No run. Here is a chance, Jeremy. New batsman. We've talked about how long it takes you to get set, and a player who hasn't played a lot of cricket in recent times. Ashwin to Williamson, who leans forward, in fact strides a long way forward to defend in front of his pad.
No, it helps if the guy who's in this case, Williamson is the remnant, if you like, of the last broken partnership. He's got to try and take as much.
Once more coming forward and defending.
I think, I mean, I don't want to put the mockers on Williamson, but I think he's playing okay today. He looked a bit fitful in that first innings when he came out.
Full half volley clipped away from middle stump through mid-wicket. A run taken. Mid-wicket is quite deep, about 2/3 the way back to the boundary. It's a bit of an in-out field at times for India. Lots of catches on the onside trying to snare Williamson in that vicinity, but another run taken by the New Zealanders. 121 for 3.
Ashwin's overtaken Harbhajan Singh with about 23 less matches. 418 wickets. Now, gee, that's good, isn't it, for an off-spinner? 418 wickets.
80 test matches. Bowls to Taylor on off-stump, who turns him to mid-wicket. There's no run. I think Ravi Ashwin liked the look of Taylor not playing with a straight bat there, playing right across it. Puffed out the cheeks, put the hands to the head. Yeah, 80 test matches, 418 wickets. That's over 5 wickets a test. That's superb. Hunting more. Gets leg side, missing out is Ross Taylor, as it's taken neatly by Bharat behind the stumps.
That's the carom ball from Ashwin. Just pitching it outside, quite deliberately outside the leg stump. That's the second one he's bowled to him. If he can get that to grip to come back towards the leg stump. That's why he was looking a bit more interested. So you can see, folks, I mean, as you felt that New Zealand were going nicely, it only takes a wicket and suddenly there's another 10 to 15 overs of settling in, of trying to re-establish a partnership again and get things going. So it's going to take Taylor a wee while. These two don't run well together. We know that. They're each in their own little worlds in a way. Both vastly experienced. Loads of runs.
Okay, stand by.
Not good communicators together. Like me and Peaches.
Stand by.
Yeah, they're having a long chat in the middle.
Still waiting.
Third umpire, very faintly. I'm not sure what the communication is about. Are they having a review?
Yes.
They must have.
Looks like it.
Give me ultras to double check. Bat is involved.
Is this the
Here we go, yeah,
is
if we
this
can
the
turn this
umpire?
up.
Flat line. Let it go.
He's missed it by a long way.
Give
If
me your best
anything,
side on,
the
please.
bat's clipped.
Satisfied. Give me your best side on.
What you mean? Did the umpires review?
Yeah. Except they reviewed themselves before they gave it out.
Oh, it's the back leg they're looking at. It's not a caught behind. They're looking at a stumping, Jeremy, of Ross Taylor's foot. The bail is lifted. Is his foot off the ground? Oh, I can't. Is that clear?
Two frame back.
Hang on. That's out then at that stage, but the bail's out, but it's got to be go back in the
dislodged.
Now
I think his foot is down. Oh, this is tight. What a moment this could be. Hold your breath, New Zealand. Checking for a stumping. Barrett just waited and waited and waited for Taylor to
Can't see anything with
move the back
anything
foot.
else.
Is this clear and obvious? I can't tell.
See, I think that's out now. That the bail's out of the two grooves.
Yeah.
Have anything else
Yeah,
to
but
show
you've got to
me?
go back a little bit. Oh.
There is anything else to show me, Director?
Well, now we're seeing it from stump cam. Well, that's not going to be particularly helpful because you can't see the bail coming off. I don't know how you can give this.
No.
Decision pending.
Too close. And yeah, it has to be not out really because it wasn't clear, was it, Daniel? Just at which point the bail left the grooves in the stumps, and to sync that up with Taylor's foot. But he's lucky, and it's given him a fright, I bet you.
Clever keeping from the substitute who waited, then thought he saw a movement of the foot and flicked the bail off. Problem was, if anything, he was a millisecond too quick. Barrett, who would have etched his name into history, Jeremy, becoming the first man as a substitute fielder to get two stumpings. Jadeja starts the new over, and he's clipped nicely from outside of off stump by Williamson.
Well,
there'd
be one very excited man.
Do you think they've played for this? Oh, for sure. Jeremy, I've got to ask, there's a lot of carom balls. Ravi Ashwin hasn't bowled a lot this test. He's bowled too quickly to Ross Taylor, both down leg side. I wonder if this is something they've identified, that his balance early in innings might not be there. They have to be careful as Williamson defends. And there is no run. The message is flooding in from people listening all around the world. Jeremy, how's this from Matthew Bartley? Right, tuning in from a wet and windy Ibiza. The fire is roaring and I'm enjoying a true test match and 5 days of excellent cricket. Williamson gets an inside edge back onto the front pad. Not a confident looking stroke at all. This feels like a different game at the moment since the breakthrough and the departure of Latham. We're going to get this replayed over and over on our screen now, aren't we? The stumping. As Jadeja fires one in a wide of off stump. Williamson pushing into the cover region. Jadeja gets much closer to the stump, but is driven by Williamson through the vacant cover region. Run taken, 122 for the loss of 3. The target is 284. Someone's listening in on their drive back to Newtown after a long day brewing Panhead in Upper Hutt. Looking forward to cracking one open when I get home. Tom Blundell to play a great knock. You've heard it here first. Thank you very much for your message.
I think I'd like to join Stephen Kimberley.
Jadeja to Taylor, turning to the mid-wicket region. On the couch, listening to you guys on SENZ. You're ahead of the tally.
Yeah.
It is on mute. The dogs are oblivious to our anxiety, having a nice red wine. Love your work, Steve.
Yeah.
And Kimberley. Brilliant stuff.
A bleak
More from
reference
Jeremy
there
Coney.
to Bradman.
Speaking of Bradman's owner is going to join you. More from Jeremy Coney than Garth Galloway. At the end of the over, it's 122 for the loss of 3. Williamson 24 and Taylor yet to get off the mark.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sports fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in New Zealand, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. All Blacks, horse racing, cricket, NRL, Super Rugby and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. Search Ballpark Entertainment on the SENZ website.
You're on. So 122 for 3. Ashwin's going to continue. He's in a nice spell here at the moment, Ashwin. He's trying a few little things. He's picked up Latham, who played a slightly loose shot outside the off stump and was through the stroke and therefore got a bottom edge and dragged it back on. Latham got a 52, didn't he? And so he was gone, though, and it was 118-3. That's actually brought Taylor in, who's battling a bit.
He is, but he's at the non-striker's end, watching Williamson push the next ball down the pitch to the bowler, Ashwin. To Taylor, 10 balls yet to score and surviving that stumping chance. That was perilously close, but I think the umpire got it right. There was just you could see the dust just moving with the toe of the foot. Just that fine margins, though, as Williamson plays to mid-wicket. It's a great text, having a glass of red. The dogs.
Well, the glass of red on the couch was the thing that actually interested me. I wasn't worried about the oblivious dog.
Pretty dry 5 days here in the commentary box. 122 for 3 it is. Taylor without scoring, Williamson 24. We've got someone drinking Pinot Gris in Melbourne. You're all rubbing it in our faces.
Yeah, you are.
And I love the text, the fellow going for a run around the block to ease the tension. Isn't it fantastic how people are just wanting New Zealand to do well here? And this is, I know people want New Zealand to try and win. That's understandable. But the people who are writing in recognise the joy of a draw as Williamson comes forward and plays into the offside.
Well, it defeats that whole concept defeats most Americans immediately.
Oh, they can't
that you can play for 5 days and not get a result.
Yeah.
And yet they're often the most tense things you can watch.
Absolutely. And part of a series. Here's a short ball from Ashwin. That one looked like it came out of the back of the hand. And it just carried on with his arm down the leg side. Williamson pulled it around the corner but couldn't beat the field. We've got people listening in on SEN Fanatic from Australia, so welcome to you as Williamson gets another ball. That's a leg spinner. He's just mixing it all up now, Ashwin. All the tricks coming out from number 99. 122 for 3 it is. Taylor is yet to score from 10 balls. He'll be on strike. Williamson is on 24. And what have we got? 13 minutes until tea. Well, good. Jerry's got to convey a message to someone. Have you? No,
I don't.
No, strange that one. So it's 122 for 3, absorbing. Just want to make sure that New Zealand can get through now with just 3 down, and then they would go in odds on for a draw with just 30 or so overs to go. But if they lose 1 or 2 now, as Taylor just plays a walking forward defensive shot to Jadeja's first ball. Lots of shots on the TV, the Indian fans waving their flags around, face markings and so on as Taylor plays to mid-wicket. Again, just becalmed really, Ross Taylor. But it doesn't matter, so long as it doesn't worry him. Here he is playing exactly the same shot as the previous one. Just wonder about India getting another player in around the bat. You know, that target's becoming further and further away. They've just got to sell him it off. And a player at slip. What about someone on the leg side as Taylor is again pushing into the offside, but back to the bowler, the onside rather. But playing it straight, so he's faced 14 balls without troubling the scorers. Jadeja goes wide on the crease this time, and Taylor drives, and he can't beat cover. And you see the Indian fieldsmen, it's almost like a player's on 99 or trying to bring up a milestone. They're keen to make sure that he can't get off this duck. It's under pressure. Rahane's making a lot of noise. 122 for 3. Oh, this is a beautiful ball outside the off stump. It beats the edge of Taylor. He was lulled into it. He's not comfortable. He pushes. It beats the edge. Bharat takes the ball, and Taylor survives. 16 balls without a run. Williamson's 24. 122 for 3. We'll take a break.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire those who've taken a Ken Oath. By taking, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath is a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. It means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So, if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
And it's Resene, the paint that Kiwis trust, in Big Barrel, Big Range, and the biggest deals that are bringing us the cricket on SENZ. We're grateful to our sponsors, Resene, Big Barrel, our partners, and of course to SENZ for bringing this coverage, getting the rights to the Indian series. Second test starts on Friday, not long between games. 123 for 3. Taylor pulls out from Jadeja's delivery, a no ball bowled by him. And here he is again bowling now, and Taylor comes forward and drives, but they can't beat point this time. It's almost painful watching. 17 balls has Taylor faced now, 123 for 3. And at the end of Jadeja's over, none for 19. So, guys, how compelling is this for a game? Shame we can't win a toss to save ourselves. Who knows what it could have been. Hope we can hold on for the draw, though. Cheers for the 5 days of effort. Great to have cricket on the radio phone. Good on you, Zane. And you'll have more cricket on starting on Friday night when we bring you the second test.
That's down in Mumbai, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
So we're going really down south of India, so it will be much hotter, and therefore the pitch will be baked a little bit more than it has been in this match, so you can expect maybe a little bit more turn because of that throughout the match.
And some wear. XR bowls, and Williamson plays to cover. You'd expect the pitch to deteriorate more than this?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And yes, I think Zane is onto it there with the toss. It would certainly be nice if we could win a toss.
Absolutely. Well, I remember the same discussions when McCullum was captain for New Zealand. He didn't have much luck with it either as Williamson plays back. It's such a, and I don't mind. I like the toss in cricket. It's fine for me.
Well, it's always, I don't want to
hit.
It's always 50% when you start each one. It's just a unique event, isn't it?
Logic tells you that.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
And there's been those discussions in the past as XR bowls now, and Williamson's back and playing not a particularly gamely backward defensive shot, about whether the home side should not be able to toss and the visiting side just gets to choose. That would take a lot out of the game. Home advantage, if you're good enough to draw in India or win, well done you, is XR bowls, and forward is Williamson. And the same applies in New Zealand, with the ball seaming around a little bit, and the sides from the subcontinent don't want to bat first.
Every country seems to have its own little unique set of circumstances. Yep. And
XR bowls, Williamson onto the back foot, just a bottom edge really. He says wait, and that's probably a good thing. I think they could have run, but we know that these two, their relationship at the crease is sometimes one of confusion. And Williamson, it doesn't matter. No need to take runs if there's any doubt at all. The score remains 123 for 3. So we've got 7 minutes remaining, Jerry, and New Zealand are trailing by 161 runs. So it's XR bowling around the wicket and Williamson defends. So if you think about that and say another 5 or 6 runs maybe are scored, it means that New Zealand will need to score 155 or so in that last session. And
that's getting too much.
Yeah, it is. And for me, it just puts too much pressure on the lower batsmen if they lose a couple.
Yeah. Look, there's a text here, Garth, asking us to act as a go-between.
Yeah.
Do you remember the novel, The Go-Between?
Yep.
L.P. Hartley?
Yeah.
Join the culture. I just gave Cousin Marion. Okay, we'll accept that as the truth. Cousin Marion a call, but only had her old landline number. So can you say hi to her? And Dave McCarty. I don't know whether that's an old...
Who's it from?
It says here...
Jadeja.
Well, I imagine from Warwick. I don't think that's the place. I think Warwick is the person who's sending the message.
Taylor's faced his 18th ball and hit it back to the bowler.
So we've done that.
You passed on that. Hello, Marion. You've said that. Thanks, Dave. See if you can hunt that line. Here's an appeal for LBW, but it just cannot be. It's going down the leg side. The time is up. Rahane doesn't look interested. He's now asking the bowler if he wants to look. Well, I'd be amazed if they reviewed this. Well, I don't think I can read that, no. Jerry. There's a text that's just all about your mum. 123 for 3, bless her. Thank you.
She's not 123 for 3.
No, she's not. She's 106 and has passed.
Yeah.
Is Taylor driving down to mid-off? She is, bless her.
Yeah.
What an innings. And she was pretty fit to the end.
Very.
Yeah. People, it's easy to say Dad died last year, as you know, at 98, and people talking cricketing parlance. What a great innings as the next ball's driven back to the bowler. But the last 5 or 6 years, it wasn't great. So
there'll be a lot of people listening know exactly what you're talking about. As your parents get a little bit older.
Age is a tough thing, isn't it? As Jadeja bowls, people who have had good lives, here's a ball pushed into the onside, really active lives, and suddenly it's taken away from them, and they sit in these homes where they're lovingly cared for. But it's a tough thing. For me, I knew when Dad lost his interest in cricket that things weren't good, and it's just, the mind's not working.
I don't know whether people know that Ian went to the first tour in India, actually, as a commentator.
56.
As a commentator during that time.
Here's Jadeja bowling, and it's turned into the onside, and 1 run for Taylor. We'll just take a break, and then we can talk about that. 125 for 3.
Need a hand? Cryptocurrency, it can sound quite complicated, which is why having someone you can depend on to help is great. Like Crossgate Capital, a specialist investor in cryptocurrencies. Crossgate Capital takes care of which cryptocurrencies to buy, storage reporting, and keeping track of this fast-moving market. A Kiwi company providing a familiar way to invest in crypto through shares. Think of them as the smart way to invest. Find out more, visit crossgatecapital.co.nz. The PDS is available at crossgatecapital.co.nz and on request. Crossgate Capital Limited is the issuer of the product.
125 for 3 it is. And just talking about that tour, 1955, 56, Pakistan first and then India. 5 tests. Those were the days where they took, black tie over there for the functions. They were dressed very well. Photos of Dad. He came back. I don't know if you saw this. Did you ever go to Patiaroa,
No.
the holiday house? So under the bed in the spare room there was
a tiger. The
Yeah.
Vizianagram was given by the Maharaja of Vizianagram.
Absolutely. So, in those days the commentator was royalty, unlike now. he came home with the tiger. I am in shorts and a t-shirt. That's fair. Don't you look at me like that. But not in a black tie. 125 for 3 it is. It's Axar bowling to Williamson.
But those, nowadays, hotels and travel arrangements
easy
are not that difficult. I remember speaking to Tony McGibbon on that tour.
Oh, yeah. Next ball is played defensively by Williamson, a lifelong friend of Dad's. He made, they became
a fast bowler and quite a lively kind of bowler as well.
Very good cricketer.
First question, I said, what are your memories of that tour, Tony? He said, it was brutal.
Yeah. Here's a sweep shot from Williamson. He'd be doing well to put that away.
And what he was talking about, was the whole package. Where we stayed, what we're living conditions and arrangements like, travel, illness, hot weather.
And the food,
and the people ill, and all your mates. It's kind of almost the first 11 down to breakfast. You're in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Wide outside the leg stump, Axar looking for the footmarks. Yeah, well, Dad talked about, the cakes, and they were just covered in flies, outside.
Yeah.
And you were at functions, and of course, the polite thing to do was eat it.
Yes.
So you got given a piece of this cake, which had been black with flies. And, the trick was to put it into your pocket, but not be seen.
Distract them.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Into
Look
the
over
pocket.
there.
Yeah.
Where?
Right.
Next ball's pushed into the onside. Yeah, the other thing is, I remember, and I can't remember who the player was, but one of them was bitten by a dog.
Rabies, that's right.
And treated for rabies throughout the rest of the tour. And the trains used to pull into the stations and there'd be a doctor there ready to inject the player. But it was not a bad side. John Reid, of course. Here's Williamson playing, and these sweeps this time to mid-wicket quite straight.
Well, Bert Sutcliffe, of course, was in that side. Harry Cave, who was a sort of a medium-fast bowler. Central District, I think.
Harry Cave, yes.
Yeah.
Wanganui sort of man.
Sort of slow medium.
Yeah.
Was the captain of that side. Batted quite low in the order. And,
Tubby Leggett, Gordon Leggett, that wonderful photo of him in a bath in a tub outside.
Oh, yes.
Gordon Leggett, a Christchurch lawyer.
Shared by 4.
Yeah.
So you just take your turn.
Absolutely.
Same water.
First in.
Same water, yeah.
You'd want to be first.
4 to a room. 4 players to the same room, sleeping on straw palliasses. Palliass is kind of like a mattress. So 4 of them just with these on the floor. So not beds as such.
No.
And the comfort.
Here's Jadeja again. Oh, this gets through the defences. An appeal for LBW. In fact, he's been bowled. Oh, dear. Taylor's tortuous innings, 23 balls for 2 runs, comes to an end. Jadeja gets the breakthrough just before the tea break. And Taylor, who's looked completely out of sorts, well, he trudges off. India are not out of this. 30 overs to go, 6 wickets required, 125 for 4. And just that 1 wicket changes the complexion, doesn't it, Jerry? He's been given LB, actually, has he?
Yes.
I see it's bounced off the stumps and the bails come off afterwards, but no hesitation from the umpire, and they've got that one right.
Yes, they have, and Taylor actually picked up the line quite nicely. It came in from outside the off stump, so it was a left arm from Jadeja, not really quick, didn't really turn too much. It should have been just a normal forward defensive stroke, really, from Taylor, but what he did was that he's brought his bat across, and so often he does that, from imagine where the slips are, and he's just slid it across, and he hasn't got it there in time, and it slid through before the bats arrived. So just out of form, and not really, just not accustomed to playing cricket at the moment.
No.
He's faced his kids in the backyard more than he has, out in the game. So that's an important breakthrough again.
All right, well, we'll take a break, but the lunch, it was 79 for 1 with Latham on 35 and Somerville on 36. It was Somerville who pulled the first ball after lunch from Umesh Yadav. It was Shubman Gill coming in from the backward square boundary who took a good catch, diving forward and picking it up about a foot off the ground. Somerville rather, out for 36. And it was New Zealand then 79 for 2. Latham and Williamson took things through to 118 before Latham again. He's been at the crease for a long, long time. 146 balls, 52 runs, and he was out bowled by Ashwin, just getting an inside edge to a ball which he probably could have left alone outside off stump. He followed it across again. And then we have just seen the dismissal of Ross Taylor, LBW to Jadeja. You heard that expertly described by Jeremy Coney. So it's 125 for 4. I think we can put aside any thoughts of a win now, and it's time to think about New Zealand surviving. And if they do, it will be like a victory, and they go into that second test with a good psychological boost. 125 for 4. The bowling figures: Ashwin 20 over 6 maidens, 2 for 28. Axar 13 over 6 maidens, none for 17. Umesh 12 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Ishant 7 overs 1 maiden, none for 20. And Ravindra Jadeja just picking up his first wicket with what turns out to be the last ball before tea, the first ball in his 12th over, 1 for 21. We'll join you back here with some discussion with Daniel McCarty shortly. 125 for 4.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Effin Seltzer 10-pack cans at $24.99. Absolute Soda, Malibu and Cola or Malibu and Passion Fruit 10-pack cans at $21.99. And Scape Grace 10-pack cans range $26.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ's shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
Kogan Mobile's phones are lighting up this Black Friday because right now you'll save 50% off all 365-day plans with Kogan Mobile. Yep, 50% off their small 365-day plans. Now just $80 with 18 gig of data. 50% off their medium plan with 48 gig of data. And 50% off Kogan Mobile's large 365-day plan, just $165 with 180 gig of data. Don't miss out this Black Friday. Make the switch at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
This Movember, join Phil Tatarangi for the Whisker Series. Phil talks with leading sporting minds and names about their experiences with mental health and seeking help to play on. Movember is much more than just sporting a stash. It's about starting meaningful conversations about men's health. Whether you grow, move or host a good time for a good cause, your dough will save a bro. Donate to Movember now and enjoy the Whisker Series with Phil Tatarangi. Available on the SENZ app.
Fertmax NZ promotes, sells and supports the use of NZ-made UAN nitrogen and sulphur blends and have done for over 20 years. The nitrogen-efficient blends grow the grass farmers need, keep you under your nitrogen cap while saving you money on your nitrogen spend. Working throughout the country, Fertmax's hands-on business approach means they work with farmers to ensure their success. For more information, call Fertmax on 0800 337 844. Fertmax, where experience counts.
Escape the everyday at Millbrook Resort. Offering a vast range of resort activities for your next Queenstown holiday, Millbrook Resort boasts a variety of experiences for everyone to enjoy. Explore 2 of the most beautiful 18-hole golf courses in the world, home of the New Zealand Open and set in a natural alpine amphitheatre. Opening to the public on January 3rd, 2022, they are a feast for the senses and a golfer's paradise. Visit millbrook.co.nz.
If you're into cars, now's the time to get into Repco. Because we're bringing the masses.
There's no one quite like you. You're one of a kind. At PIC Insurance Brokers, they know that stock standard insurance packages just won't cut it. You need tailored solutions that are right for you. PIC Insurance Brokers will get you sorted whether it's your health, your home, your business, even your car or boat. Your broker works with you to make sure you have the right cover. And should the time come, they're right there with you at claim time. PIC Insurance Brokers. Great advice that works for you.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
SENZ in coverage of the fifth and final day of the first test between New Zealand and India in Kanpur. And boy, oh boy, what an interesting middle session we have just witnessed. This game is compelling viewing, even though the scoring rate was very slow in that middle session. New Zealand advancing from 79 without loss through to 125, but importantly, 4 wickets down now. A session which started with a wicket with the first ball and finished with a wicket the last ball of the session. Will Somerville, the first to go, corded fine leg off the bowling of Yadav for 36. Great hand by the night watchman. Tom Latham then dragged one back on off the bowling of, there was 79 for 1 at lunch. My apologies. I forgot Will Young was out last evening. How could I forget that moment, Richard Petrie? How could I possibly? So 3 wickets in the middle session. Latham dragging one on for 52 and Ross Taylor going with the last ball of the session. LBW bowled Jadeja for 2. 125 for the loss of 4. Williamson is 24 not out and he'll be joined by Henry Nicholls. Richard Petrie's alongside me, Daniel McCarty in our commentary position, bringing you expert analysis alongside Jeremy Coney here on SENZ in association with our partners, Resine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. It's fresh in my mind, so I'll start with Ross Taylor's dismissal, a very sour end to a grinding session by the New Zealand batsman, one which the Indian spinners and Yadav too. I'm going to highlight Yadav. I thought he was very good. India were incredibly disciplined, a bit like they were on day number 3.
Yeah, Yadav bowled great spell earlier on to Kane Williamson in the start of the second session. Bouncer first ball to Somerville. They'd obviously thought about it over lunch and knew exactly what they were going to do. There were 2 men in close on the leg side in case he wanted to play a straight bat to it and pop it up. So it was pretty clear what they were going to do to Will Somerville. Will Somerville knew what they were going to do. Yadav knew what they were going to do. And Will Somerville spooned it round the corner to fine leg. So he was out after doing a great job. You know, to bat a session, or almost a session, for New Zealand was a fantastic job. Or he did bat a session, didn't he?
He did.
Batted a little bit last night. The spinners were always going to be challenging. Well, the interesting thing we did see is that you can defend against them. Somerville defended against them okay. Williamson obviously can. Latham did. You've got to get yourself in. It takes a while to get in. It takes at least a good hour and a half from what I can see. At least an hour to get in. Very different conditions, but you can get in, and when you do, you can stay in. I thought the dismissal of Latham, slightly lazy, maybe a slightly tired shot. I think he'll get to the changing room and go, I really shouldn't have played that. A little cross bat, sort of, back foot punch. If you're going to back foot punch it, play it with a straight bat. If you're going to play it with an angled bat, then if it stays low, which it often does, you bring in the bottom inside edge and you can get bowled as him and Rahane and Ashwin have all been bowled the same way. Taylor looked out of sorts.
Oh, he looked hopelessly out of form, didn't he?
Yeah, he looked.
And I have a lot of sympathy for him. He hasn't played much cricket. Obviously stuck in lockdown, nip off to India, not an easy place to go at the best of time. At a place he hasn't had a lot of success either, averaging in the mid-20s in India, which is very un-Ross Taylor. This is a guy with 7,500 test runs at 45, but boy, he was struggling just to hit them.
His technique didn't look great, quite frankly. I mean, he was playing with big gaps between, he'd lunge his foot down and he'd push his hands out in front of himself.
And sort of from off to leg too.
Well, that as well. But when he was outside off stump, there was often a big gap between bat and pad. And when the bowling was straight, he'd be playing with a downswing sort of going through to mid-wicket, which is how he got out, playing across the line a bit with his angle. So technically, rusty, yeah. I mean, there's all those things about it, but the bottom line is he didn't look great. He just survived an LBW shout where his foot just happened to be behind the line. The keeper took the bails off at just the wrong time, but he didn't look like he was going to be the guy that was going to be there at the end, did he? So he's got to get in and do some hard work. Williamson looks great, looks $1 million, looks like very well organised, playing with a very straight bat, great composure, as you'd expect. He's going to have to go probably all the way through, and you're going to ask a question about session number 3 probably.
Williamson stays there, it's a draw.
Mm-hmm.
If he is out, India are favourites?
I guess, based on what we saw in the first innings about New Zealand's ability to play those spin bowlers, probably, but it's still, they've still got to get a lot of wickets in New Zealand. You know, I actually think 2 hours, what have we got, how many overs, 30?
31.3 overs remaining.
I think New Zealand can do that. They'll either do it comfortably or it'll be one hell of a bun fight towards the end with men around the bat and Indians screaming for LBs and caught behinds constantly.
Well, stay with us on SENZ. Exciting conclusion to this test match to come, and during the final session in association with Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, Big Range, Biggest Deals. Back after this break, 6 away from 10.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Bombay Sapphire or Tanqueray Gin, 1 litre, $44.99. Famous Grouse Whiskey, 1 litre, $39.99. And Bardenay or Le Cuvier Brandy, 1 litre, $37.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big Barrel, your local liquor store.
Investing in property is not a hobby. You need to understand the business and have a tailored investment strategy from people you can trust. At Property Apprentice, we're independent financial advisors who won't just try to sell your property. We can help you to understand what you need in order to help you to achieve a stronger financial position for retirement. Come to a free event, text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
The Sport of Kings, where stories are shared, champions are crowned, and celebrations are big. LoveRacing.nz is your home for everything thoroughbred racing. Let us take you behind the scenes of the sport we love. Join us in celebrating the heroes of our sport, both two-legged and four, as they realise their potential and live out their dreams. New to the sport or already racing's biggest fan, join us and be part of the action. LoveRacing.nz.
At Kennards Hire, we only hire those who've taken the Ken Oath. By taking, each team member goes above and beyond to help any citizen in need. The Ken Oath is a commitment that means more than the sanctity of marriage. It means you'll never miss smoko or beer o'clock. So, if you want someone who can tackle whatever, whenever, wherever, talk to someone who's taken the Ken Oath.
Kennards make your job easy.
Adrian, I've been inspired.
Oh, really, John?
Yep, I'm about to hit training now. 30 minutes, work hard, rest hard, maximum watts, boom.
So you are like the Fisher & Paykel front load auto washer.
You know it, it's got a 30-minute quick cycle, because sometimes 30 minutes is plenty.
It also has a 9 kg capacity, antifungal door gasket, and a 4.5-star water rating. Get it today for $1,049.
Only at Magnus Benroe, where all the legends come from.
Just like you, John.
Want to be involved in an Irish-UK bred stayer to contest big cups races in Australasia? Fortuna select only proven staying types with strong pedigrees from Tattersall's UK Horses and Training Sale. Leaderboard and Car Fief are 2 recent examples with noms for the New Zealand Cup, while 3-year-old
without envy had a strong recent performance at Ascot in the UK over 2,400 metres. Make your Cup's dream come true with Fortuna. Google Fortuna Racing for more. Call John 021 921 460.
3 weeks, 4 locations, 5 events, 1 overall prize. This is Crankworx Summer Series NZ. This summer, the world-famous event will be unleashed Kiwi style. Crankworx is going on the ultimate mountain bike roadie to Queenstown, Wanaka and Alexandra. See the world's best compete with a grassroots vibe at 4 destinations around New Zealand's South Island. Don't miss Crankworx Summer Series NZ. Stop 2, Queenstown, December 3rd to the 5th. Tickets and info from crankworx.com.
Get ready for summer. Cub Cadet is New Zealand's leading ride-on mower. Experience a new kind of zero turn that's built with strength, redefines comfort, and delivers the best-in-class Cub Cadet signature cut. It's the best ride-on for year-round versatility and utility. Not just an average ride-on. Drive it. We dare you. Steelfort, your only New Zealand owned and operated power and garden specialist. Visit steelfort.co.nz to find your local dealer.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
When New Zealand are 125 for the loss of 4 wickets at tea. They started the session at 79 for the loss of 1. Latham was on 35. Will Somerville 36 not out. He was on strike as we listen back to the highlights of the middle session on day 5. Yadaf around the wicket bowling to Somerville, who starts with a hook stroke down towards fine leg and it's caught first ball. Incredible. Brilliant catch. Shubman Gill running in low. 2 hands underneath, and Somerville's vigil comes to an end. Yadaf was an absolute gem of a ball to Williamson. It swung in, hit the seam, leapt, went away. There's not too many batsmen on the world who could nick that. That is brilliant to watch.
His extra bowling, and down the pitch comes Williamson. Good shot. Straight down the ground. A couple of steps towards the ball and then opening up a little bit, hitting through the line. And but just a punch shot from Williamson, a good one, and good to see him using his feet. Terrific effort from Tom Latham. Really good stuff as he turns his ball into the onside. It's wide of the fieldsman at mid-on. Out towards the boundary it goes. And Latham will pick up 2 runs. 51 for Tom Latham. 3 runs, in fact. 138 balls he's faced, and New Zealand 111 for 2. And Tom Latham, just an exercise in commitment, in courage, and in concentration.
118 for the loss of 2. That wicket, Somerville, the first ball after lunch. The night watchman gone. And they've got another one. India do. Dragged on Tom Latham. It kept low, and he was a long way through the shot. What a moment this could be. Hold your breath, New Zealand. Checking for a stumping. Yeah, that was truncated highlights of the session. The players are out just a little bit earlier than we thought. Thought we'd had a couple more minutes, but Henry Nicholls is taking guard, scratching his mark. Kane Williamson's at the non-striker's end. Ross Taylor, the last wicket to fall. It's the only bit of the highlights you missed. He missed a straight one. Jadeja bowling around the wicket. He played right across it. He was hit in front. Gone. Ross Taylor battling in this test, fair to say. Jadeja, buoyed by his first wicket in this innings, 1 for 21. He will be bowling to the left-hander, Nicholls. Like Taylor, had a failure in the first innings. He was out to Jadeja. No, he was out to Patel, the other left-arm spinner, wasn't he? Axar Patel got him out LBW, sweeping a full one. He waits for Jadeja and he plays in front of his front pad, turning to the onside. Ooh, squeaky bum time. Richard Petrie joins us.
Well, it keeps all those fans on the edge of their seat.
Pushing the left-hander back onto his stumps is Jadeja, and Nicholls playing with a straight bat. He went to the sweep very early in his innings, just the 9th ball, and he was out LBW for 2. This one goes back once more, turns to forward square leg. They've got a run. Throw to the non-striker's end, misses the stumps. You may have heard Williamson scream, wait on. There was someone in position to back up. 126 for the loss of 4. So a minimum of 31.2 overs remaining in the day's play. And I'd imagine we won't see Sharma again. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Yadav again. His spell early in that second session was very good. And the bulk of these 31 overs surely coming from Ashwin and Jadeja, I would feel. Axar Patel has not been as threatening as he was in the first innings. 13 overs, none for 17. Jadeja rolling to Williamson, who stretches forward outside of off stump, plays calmly into the cover region. Williamson on 24 from 98 balls. Far more assured in getting this innings underway as he shoulders arms to a very wide delivery outside of off stump. The end of the over, a successful one for India with the wicket just prior to tea, that of Ross Taylor. So the full scorecard reads, if you're just tuning into our coverage, out last night, Will Young, LBW bowled Ashwin for 2. I think well done us for not talking about that moment too much today, Richard. We're a little bit hot under the collar last evening at that. Today it was Somerville. After lunch, gone for 36. Latham for 52. Taylor for 2. Williamson's 24 not out. Nichols 1. 126 for the loss of 4. Ashwin 20 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 28. Axar Patel 13 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 17. Umesh Yadav 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Ishant 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 20. And Ravindra Jadeja 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. New Zealand still have Blundell, Ravindra, Jameson, Southey and Patel still to come. I'm sure every New Zealand fan want Nichols and Williamson to steer them home. Last day of a test match. One side fighting for their life. One looking to start the new ICC World Test Championship with the victory. Axar Patel into the attack. First ball and it's out, LBW. Nichols goes. He's done a Ross Taylor. He's played right across a straight one. It's hit his back leg. And that looks dead in front unless he's hit it because he's challenging.
TV Padu director, review for leg before.
I'm not surprised, Richard, by your reaction. That look at innocuous delivery.
Yeah, just straight on. I think you called it. Here we go. There's no spin on the ball particularly. He's played right across it. It's hit the front of the back pad.
So plumb.
Oh, looks it.
Flat line.
No bat.
Let it go.
He's played right across it.
No bat. Ball tracking when
it's just straight into touch. It hasn't spun a long way, just a little movement in. And wow, this game has come alive as Nichols misses a straight one, hitting halfway up middle. I don't know what he's reviewing there.
Stay with your decision.
And if you thought there was energy inside the arena when Taylor went, listen to the noise. 126 for the loss of 5. And Axar Patel, and his most ridiculous start to Test match cricket, continues. He's in the wicket again. And Nichols is no more. 126 for the loss of 5.
Wow. I'm a wee bit flabbergasted with that one because, as Dan said, really, it just pitched, went straight through. Nichols has just really slid his bat right across the line. Missed it. I mean, I say a club cricketer would have played, straight bat. I am flabbergasted. Henry Nichols is a very good player. He's a guy who can, get in and fight for long periods of time. He's just made a very simple mistake. So it brings Blundell to the crease. Blundell really struggled to score runs in the first innings. He gets some runs. He ended up
13.
getting 13, but off how many balls?
94.
Yeah, so
an hour and a half at the crease. 126 for 5. New Zealand under lots of pressure now. Axar Patel around the wicket to Blundell. He comes forward. In trademark fashion, squishes the ball in front of him.
Well, he lunges so far forward that he's really in no position to hit the ball or attack it in any way. Watching the replay to Nichols.
Axar Patel was sidearm this time as he gets one to just straighten from just outside of off stump, but the right hand is right over the top of it.
Really does reach forward, doesn't he? Blundell.
The more I watch that replay, the worse it gets for Henry Nichols.
Yep.
Blundell on strike. Axar Patel drags one short onto the back foot goes Blundell, clipping up towards mid-on, but no run.
Well, if you want an exciting finish, this has helped that. I think it was exciting enough, just New Zealand just holding on, but...
So firing one very quick in from that low arm angle and towards leg stump. And Blundell's got runs. He'll get two of them as he whips it through the mid-wicket region. He's two. Williamson is 24, 128 for the loss of 5. And there's some nervy-looking faces now on the New Zealand bench on those comfortable lazy boys.
One good ball, yeah.
Axar Patel, the tall, lean left arm spinner, bowls towards middle stump, off the inside edge of the bat and going backward a square. There will be no run. The end of an over that saw the departure of Henry Nichols. If you're just tuning in, if you went away and grabbed a late supper, New Zealand have lost Taylor just before tea, Nichols straight after tea, and now 128 for 5.
If you're a Kiwi racing fan, the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel by SENZ is for you. Whether it's hearing from legends of the industry on Racing Tales of the Turf or keeping up with the current landscape on Breakfast with the Kiwis, you'll never leave without a gem to take away. Wherever you get your podcast and of course in the SENZ app, make the New Zealand Racing Podcast channel priority listening today. By Kiwi racing fans, for Kiwi racing fans, with SENZ.
SENZ coverage of the Test Series, India, New Zealand. Jadeja starting a new over, bowling to Williamson. He's defensive. Our coverage with Razine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. And Big Barrel, be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. 29.5 overs remaining in the day's play. India need 5 wickets, and they'd love this one as Williamson back into the back foot, defending on off stump.
Come on, John.
Once more Jadeja threatening that off stump, but Williamson pushing back to the bowler. A slip, short gully in. They're not surrounding Williamson now, are they? There is a short cover, a catcher at mid-wicket too.
Well, no, because he just blocks them, you know. There's nothing to catch.
Wait on!
Goes onto the back foot, cuts towards point, can't beat Axar Patel. Who fields, no run.
He makes it look very simple because he just brings his bat down in a straight line, which is, I guess, it's just the basics of cricket, isn't it? Just play straight.
Once more Jadeja drawing the New Zealand captain onto the front foot. Plays back along the pitch. 1 for 22. Jadeja has this as his 13th over. Robert Taylor.
Oh.
One almost gets through. Past Williamson's defence. That was the arm ball. Really did shoot on, didn't it, Richard? And that surprised Williamson. Got the bat down. Played into the cover region. 128 for the loss of 5.
He's played this off the back foot, you're right. It has skidded through a little bit quicker. I don't know if it's the arm ball. It's just skidded through. No turn at all, but hasn't lost pace off the pitch, so Williamson quick enough to clamp down on it just. Jadeja's going to be there or thereabouts for the next 28 overs. And so is this man, Axar. Pretty accurate. 2 left arm spinners, very different. Both very accurate. They're going to make Tom Blundell pay virtually every single ball.
And he's surrounded by 4 fielders around the bats. Over Axar Patel bowls into the pads. Blundell flicks it into Agarwal under the helmet. Thought about setting off for a run, but then realised the ball had deflected into the path of Jadeja. You run on him at your own risk. 128 for the loss of 5. Blundell 2. Batting in the black cap. That raised nice and high. Comes forward. Defends.
He doesn't look like he's going to score much, does he? You know, he's just going to sit there and he's going to defend. If it's on his legs, he'll turn it around the corner, but he's in no position to drive.
Comes forward once more, defending the man under the helmet on the offside. He got a brute of a ball from Axar in the first innings, didn't he?
Yes, a scooter.
Scooter that hit about a fifth the way up the stumps after battling for 97 minutes. Well, if he can repeat that, New Zealand will take that. Batting for 90 minutes as he comes forward, assuredly pushing into the offside. Got him with a sort of just undercut it, didn't he, from that? As he mixes his arm slot, he'll bowl high, 3/4, almost gets sidearm at times. One darted in towards leg stump, almost past the inside edge and into the pad. That would have been an interesting shout.
That's the ball that looks most dangerous to Blundell, is the ball that pitches on and straightens. Blundell so far has got bat on them, but if he misses, you miss, I hit.
Goes back to it. What a full delivery, and I think the Indian field love that sign. He keeps the ball out. The end of the over, it's 128 for the loss of 5 wickets. New Zealand losing wickets at 4 with Young last evening. Somerville with the score at 79. Latham 118. Taylor 125 and Henry Nicholls 126. So again, a foundation laid at the top, at the middle order. Specifically, Taylor and Nicholls just have not contributed. Nicholls 2 and 1 and Taylor 11 and 2. You blast one of these two out, you've got a man on debut. And next, Williamson facing Jadeja. Starts the 68th over of the innings. 128 for the loss of 5. Remember, a new ball will be available in 12.5 overs, whether or not they take it. There's Jadeja bowling a sumptuous delivery, pitching on middle and spinning alarmingly away from Kane Williamson. Also a bit of bounce as it went past the top of the bat. Gee, I don't know what's a better ball, the one Yadav bowled him or that. How you play that. Squared him right up.
There you go, so much, boys.
Williamson back in his guard. Coming forward, playing that one more confidently. It just went on with the arm from Jadeja around the wicket.
I think any thought of going for the win now is, you know, as minor as it seemed at the start of the day, is even more out of consideration. It's really just hang on.
Yes, boy.
Attacking the off stump is Jadeja. And that is another forward defensive stroke. We're going to call a few of those, I feel. Leans forward, pushes back to bowler.
I would say, normally you'd say it's boring, but, you know, in this respect, it's quite enthralling. We're going to have to count the overs down today because the overs are very relevant. New Zealand have to get through to that final over without losing 10 wickets.
Minimum of 27.2 overs remaining. Change of the field as they bring in another catcher on the offside, but Williamson's right over the top. Heading it to Agarwal, who is under the helmet. Blowing on his gloves. Now spinning the bat as he was a little bit wider to reach this ball from Jadeja, dabbing at 2 point. That is the end of the over. 128 for 5 New Zealand.
Crouch, bind, Bozo's Burgers.
What?
Bozo's Burgers. They're delicious.
SENZ want to get you in the game. It's the new home of New Zealand sport and the place your business will be heard by New Zealand's most sports-mad fans. So, let's take your brand and get it in the game. Contact SENZ today. Email advertise at senzradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
SENZ and the test match between India and New Zealand with Razeen, the Paint Kiwis trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. Axar Patel bowling to Blundell. Drives nicely, but picks out the field at extra cover. Now, I've been asking for the stressometer from our listeners throughout the day. I do wonder what it is at now. I'd imagine it's getting up to the red part of the dial as once more Blundell comes forward. The pure defensive stroke.
He commits so far forward, Blundell. You almost say overcommits compared to Williamson. He's probably taking the ball a good foot and a half, a foot further out than Williamson. He lunges a long way and then he pushes his hands even further in front of his pad. Really is a smothering exercise on Blundell.
He was beaten outside of off stump, quite wide of off stump. And as Richard points out, he's gone a long way. That has gripped and spun.
The problem is if it's like that, because he's committing early and he's committing so far down, I don't know that he's waiting to see the line of the ball. It's almost like that foot is...
Oh, and he's repeated the dose, Axar Patel. He's just got a little bit closer towards off stump. He's trying to play down the wicket is Blundell, but that's too good for him.
Well, because he's committing to the lunge early, you can see his foot, hesitantly moving forward and then a big lunge. Because he's committing so early, if the ball's not in the line that he's going down...
That's better from Blundell, right out of the middle of the bat.
Well, he's waited this time. He's waited and got across. But you can't just go down the track and then push your hands. You have to just wait, see the line and adapt and make sure you go down the right line.
Axar Patel, arm ball swinging back in towards the right-hand batsman from very wide on. He sort of almost bowls from outside the edge of the pitch from around the wicket. So it's a really unusual angle. Defended by Blundell. That is the end of the over. 128 for the loss of 5 wickets. Williamson is 24. Blundell is on 2. More from Richard Petrie, and then Garth Galloway's going to join you.
Of course. Everybody knows you put your foot down the line of the ball, and which is why Axar's coming wide. He's trying to go round the side. Blundell's coming down the middle. Everybody knows you're supposed to put your foot down the line, but when you're nervous and you're up on the stressometer, as you call it, Daniel, your brain doesn't function quite as well on some of those movements. It's just, golfers will get the yips, which is where...
Oh, here's an appeal for LBW as Jadeja's got Williamson. That's the critical blow. Look, there's no need to review it. Williamson will walk off. He looks up to Blundell and says, nah, and walks off. The ball keeping cruelly low. India absolutely delighted. The fans delirious. Jadeja running off towards cover is embraced by his teammates. And India have made the crucial breakthrough. Williamson, LBW to Jadeja, 128 for 6.
Yes, just accurate bowling, waiting for something to happen. Did stay low, hit Williamson on about the back shin. So definitely staying low. Williamson not really coming down straight on the ball. I guess he was expecting a little bit more bounce, a little bit more time. Always seems to rush at you when it stays low. Williamson out for 24 off 112 deliveries. That is the crucial wicket for India. It's the wicket New Zealand wanted to maintain almost at all costs all the way through to the end. It kind of opens up two ends. Blundell is batting okay, but he's certainly not of the class of Williamson. And that brings to the wicket Roshan Ravindra on debut. Only 13 in the first innings. And what a situation for the young man to have to come and try and save a test. 128 for 6. Come on, save as a test. The two Wellington boys batting together. How's he feeling, Garth?
He's nervous, Richard, unless he's anxious and excited. Both of those things that we've been talking about. Probably more anxious than excited. But, it's an opportunity. It's an experience. This is why these people play the game, isn't it? And here you are on your first test. It'll seem like a long way away, but 29, 28 overs or so to go. You don't count them out, but he's got a first-class batting average of 38, but he's not used to this pressure. And to these conditions. There's a first slip and a leg slip, a silly point and a short leg. First ball is played back to the bowler. Yeah, we've just been talking, Jerry and I talked after the first innings, and he can talk more about it when he comes on, but here's Jadeja walking in, bowling to Ravindra, very wide out, and Ravindra goes back and across, and again going back to a full ball. It's perilous. Here's the dismissal again of Williamson, and it just goes on. And as you said, Richard, I'm afraid I just think that's bad technique. The ball is pitching on off, coming back into him, and Williamson has, as Ravindra's beaten outside the off stump with bad technique as well. And Williamson has looked to play the ball back to the stumps, basically, whereas the ball is coming from that angle wide out. And for me, you're playing across it. You're reducing the angles and giving them back to the bowler as Jadeja bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Ravindra.
Well, that's what made that's what made Williamson so good. It's why he looked so solid, is because his technique was so simple. It was just back, straight down the line of the ball. But we've seen Taylor, we've seen Nicol.
Ravindra off the mark as he pushes the ball down towards third man. He'll pick up a couple of runs. In fact, they might just pick up 3 as the fieldsman gets to it now. It's 3 runs it is. In fact, no, they've decided, they've run 3. So Ravindra is 3. It's 131 for 6. Carry on, Richard.
Taylor, Nichols and Williamson have all played across the line of the ball, which is really just, anyone watching it would see it and go, why aren't you playing straight? Williamson has been. That ball, I think it just crept on him, but you have to say maybe the backlift is coming up towards gully too much, and when you have to rush down, there's only one way to go. And his bat was coming through. You generously said back to the stumps, but I would have said his backlift was coming down towards mid-on.
I agree. Yeah, what I thought he was trying to do was to play the ball straight back down the pitch, but his backlift has really come from gully across to mid-wicket almost, hasn't it? Or third slip, and just straight across. So it just doesn't give you a chance to hit a ball that is coming through straight and going to keep low. Have to go towards the ball and hit it in the direction it's come from.
Well, and if your backlift's going towards gully, there's only one way it can come down. That's across, and that's why maybe, far be it for us to talk about, to these guys, but the backlift has to go dead straight back.
Ravindra plays Axar's next ball safely. Yeah, well, it's going to require an adjustment, isn't it, in the next test? Because I couldn't agree more with you. Those 3 players, Taylor, Nichols. The fact that they, as Ravindra plays into the offside, it's almost inexplicable that Taylor and Nichols missed those 2 balls, because they got their pads into reasonable positions, but the bat just came down on completely the wrong angle across the ball. Here's Axar bowling, and Ravindra is pushing down the pitch. Gosh, what an opportunity for a young hero.
Absolutely, cometh the hour. 2 young guys at the crease, both new in their career.
Jadeja bowls and Ravindra comes forward, and it squirts out to point. Those 4 men under the helmet, or 2 under the helmet, and 1 at leg slip and 1 at first slip. Very hungry, and I'm sure there's plenty of encouragement, plenty of chatter. There's Kyle Jamieson warming up, those big legs, lifting them up and stretching the groin. Perhaps he won't be needed as Jamieson bowls and pushes it into the offside. And India, the difference now between now and when they, say after the first hour in the second session, just so different, so upbeat. That's what
well, you
success
let them
does,
into the game,
it?
and that's it. You let them into the game, and all of a sudden they get a bit of taste of blood.
Exar goes around the wicket to Ravindra, who comes forward, playing the ball back to the bowler. So that's a good line that he's playing on there. 131 for 6 it is. 71 overs have gone. Forget 284. That's the target, but the target is to play out the remaining overs. Blundell is 2 and Ravindra is 3. New Zealand 131 for 6. God, it's absorbing stuff now. It really is a tough game on, isn't it, Peaches?
Well, yeah, that's right. It's still 4 wickets to win. I mean, that's still a reasonable number to get, but I don't know about, we know Jameson's got pretty good technique, so he can handle himself. Southey, not so sure. He seems to think the best way of defence is attack. And Patel, he's batting behind Southey, so that might tell you something.
Here's Jadeja bowling and Blundell defence. Well, Southey might try and win the game. You never know.
Well, Garth, you're right. He might. I've never seen him bat any other way, so...
Therein lies the point as Blundell turns the ball square of the wicket, 131 for 6. Well, we're in the TAB building in Christchurch, and... we've got a security guard here, Pete, who's he's keeping a careful eye on the building and making sure that we're safe in here. Here's a lot of people out to get us. Here's Jadeja bowling again and Blundell defence. I mean, I don't want to be paranoid, but Coney and I've got security here, and he tells me he's 79, 80 soon. So we're in good hands, but yeah, he said that Jameson, he wanted him to come in at 4 today because he's got big legs and a good defence. So maybe they should have done that. Here's Jadeja bowling, and this is, oh dear, Blundell gets an edge as he's opened up a little bit, playing at a ball outside his pads on the leg side. The ball ends up at silly point.
The point, Garth, we've seen in this test match is that when you get in, you can adapt. It does get easier. Both these guys have got to believe that they can do it, and the longer they're at the crease, the easier it becomes for them. We've seen it time and time again.
And Blundell plays that one pretty well to Agarwal at silly mid-off. 131 for 6. We'll take a break after this, and then it'll be Jerry Coney. Thanks, Peaches. Enjoyed that. So 1 ball remaining in this over. 131 for 6. And here it is. And oh dear, as Blundell gets across his stumps, gets his bat well out in front of it and smothers any spin. 131 for 6. Blundell 2, Ravindra 3.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
131 for 6. Welcome back to Kanpur in India. India needing 4 wickets to win now. It's Blundell and Ravindra who are doing the work for New Zealand. Ravindra pushes Exar's first ball back to him. Jeremy Coney joining me, putting his microphone on. We've been eating organic blackcurrant berries, freeze-dried, and I must say I'm very fond of them as Exar bowls and Ravindra defends again. They are to be, of course, put with things, so you blend them into a smoothie or sprinkle them over salads, or you make a zesty sauce. We've been eating them neat, and I'm just going to see how your speech is, Jeremy. They're quite tart and quite dusty. Here's a defensive shot from Ravindra. Are you okay?
Oh, look, yeah, it is. It's very tart, and isn't it really zesty, the whole thing, and.
But like the Indian bowling is Ravindra again looking okay.
last
walks
time I
away.
was in the company of all the people,
Yep.
Williamson was batting with Latham. So it just shows you how quickly things can change in a place like India. I have seen the dismissals, and I'm a little bemused, to be honest.
Axar out wide, bowling over the wicket. Ravindra plays well to cover.
I mean, Taylor and Nichols, both on the front foot defending. Both balls were hitting the better part of the pitch. Not like this.
Outside the off stump and missed by the keeper, so they'll run a couple of byes. Just good to have a stretch. It's going to get to 4. So 4 byes, 137 for 6.
So both those middle order, and the middle order obviously has been just swept away. But Taylor, but don't give up, everybody. It's not over yet. Taylor on the front foot got in a good body position. I felt Taylor was in a good body position to play the ball in a defensive, conservative, orthodox forward defensive stroke. But then from out of the right of screen came his bat, as if it belonged to another person, and was on a pendulum. So it came at such an angle that he really, the only way he could hit that ball was with the edge of the bat as it was arriving. And so there was the problem for his defence. It just wasn't good defence in the end, because you do need, if you're defending.
As the first ball is left alone by Blundell.
It kind of presupposes you're going to use your bat. And I'm afraid Ross Taylor didn't give himself the chance to use his bat.
Here's Blundell going back again and playing Jadeja nicely.
So he was hit on the back leg, and that was LBW.
And I should say that Razine, the paint that Kiwis trust in big barrel, big range, and the biggest deals are bringing us this cricket, Jerry.
Well, we need some big deals right now, frankly.
Well, we might need some paint.
And kind of the same for Nichols too. He just got a little bit leg side with his front leg, but it allowed at least the bat to come through. He just kept on playing for turn, and I'm afraid
Blundell plays out in front of his left pad to short leg.
A very similar thing. Missed it, went through onto the back pad once again. So I've got to say, just slightly ordinary defence from the New Zealanders. They'll be very disappointed.
Yeah, because they fought hard as Blundell again plays to short leg.
Not so much with the fighting hard. It's just the basis of defence.
Yeah.
A bat going back and coming down towards the ball, allowing the ball to come to you, playing down the line.
Here's Blundell playing down the pitch to Jadeja. As I said, 10 overs. That might be the black currents causing me to say that word incorrectly. 10.4 overs. 10 overs and 4 balls and just 10 runs scored since tea. So it really is just a war of attrition now as Blundell decides to pull out and Jadeja is forced to stop.
Williamson the same in a sense. He was disturbed a bit more with the length and the speed of the ball, and it forced him onto the back foot. And then the bat once again, though, came down on an angle.
Here's Jadeja bowling, and it bounces up to the wicket-keeper off the bump ball as it went off the edge and into the ground. So that's the end of the over. 135 for 6. It is Blundell 2, Ravindra 3.
And we've got now Blundell, who's actually getting his bat down there first and getting it out in front of the pad, and using the bat to defend, whereas the others got in a good position and then for some reason just didn't play the line of the ball as it was coming towards it. They haven't been turning extravagantly.
No.
I think we'd have to make that point. And people watching perhaps on Sky would know that that's actually the truth. And so they've made a batsman error in defence. So that happens. But, I mean, it's a shame that it's happened so quickly and all together on the same day.
Axar with 1 for 19 bowls for Ravindra, who plays a good defensive shot into the offside. You're right. I mean, the thing is, you'll face a lot worse pitches than this in India on the fifth day.
Oh, yes, you will. Ravindra's coming in. It's not going to be quite so easy because he's the left-hander and he's got an area where the ball will turn from.
XR's too straight to hit those footmarks at the moment as the ball is turned to mid-wicket.
I'm interested.
Well, you remember Jadeja in the first innings got into those footmarks.
Well, that's what I'm about to say. That's exactly right. Ravindra was got out off the front foot defending.
Yeah, and that's too straight again from XR.
Where he gated himself. In other words, the bat went beyond the front pad, and the further the bat goes away from your front pad, you create a gap between it, like a gate, and the ball came back through the gate. So he's been playing a little bit more off the back foot, do you notice, since he's arrived.
And now a silly mid-off has been brought in by Rahane. And that's it's good, and there's a ball just dropped into the man at short leg, just a bat out in front of the pad, smothering the spin. 135 for 6. Ravindra 3 from 21, Blundell 2 from 29. As here's XR bowling again, and there's almost a real deliberateness about Ravindra and Blundell. They're both killing the spin, smashing it into the pitch almost with a dead bat if that's possible. Very deliberate, very exaggerated, but effective enough. As XR bowls, comes closer to the umpire that time, and that's the one that carries on, and Ravindra managed to keep it out. So 135 for 6, Ravindra negotiating that over safely. He's 3, Blundell's 2. We'll take a break.
G'day, Cameron Smith here. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the Matty and Mates podcast. It's Matty Johns chatting to his mates, talking rugby league.
Tommy Turbo, he scores. It was Cleary. It was Teddy. It was Turbo.
Plus a lot of things that have nothing to do with sport.
Randy,
Matty,
what is that type of champagne you're drinking at the moment?
I know that. Let's not get carried away. And while you're there, subscribe to the Captain's Run. Get them both by downloading the SENZ app.
Here's a nice message from Somath, a Indian listener.
Chakrabarti.
There you go. Thanks for a lovely on-ground microphone commentary. Here's your Jadeja bowling, and that nearly gets through Blundell's defences. It doesn't. Otherwise, says Somnath, we Indian listeners might miss this test match. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. All that noise in the background. I bet you're enjoying what's happening in the middle as well as Blundell turns a ball to short leg.
That's better, though. Do you see how Blundell, even though that ball was shorter, he was coming forward? And that's why I think you don't want to be forced back here too much, which is what happened to Williamson.
Here he is again coming forward, and that looks good. Plays it to cover.
There's going to be a bit of this, folks. And I know some of you will be disappointed and you might want to turn off and those sort of things as a ball is played into the boot, and that's where the Indians shouted.
Jadeja bowls, Blundell plays with bat well out in front of pad. It's just feel they're definitely searching for that LBW, aren't they? Trying to push into that pad.
Aiming at the pads.
19 minutes since we had a message on 8833, and that was from Michael saying, okay, that's it, game over. Not if Blundell and Ravindra have got anything to do with it.
The game is over from the perspective of the chance of New Zealand winning.
Absolutely.
We know that. But we've been warning you about this a little bit.
Trying to. As again, a repeat of the last ball. Blundell is down. He can almost got his nose on the pitch as he plays forward.
Just got to be careful. I mean, that's why they screamed a moment or two ago, because he played it onto his foot and might have gone in the air.
And here's one outside leg stump. So not Jadeja's best over. It's a maiden. It's 135 for 6. 76 overs have gone. Blundell is 2. Ravindra is 3. And more comments from Jeremy Coney, and then it'll be the one and only Daniel McCarty.
So it is a defensive game now for us to watch. And it is a bit tense in the sense that, you know, New Zealand with suddenly that middle order swept aside now with 4 wickets remaining. These really are the last 2 recognised batsmen who you could hope, if they could get in and not make an error, that could last. They might be drawn out with some clever bowling. That can happen too. But Jameson, Southee and Patel after this. So not quite the amount of batting that New Zealand would have liked.
Ravi Ashwin around the wicket to Jadeja. Gets one quite low on the bat. Bounce all that much, and again he's hovering very deep in the crease. 135 for the loss of 6. Stressometer be very high as Ravindra plays in front of his front pad, straight back to the bowler. This is probably a scenario he's played in his mind a million times in the backyard, being a huge cricket fan as Ravindra, as he gets one the inside edge, angled in towards leg stump, deflected down to short fine leg. There will be no run. Ashwin bowls wicket to wicket. Doesn't run through in front of the non-striker. Gets off in a traditional sense, but he does use the crease very well. Ravindra's competent in his defence. It's two-leg side here. Does Ashwin. It's clipped away nicely through mid-wicket. Long chase for the two fast bowlers. Clearly Ishant Sharma's not going to win the race. Yadav gets there, well ahead of him, and lobs the throw back. The score moves up to 138 for the loss of 6. Ravindra moves to 6, and 1 ball remaining in this over. Spinning the ball very hard at the top of his mark as Ashwin is eager to get on with it, but Blundell's doing some gardening, going for a bit of a stroll. Back over the wicket, the off-spinner to Blundell. Here's one spinning back in sharply, hitting him on the pads. Turned down. It's not going to go over, are they going to challenge? Put it this way, that's closer than Will Young's.
Yep, much closer.
But that's not saying
hit him
much.
outside off.
That's not saying much. Oh, they're going to
review it. Yep. And given not out, so therefore it's got to be a good solid strike on the stumps. If it's just hitting the outside with less than half a ball, that sort of thing, then it's not going to be out. Now, is he outside off? I don't think he is he? That hitting him in line?
No, that's hit under the knee roll. It's hit under the knee roll, Jerry. I can see leg stump too when he's been struck, so do merch in that I am. Or is it, is there a tiny little raise of ultra edge? I'd like to roll that back and have another look, but no, they'll. So here we go. Pitches outside the line, spins back, hits him in front of off stump, and it's spinning down past the leg stump. So it's spun a long way as described live, so much so it's missing leg stump. And that is a good decision from the umpire. Yes, I can be generous of spirit and offer compliments when they're needed, Jerry.
Well, that's why it missed the bat, wasn't it, of Blundell? It turned sharply enough, it beat the bat, the inside edge of the bat, and went into the pad. And he was just far enough forward for the distance to travel for it to beat the outside of leg stump. So that's decent defence.
I'm not sure Rahane wanted to challenge that. I think he's been convinced, and he did not want to look at Ravi Ashwin as the decision came down and Ravi Ashwin was walking away looking at his captain. And there's a little awkward moment between senior bowler and skipper. They lose the review. Start of the new over. Jadeja bowling to Ravindra. Leans forward, pushes back towards the bowler on the offside, and there's no run.
Now, Ravindra, let's see that just you keep your bat very close to your pad, not just a bit in front, but not too much. That's, you see, the difficulty.
Oh, and he's beaten.
See how he's pushed just too far there, Daniel.
A similar spot, Jeremy, to where the ball pitched, spun back in and bowled him in the first innings, but this one just went on, beat the outside edge. Jadeja very wide of the crease, full of length. Back to the bowler by the New Zealand left-hander on debut.
It's awkward because that's what I've been saying about left-handers facing with the rough outside the off stump. It gets to turn.
Plays this one very well. He gets right over the top. Hits it out of the middle of the bat. No run.
Be really good if Ravindra could get that pad outside the off stump.
Ooh. He goes back just outside of off stump. Hit both pads right in line of that one. That was too full to go back. Last ball of the Jadeja over. This one keeps very low as it spins back, but not alarmingly. Played right under his eyes, around ankle height by Rachin Ravindra. At the end of the over, a minimum of 17 overs remaining in this test match. Stay with us. It's 138 for the loss of 6.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
Ravi Ashwin started the new over. He goes quick and through the air on off stump, turned to short leg by Blundell, who's on 2. Fighting very hard once more, Tom Blundell, as he did in the first innings. He faced 94 balls for 13. He's 2 off just 37. Fighting for survival in New Zealand. Blundell plays the ball onto his stumps. Playing in front of his pad. It's hit the ground and spun back and hit the stumps. A cruel, cruel slice of bad luck for Blundell and New Zealand. The captain looks on forlorn and flat. New Zealand are flatlining. Blundell goes for 2. Bowled Ashwin, 138 for the loss of 7 now. India just 3 wickets away.
Check for the ball.
Yeah. He got really so far outside the off stump that the bat was in just almost leg side of his pads, and he's played it straight down into the pitch. And of course the momentum of the ball has just carried it behind him and taken that leg stump, because the leg stump is totally open because he's got so offside. So he just misread the line of the ball, I'm afraid, relative to himself. He gets very, very low, and the angle of the bat, therefore, gets very low as well. And it almost runs down the face of the bat and onto the ground, as we often see Williamson. That can happen to him. He's done that as well. So New Zealand lose their 7th wicket, and there is still, the majority of 17 overs to go. New Zealand also need to just slow this down a little bit by interrupting the rhythm of the bowlers. Just to tap the wicket down, have a chat. So we don't want 18 overs or whatever if we can hang on for a few here.
Well, India are now getting between the overs incredibly quickly. We're actually struggling to get in 30 seconds.
That's why I say we've got to interrupt that.
Yeah. 138 for 7. Jameson is the new man. He leans forward and pushes. So, one way to look at it, oh my lord, there's still 16.3 overs remaining. Or, hey, there's only 16.3 overs remaining. Jameson goes onto the back foot and plays with a straight bat, and there is no run. Remember, New Zealand were 118 for 2. Well, 118 for 2 when Latham chopped on. And wickets falling at 125, 126, 128, 138. Jameson's tall right-hander long stretch forward as he plays the ball back to Ashwin. Ashwin moves past the umpire. It's out of the front of hand, much quicker. Jameson does well to keep it out. The end of the over, another successful one for India. They got rid of Blundell, bowled for 2. Ashwin now has the figures of 3 for 31 off 22 overs, continuing his domination of New Zealand at home. New Zealand at the end of the over, 138 for 7.
Well, it's a bit disappointing, isn't it, from the sense that right from the start of the day to have your night watchman play right through that first session, and everybody's hopes, of course, rose, and even people thinking, boy, we could win this.
Jadeja, wide of off stump, looking to hit those foot marks and spin it back into Ravindra, who defends.
So we're tracking quite a journey here, folks.
Here is Jadeja. There's one shoot along the ground, spinning back in, hitting him outside the line. Oh, the finger's gone up. It looked outside the line. New Zealand have reviews remaining. 10 seconds remaining. They're having a chat. Richard Petrie's asking for the review.
When you're ready, please.
I think they have reviewed. Calm down, Richard. Calm down, Richard. They've reviewed. Naked eye. I thought it hit him outside the line.
Bat is close to the ball. Give me Alvarez to...
It's hit the back leg, which is further outside off than his front leg.
Flat line, flat line.
It's certainly a close one, isn't it? But I think you're right. I think that ball's hit his back pad, which is the one that's further out from the stumps. If it is outside off, then obviously he's going to survive here. Just an example of coming from that area, that one's just kept really low. Does he get it outside? Yes, he does. Yes, he's outside.
He has.
Go to Nathan.
He's okay.
Nathan, you need to reverse. You can signal now.
And another mistake.
Another mistake.
Umpire Sharma.
Yep.
Umpire Vrinder Sharma. Whoa.
So well done.
Oh, the tension.
These are close margins, aren't they, Daniel?
This one is very quick through the air from Jadeja on middle and leg. Played again from the crease by Richard Ravindra. Keeps it out. Tension almost unbearable. We're getting a replay of the LBW shout. Some hometown umpiring going on here. That shout. This one spins back in. That's in towards leg stump. Probably going down leg. Might have hit it as well, but it's starting to really rip and turn for Jadeja, bowling to the left-handers. It's compelling viewing. You can't take your eyes off it.
2 balls ago, Ravindra nearly had one round his laces. That one was hitting above the pads almost.
He comes forward and defends very well to finish the over, the 80th of the innings. Well, no, my apologies. There's one left, is there? Yes, there is one. One to go. And that one spun back sharply, hit him high. Gonna miss leg stump, you would think. Jadeja moves past the umpire, firing in towards the off stump, the end of the over on this occasion. 138 for the loss of 7. How's this, Jerry? Claire in Wellington writes, I'm dealing with the stress by playing with the kids' Lego on the living room floor.
Oh, she is. Just on her own.
But it's wonderful to have cricket on the radio again, whatever the outcome of this game.
Good on you, Claire. That could be Brian Waddle's wife. Her name is Claire.
Playing with what's his Lego.
That'd be Brian's Lego, of course.
Minimum of. Of course. 138 for 7. Jameson shoulders arms to a wide delivery from Ravi Ashwin. I guess Saha's neck still too sore to keep. No sign of him today. Bharat whipped the bails off again, hoping Jameson overbalanced. Jameson goes back to a wide delivery that keeps very, very low. Very full from Jadeja on middle stump. Seen a replay of the second LBW shout. It wasn't really a big appeal from India. They weren't that encouraged. It was turned down. Jameson crosses stumps. defends. It would have been umpire's call, Richard, so that's not a mistake. It would have hit the top of leg stump. Replay. Richard from the bowling fraternity jotting down another mistake, going, if it's hitting the stumps, it's out. Fair enough too. 138 for the loss of 7. Ashwin goes around the wicket into leg stump. Jamieson pushing into the onside. There's no run. Tall right-hander wearing the black cap, chewing the gum. An immaculate start with the ball in his career. Can he be the hero today? With the bat, he's back on to the stumps and playing with the straight bats up towards mid-off. The end of the over. A minimum of 14 overs remain. 138 for the loss of 7.
For over 20 years, Generation Homes have been building homes for every generation. And with over 200 ready-to-build plans to choose from, if you've got the land, Generation Homes have got the plan. Plus, for your peace of mind, Generation Homes provide a fixed price guarantee with no hidden costs and a guaranteed move-in date. Contact one of their friendly sales consultants today and discover more about how Generation Homes makes building easy at generation.co.nz.
SENZ in the final session on the final day. The first test between New Zealand and India. Jadeja starting the new over, bowling to Rachin Ravindra. It's a thickish outside edge and takes it to backward point. Our coverage, and a huge thanks to our supporters. Rosine, the Paint, Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. India playing with great sort of urgency, getting between the overs very quickly. They want to bowl as many balls at New Zealand as possible. Jadeja from over the wicket. Into those foot marks, but just missing them. And Ravindra defends. Four men around the bat. Ravindra goes right across, past off stump, hovering on the crease line, squirting the ball to the backward point region, and there will be no run. He's faced 43 balls. Might have a little drink after this. Over. Jadeja, flattered this time, wide of off stump. Once more defended by the New Zealand left-hand batsman on debut. For all of those people texting in 8833, Ravindra getting a thick outside edge, going well wide of first slip and Rahane, Ajinkya Rahane at first slip, and it will trickle down towards the third man rope for 4. All of those people texting in asking us to go and turn down the vuvuzelas, that would be impossible. We can't get to Kanpur and walk around the ground and ask everyone to individually stop blowing the vuvuzelas. If we turned it right down, we wouldn't hear anything. No, it's not everyone's cup of tea. The Indian fans are singing, or in this case, blowing, because their team is on top and hunting a victory. That's a wasted delivery from Jadeja, and he knows it. He kicks the turf in frustration. The end of the over. Minimum of 13 overs remaining. It's just ticked past 11 o'clock. Over the last 3-4 days, the game has been called off for bad light at around about midnight. So we're into possibly, likely, the last hour. More from Jeremy Coney. And then it's going to be Garth Galloway who'll be calling a new ball. India might have taken the new ball, Garth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this will just add another dimension. Just trying to have a look. No, they haven't at the moment. It doesn't look like with Ashwin, but it's available to them. So that would add some intrigue. I thought they might have actually, with the extra bounce that might give, or some unpredictability. Here's Jamieson turning a ball from Ashwin, square of the wicket on the onside. And again, not played by Jamieson with any real conviction. He looks very relaxed for a man under this sort of pressure. Almost just phlegmatic as here's the next ball pushed through and Jameson's going back. Well, I suppose it's all relative, isn't it? What was it? Keith Miller.
The Messerschmitt?
Yeah, pressure? What's it like playing Test cricket? Do you feel the pressure? Pressure's having a Messerschmitt up your ass.
Yes.
It's all relative as Jameson turns the ball wide of mid-on and takes a single. It's 143 for 7.
I'm not quite sure I'd have done that.
Taking the single?
No, I think it's kind of stay at the same ends.
I agree.
Get used to the bowlers who are bowling. So far in the last 3 or 4 overs, they've tended to handle, even though Ravindra's moving quite a lot, even when he's defending, he's using his eye quite nicely and tending to hit the ball with the bat, unless something really odd happens, and he is getting outside that off stump.
Yep.
So he's been coping with that.
Here is Ashwin bowling, and you see it's a defensive shot from Ravindra. It adds another dimension, doesn't it, with the ball going away from Ravindra?
Yeah.
There are 3 men in close on the offside and a man at short leg, and it means different considerations apply, whereas he was coping with Jadeja as Ashwin bowls around the wicket this time, and he's looking for those footmarks. This one bounces a little bit and Bharat follows it. The wicket-keeper takes it just to his left and behind him.
Well, that's that sort of delivery there, that line, and then the carom ball coming back in.
And that might be it. I wonder if he got an outside edge there. Bharat's dropped the ball. India look disappointed. It's maybe just because it was missed. 143 for 7 it is. Jameson 1, Ravindra 10, the end of the over.
Well, another 4 or 5 overs. Looks as if we're going to get a drink, but another 4 or 5 overs. It's going to be interesting, guys. Pressure. Let's take a break.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
Celebrate 18th birthday deals. Gordon's 1 litre or pink citrus or orange gin, 700ml, $34.99. And Woodstock Black Heart Negrita Rum, Russian Standard, Label 5, Kahlua, or Malibu 1 litre, $34.99.
For more info, visit www.bigbarrel.co.nz. Big Barrel, big range, bigger deals.
Big barrel, your local liquor store.
Want to be involved in an Irish UK bred stayer to contest big cups races in Australasia? Fortuna select only proven staying types with strong pedigrees from Tattersales UK Horses and Training Sale. Leaderboard and Carfief are 2 recent examples with noms for the New Zealand Cup, while 3-year-old Without Envy had a strong recent performance at Ascot in the UK over 2,400 metres. Make your Cup's dream come true with Fortuna. Google Fortuna Racing for more. Call John 021 921 460.
Welcome back to Kampur, where New Zealand in a desperate battle for survival. They've lost, just to summarise what's happened today, they lost Young yesterday and started at 3 for 1. And then Somerville and Latham batted through the first session. Did a sterling job, did Will Somerville. He then came out and hit the first ball from Umesh Yadav down to long leg and was caught. First ball after lunch. Somerville out for 36. It was 79 for 2, 118 for 3 when Tom Latham's long innings came to a close. 52 runs, 156 balls he faced. And then Ross Taylor dismissed 125 for 4. Taylor LBW to Jadeja never really looked in, playing around his front padder, but he made 24 balls he faced. Nichols came in, blasted 4 balls before he was LBW to Axar Patel. Blundell bowled by Ashwin for 2. And now it is... and Williamson LBW to Jadeja for 24 from 112 balls. And now it is Ravindra. Not out on 10. Jameson not out on 1. And 143 for 7. An hour to go. So a minimum of 15 overs, presumably. And Richard Petrie, which way is it going to go? Draw or an Indian win? And you're putting your house on it.
I'd rather put your house on it.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna go a draw. I think these guys can hold it out. Roshan Ravindra is a opening batsman. He can handle it if the new ball comes on. I'd expect him to take most of the strike. And Jameson Very good player. Used to be an opening batsman for Auckland, I believe. He was an Auckland under-19 opening batsman. So I'm going to back the Kiwis. But it won't be easy. I think we know that. But they're going to have to play straight. They're going to have to go forward and smother it. And they're going to have to put up with a lot of Indian fielders around the bat. So it's going to be Jadeja. Jamieson has two fielders directly in his eye line, one just on the offside, one just on the leg side.
Jadeja bowls and just gets into the pad, in the bottom of the bat rather than the pad. Again, just the Indians, almost every ball they think gets through into that pad. That's what they're trying to hit, as they hit Bat Jamieson's inside edge this time and it squirts out to long leg. Yeah, well, I mean, both of these players, Jamieson looks relaxed. That's the thing about him that I'm impressed with. He doesn't look phased at all. You know, you often see players in this situation fidgeting and popping down. I do think they should take a little bit more time, as this ball goes almost straight along the ground, and Jamieson, who as we know is a very tall man, keeps the ball out, going back, and then just looks down the pitch and winks. So he does look calm. Here's Jadeja again bowling, and this time he gets a ball that jumps and pops, and he plays that into the offside and should pick up a couple of runs. Variable bounce, Richard.
Yeah, variable bounce. Not quite as much as I thought we were going to be lined up for on day 5. We've seen variable bounce the whole way along this Test match, so it could have been a lot worse. I think Jamieson's a good actor.
Here he is pushing the ball into the offside again, and we'll pick up 1 run. So they're not farming the strike or anything. They're just prepared to see it as it comes, take the singles, take whichever end they're at. What do you think his calmness belies what might be going on under the water?
Oh, well, there's no doubt. I mean, he'll be nervous, but sports people, as you know, particularly on the field under pressure, a lot of it's about body language, and they're all very aware of it.
Ravindra plays defensively off the back foot. Jadeja throws his hands up in his head as if to say, how didn't that one get through? Well, it didn't. So it's 146 for 7. Jamieson is 4. Ravindra is 10. And they pop down for a chat.
And bear in mind, Garth, that most of the days play has finished early because of bad light. So it seems to get... The light seems to go very early in India, the north of India, where we are. So if that's a factor, maybe it's going to be less overs. Maybe New Zealand has to bat a little less overs than is scheduled. So maybe you just need to hang on for 1 or 2 more.
Jamieson plays to mid-wicket. It's Ashwin who's bowling. Ashwin's picked up 3 for 32. Axar Patel 1 for 19. Umesh 1 for 34. And Jadeja 2 for 32. The wicket's well spread.
Speaking of body language, doesn't Ashwin look focused?
Yeah, he does, and he bowls again. This one keeps low, and again Jamieson makes the mistake of going back, and again he just keeps it out. I'd like to see him coming forward.
I'd like to see him coming forward, Garth. That's the new ball, second new ball that India are now taken and bowling with. Come forward, Jamieson.
Here's Ashwin bowling an arm ball. Beautiful delivery, just an old-fashioned arm ball that beats the outside edge, and Jamieson caught on the crease completely.
Wow, that was an outswinger. That was a genuine outswinger.
He's skillful, isn't he? And here he is running in again and bowling. And this one's turned to short leg, to mid-wicket, just past short leg in the air. So I thought the new ball that they would continue with the spinners, Richard. And I'm pleased, well, from India's point of view, that they had it. There's a little bit more bounce, a few more things happening, and we see that ball swinging in the air from Ashwin. Here he is running in again and bowling. That's a faster, flatter arm ball. Gosh, he's a clever bowler. He brings that one in and tries to get the LBW. And it swings just in towards the pads. Jamieson doing very well indeed to keep it out. 23 balls he's faced, 4 runs. Doesn't matter how many runs. Here's the next one that's turned and dropped. Is it at short leg? It's gone through the hands of Pujara. Jamieson playing a ball which he turned. The ball bounced, and it was Pujara who's at a leg gully, who I think has dropped the ball. It's gone straight through his hands. Richard, tell us about it.
Yes, Jamison's come forward. I think he's got an edge onto his pad. It has. Pujara has... Oh, look at the face of Ashwin. Look at the face of Ashwin. It's just heartbroken. Heartbroken. Pujara, deadpan. If anything, just a slight smirk on his face. And
how
Jamieson
could you drop that?
Looking as if... Well, that's it. And look at Jamieson. Oh, nothing's happened. Nothing to see here. No big deal. So... either he's good at hiding it or he's not feeling it. And I suspect he's good at hiding it. Everybody's feeling it.
And Pujara wanting the ground to swallow him up. Got a helmet on, which is good. He can hide in that as Jamieson plays the next ball, the first ball of the 86th over, back to the bowler, Jadeja. He really should have caught that. I know it's a sharp chance in there, but it was one that should have been taken. Here's an appeal for LBW. It's bat pad, and I think the bat has been hit first. The time is on, but none of the players look interested in it. India desperately trying to get the umpire to give the decision in their favour, just in case it's missing and they get the advantage of umpire's call. Here's Jadeja bowling again, and this is just down the leg side. And Jamieson, who probably didn't have to play it, chooses to.
Oh, you don't know how much it's going to spin back, do you?
No, but it was pitching outside. Here's a faster, flatter delivery from Jadeja, and he misses his line, and he knows he does because he's just darted it into the pads of Jamieson. And they keep replaying that drop by Pujara. It hit his left hand. It went quite sharply, but it should have been taken, and Ashwin just imploring him, saying, why did you drop that? As Jamieson drives the ball to Iyer in the covers. One ball remaining, 147 for 7.
Well, Ashwin's saying you've got one job, Pujara. One job.
Oh, here's a beautiful ball, and there's appeal for caught in close, and Jamieson's out. Oh dear, the new ball just bouncing a little bit. Jamieson doesn't even look at the umpire, wanders off. He's been caught, I think, by Agarwal at silly mid-off. Came forward, the ball bounced. He played a forward defensive shot straight into the hands of the fieldsman at silly mid-off. New Zealand 8 down. Looks like an inside edge into the thigh pad and then off, then back. How'd you see it, Richard?
I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it is an inside edge, and then it's gone and hit the top of his back flap. LBW. Oh, Nessie's LBW. Nessie's LBW. The way
Port Gill, they're saying.
The fielder in close. Port Gill, okay. So we originally thought it was that, but Port Gill. Well, then he must have edged it onto his back flap of his back pad, and it's bounced back in front to the fielder in close. So that would be pretty unusual. We're seeing Southey come out to bat.
That's my impression. The thing is, if it was LBW, I thought that they might have reviewed it, Richard, just because of the height. And Jamieson didn't seem interested at all. He was off. But it was, and it's hard without the TV, the microphone being able to pick up the nicks. You don't hear those noises. And there's a slight delay as well as we're watching. So it was, for me, I thought it had gone, straight off the face of the bat the way it got to the fieldsman. But it certainly hit the pad and then bounced into Gill's waiting arms at silly mid-off. And now Tim Southey's come out. Not full of confidence, I have to say. Come on, Tim, this is an opportunity. You bowled beautifully. You're one of the leading statesmen. Wonderful New Zealand cricketer. Be good to see some defence. It's Ravindra who's taking strike. Ashwin 3 for 33. And with that wicket falling, we missed our break, but we'll take another one after this next over as Ashwin bowls and Ravindra plays forward. But it's Razine, the paint that Kiwis trust, and big barrel, big range, the biggest deals that are bringing us the cricket today. And a welcome also to the cricketers from SEN Fanatic who are listening from Australia. Here's Ravindra playing again and just pushing the ball down the pitch. He's done pretty well, Ravindra, 10 from 52 balls, still there. Not too many false shots in these times of trepidation. Here is Ashwin bowling again, and this is a good forward defensive shot. This is a good learning experience, Richard. One he'd probably rather not have.
Just watching the replay of Jamieson, I think he's LBW.
They were just looking at Ultra Edge. Did you see that? Here we go again. Original decision was out. Impact in line, LBW, there you go. Yeah.
The thing that threw us off is that
you go.
Okay, I was just going to say.
Oh, Ashwin bowls, and it's been beaten, Bharat, and it runs down to the boundary. 148 for 4, 1 ball remaining. Yeah, well, I think what you're going to say, Richard, is the thing that put us off is it went into Gill's hands and it popped off at quite a high speed. The other thing is, looking at the TV, it originally said caught Gill, bowled Jamieson, but LBW appears to be the case. So 1 ball remaining in the over, and Rahane giving his bowler Ashwin a good piece of applause as Ravindra comes forward, defends. The end of the over. We'll take a break at New Zealand, 151 for 8.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
151 for 8. Southee yet to score. Ravindra is on 10. Minimum overs left in today's play, 11. How do you rate Southee's defence, Richard?
Not great against this type of bowling.
Jadeja bowls, but he plays well.
Yeah, but, 11 overs. 11 overs minus any time off for bad light. So let's say in the other days we've lost about 3 or 4.
As he turns the next ball to short leg.
So maybe it's only 8 overs, right? If we lose 3 or 4. Just get to 8, guys.
The optimistic Richard Petrie as the ball squirts off the outside edge to the gully fieldsman. So 3 from 3, still there.
1, 2. I'm going to mark out 11 and count them off.
Round the wicket goes Jadeja, and he's really darting that ball through, and Southee's neither one thing nor the other, neither forward nor back really, but plays it off the middle of the bat. Williamson and Ronke and the lazy boys looking very nervous and apprehensive. Here's Bharat taking the ball cleanly down the leg side. Wasted delivery from Jadeja. The ball just carrying on with the arm. So Southee's faced 5 balls without fuss. Ravindra 10 off 56 balls. Down the leg side, Southee will pick up runs, 4 of them, as he just glances the ball away. And one of the Indian fieldsmen has to chase it. They look a bit reluctant to do so. It's a retrieval job with Southee off the mark with that boundary. Jadeja just drifting into the pads. 155 for 8. And comments now from Richard Petrie, and Daniel McCarty will take over.
Okay, well, I'm going to mark off one of those overs. 11, minimum of 11 left today. One of them's gone. We've now got a minimum of 10. India, have you ever seen them get through their overs so quickly, Daniel?
Yes, I have, over the last 45 minutes. Been going very quickly. This is about 10 to 4 local time. We've had a day called at 4:32, Richard. At one stage, I think that was day number 1, might have been.
Well, what's the local time there now?
10 to 4. 10-4. Ashwin bowling to Ravindra, and this one comes back at him like a leg break. That was like Shane Warne. The guy's an off spinner. I'm not sure if that is the Karen ball.
Yes.
That has spun a mile and almost came back in and hit the off stump. Wow. He really is a joy to watch when he's on form. Ashwin flights this one up on off stump. Defending is Rachin Ravindra. A very nervous looking Ajaz Patel watches on, chewing the gum at quite a rate of knots. He's in next. Ravindra just asking for his guard again, because Ashwin's going to come over the wicket. Boy, oh boy, that Karen ball.
Yeah, what a ball. I mean, that takes some skill to do that. Flick it with your fingers.
Which is outside of leg stump, turn straight to short leg, and there is no run. So there is a slip, a gully, silly mid off, and short leg right on square. And quite a spread field around. Oh! Another Karen ball. Spins from off stump. Comes back to the left-hander.
The problem is I can see it floating through the air and I know what it is, and I'm thinking, oh, play it straight.
I love it. Round the wicket. Ashwin. Another Karen ball. Turned to short leg. Well stopped by Shubman Gill. I wonder he's getting a high five. It's neat work. 155 for 8. One ball remaining in this over. Ashwin gets one to spin and not bounce and just miss the off stump. They appeal for something. But boy, it's doing all sorts now. This pitched on off, spun.
It's hit his pad.
It's hit his pad outside the line.
Outside the line. But what a bowler. What a bowler. You just don't know what you're going to get. He can spin it both ways. He can flick it out of his fingers. He can go straight. He bowls from both sides of the wicket. Oh, the light meter's out. Hello. The light meter is out for the first time today. That's a good sign. They're putting it away, but they're taking a reading. See how they probably asked for it. No, enough light here compared to the other days we've gone off. What they do is they take a reading of what the light was from the first day they went off, and that becomes the benchmark.
Jadeja to start the new over, bowling to Southey. He wants to leap off a length, hitting high on the bat, but he's playing with soft hands and killing the ball in front of him on the offside. Another man comes in close, so there is a leg slip, a leg gully, a silly mid on, silly mid off, short gully, slip. One spins from middle, going straight. Heading off stump, indeed, is the call. LBW. Tim Southey goes, I think he'll review, but this looks like it's going to clip the off stump, and with it the 9th New Zealand wicket will likely fall. Jadeja spinning a merry web alongside Ravi Ashwin. New Zealand falling to pieces. Hit him on the back knee roll right in front of off stump. This will be out.
Not even hitting the outside of off stump. It's hitting the inside of off stump. There is... Oh, is that a... I don't think we call that an edge.
No, it's gone past the bat. Ultra edge doesn't show anything significant. And then into the back pad. And that is out. Ravi Jadeja knew it was out. He does his celebrate, not appeal. This one pitching on off, straightening, and Southey just playing down the wrong line. He goes.
So what we're seeing is the left arm is run in, bowl wide, angle it, pitch it on the stumps and straighten it up. From a technical point of view, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, not having to play it ourselves, but the simple answer is get your back lift over middle stump, expect that it's going to straighten up and play straight, and just play with a straight bat down the line. Don't come across it. Don't assume that the ball's going to carry on its leg side trajectory. Assume it's going to straighten up, because it's exactly what they're trying to bowl. It's exactly what they're trying to bowl. It's almost like a con. It's the great con. I'll spear it in down leg. It'll pitch on the stumps, and every now and again I'll get one to straighten it. It's not a secret. Easier said than done, particularly for the tail enders. I mean, it's caught Taylor out, it's caught Nichols out, it's even caught Kane Williamson out. But I guess we shouldn't be surprised that it's caught Southey out.
So Ajaz Patel is the new batsman, the Mumbai-born Ajaz Patel, batting with Rachin Ravindra. Two of Indian descent, of course. New Zealand. Last chance. Jadeja over the wicket, beating the outside edge of Ajaz Patel's bat as he leans a long way forward but plays even further outside of his pad. India need just one wicket now, 155 for the loss of 9. Where's your pollution? Where's your pollution when you need it? Here is another one wider of off stump, and again beating the outside edge of Ajaz Patel's bat. First two balls not filling me full of confidence. Southey squared right up. As we get a replay. New Zealand have slumped from 118 for 2 to 155 for 9. They've lost 7 for 37. Patel comes forward and looks quite compact and assured as he defends straight to the man under the helmet on the offside. One ball remaining in this, the 90th over. A minimum of 8.1 overs remain. Jadeja bowling to Patel, who pushes him back to the bowler. The end of the over, 155 for 9.
Kogan Mobile's phones are lighting up this Black Friday because right now you'll save 50% off all 365-day plans with Kogan Mobile. Yep, 50% off their small 365-day plans. Now just $80 with 18 gig of data. 50% off their medium plan with 48 gig of data. And 50% off Kogan Mobile's large 365-day plan, just $165 with 180 gig of data. Don't miss out this Black Friday. Make the switch at koganmobile.co.nz/radio.
Jadeja has 4 for 36, Ashwin 3 for 33. They're spinning India to victory, it would seem, in the first test. 1 wicket required. Our coverage with Razine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, and Big Barrel, big range, biggest deals. It's been a compelling test match. Is there one final swing? Ashwin bowling to Ravindra, who clips him through mid-wicket. They've got 1, and they'll come back for 2. The throw to the non-striker's end is not in time. 157 for 9.
It's a pretty hastily run too, wasn't it? I mean, can you imagine being run out going for 2? The runs are irrelevant. I don't even know why they're running. What's the point? Ravindra has to face as much of the bowling as possible. He's looking good. He can play out these overs. I've got absolute confidence he could play out 8 overs.
He's on 12 now as Ashwin bowls around the wicket to him, and he plays in front of his front pad, and there will be no run.
But he needs to face 75% of the bowling, right? If he can face 75% of the bowling, he's doing his job. He's batting well. He's playing with a straight bat, and he's in.
Comes forward, gets an inside edge, just outside of off stump. Goes on the onside, but right along the grass, so no chance for Agarwal fielding under the helmet on the onside. 5 men around the bat plus the keeper. Push to Shubman Gill on the other side of the wicket, the offside. 157 for 9. 2 balls remaining in this over. Minimum of 7.2 overs remaining. Light meter was out a couple of overs ago. That's another thing to consider. The drama of test match cricket. 5th and final day. Ravindra comes forward and defends.
The good thing about the light meter is as soon as that number falls below what they've previously gone off at, it's not really an umpire's call. They see that number, automatically off.
Ashwin is very full. It's turned backward of square. A dot ball, importantly for India. That will mean Ajaz Patel will be on strike. 7 overs, a minimum of 7 overs remaining in the day's play. It's 157 for the loss of 9. New Zealand at lunch was 79 for the loss of 1 after the night watchman Somerville and Latham got through unscathed. Somerville gone for 36. Latham 52, Taylor 2, Nichols 1, Williamson 24, Blundell 12, Jameson 5, Southey 4. 4 wickets to Jadeja. He is 4 for 36 off 25 overs. He's hunting a 5-wicket bag. He's bowling to Ajaz Patel. Comes forward and uses the full face of the grey Nichols. Drawing Ajaz Patel onto the front foot and looking to drive. Gets a thick outside edge and that will race away towards the third man rope. They've only taken 1. Now, I know some cricketers who would accidentally kick the ball there over the rope. It was only a couple of metres away.
Well, I've seen that before, and I've seen the umpire give it 5.
Yeah.
So, not really in the spirit of the game. But the smart thing is Ravindra is now facing, so Patel has managed to play out 2 balls. Looks okay. Looks like he can play out 8 overs. Ravindra facing.
He leans forward and defends. I did say Ajaz Patel was born in Mumbai. I love correctors. It's technically Bombay back then. It's now Mumbai. There you go. Thank you. Ever knowing audience. Jadeja rolling wide of off stump, sliding on with the arm. Following it, a fraction was Ravindra as he pokes it into the point region. There is no run. 2 balls remaining in the Jadeja over. India 1 wicket away from victory. New Zealand need to fight hard. 6.2 overs, a minimum of remaining. This one grips and turns from outside of off stump, and they're going to get a single.
All they want.
Through mid-wicket. So Patel, 1 ball to survive this over. 159 for the loss of 9 wickets. Ravindra is 13 off 71 balls. It was adjudged LBW when struck well outside the off stump. Given out, he reviewed. It was overturned. Jadeja trying to bowl when the umpire's got his arm up. That's how keen they are to get through the overs. Bowls to Patel. Comes forward. Well played. Round of applause from Richard Petrie as he signs off. With the score at 159 for the loss of 9. Jeremy Coney's going to join me. We have a minimum of 6 overs remaining. Ajaz 1, Ravindra 13. I think Coney's joining us.
Well, neither of them can hear. So
none of it. Hello.
The light meter's out again now. So this is going to be interesting. Umpire now walking to one end, take the light. They stand where the batsmen are. They get a light reading. They then go to the other end, get a light reading from there. They check the number. They're going to carry on. Light still acceptable at this stage. Ravi Ashwin continue. Everybody, every single set of eyes on the ground is watching every single ball.
Ravi Ashwin starting the over to Rachin Ravindra on off stump, defended to Salim it off. Ashwin spearing in towards off stump, quicker through the air. Ravindra.
Just one good ball.
Your motivation and enthusiasm to get me off and get Coney on is disturbing.
Well, you're 5 minutes over. I'm just doing you a favour. Here is Ravindra playing in front of his
What's
head on.
new? What's new? You know who the other one is, don't you?
Oh, the Lord. They've taken their headsets off. They're not watching the camera. Oh, priceless.
Anyway.
The deep in discussion. 159 for 9. Halfway through the over. Ravindra coming forward, defending.
Ravindra now with 4 balls bowled. 2 balls left in the over. He'll be looking for a single. He knows it. Patel knows it. Ravi Ashwin knows it. He's going to come over the wicket, look to spin it away from Ravindra, the left-hander. Cut down his angles.
I was leg stump line, outside portion of the bat. And there is no run. One ball remaining in the over. This one into the pad, I think, but pitching outside of leg. That is the end of the over. 5 overs remaining in the day.
So Patel's going to be facing the next over, most likely from Jadeja. To be fair, Patel's looked pretty good so far. Ravindra looking good. Patel looking good. The overs are being counted down. What do we got?
Minimum
overs
of 5.
Today, minimum 5, so it may go more than 5. But on the counter side, the darkness may call it off early. I'm going to sign out now.
No, you can stay now, if you like here. Jerry is with us.
Righto.
Good to have you, Mr. Coney. The start of the Jadeja over, bowling to Patel, and he gets an outside edge.
Are they going to change? Yes.
They'll take one.
Take one.
How many balls to go in the over? 5. 4, is it now?
5. No, 5.
5 balls left this over. So I think that's sensible for Ravindra. Yep.
160 for the loss of 9. Minimum of 4.5 overs remaining in the day's play. Spinning back from wide of off stump towards the off, but right across, using all the crease and getting in line is Rachin Ravindra, and he defends. Jadeja once more wide of the off stump, opening the face and getting a roll down towards third man. And Ajaz Patel's feeling pretty confident. He's caught him through for a single and he's ready to face 3 balls. 161 for the loss of 9.
Not sure about that.
Ravindra didn't have many options. Patel was on his toes and he had somewhere to go.
Jadeja bowls to him into the footmarks outside of off stump, but he comes forward and defends.
How often have they looked at the light, Daniel? A couple of times? Yeah.
That they have. Another ball from Jadeja, pushed into the cover region. They won't take a run on this occasion, even though it's a long chase for Yada from short third man around to cover point to collect. So one more ball for Patel to negotiate in this over. 161 for 9. Comes forward, a bit of bat and pad, and squirts out through square leg. They won't run. That is the end of the over. 161 for 9.
Investing in property? Know the facts. At Property Apprentice, we surround our clients with the professional help they need to get the right financial advice for their individual situation. Don't get sucked in by slick sales pitches from anyone who just wants to sell you a property. Learn from a company that's been helping Kiwis to achieve their financial goals since 2010. Come to a free event. Text ticket to 268 or go to propertyapprentice.co.nz.
Anytime, day or night, SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Hey. Well, this is SENZ and coverage of the 5th and final day. The light meter is out again. There's a few angry looking faces amongst the Indian team. And it looks like
they're going off, are they?
It looks like it.
Are they? Well, no, it looks like they're going back to their positions. Very animated chat between umpire Sharma and Rahane, the skipper of India.
Looks like they're offering it to the batsman.
Well, no, it looks like they're going to carry on, doesn't it? Yep.
So a minimum of 4 overs. 161 for the loss of 9. Axar Patel's going to come into the attack. He is 1 for 19. Look at 19 overs. He's bowled 11 maidens. Starts to Ravindra. Very quick through the air. On off stump, defended by the left-hander.
I'd like to see that light meter. See what the number was.
We'll never know. Axar Patel.
No.
Full flighted delivery. Added back into the path of the bowler. No run. 161 for 9. 3.4 overs remaining. A minimum of Exar Patel wide of off stump. Ravindra very sure of his footwork as he gets across and defends.
One thing is very clear to me, India batted too long.
Exar Patel beating the outside edge of Rachin Ravindra's bat as he lunges forward, tries to take the bat away at the last second. It's a very good point, Jeremy. Exar Patel over the wicket, the left arm finger spinner. Bowling quick through the air, defended once more. Good job here from Ravindra. Can he finish the over, get a single and retain the strike as we see another shot of umpire Sharma at square leg looking at the light meter. Oh, the tension. That will bring the end of the over with another good defensive stroke. They come together, the light meters are out.
It must be so close that they're coming like this every over, Daniel, isn't it?
That's it.
Are you sure, Richard?
I'm not sure.
The body language, they're showing the thing as if to say, look.
I think they're showing them that.
Nothing we can do.
No, that's going apart. They're going to keep going.
I think in situations like this, what you need is Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, where it comes through to a central screen and we can all see it on the big screen, exactly what the number is and what it was on day one.
Yeah.
A little bit of transparency here. Maybe we have to file a Freedom of Information application to get access to this data.
In triplicate.
I've got a funny feeling
over in India.
No one's ever going to know the number.
No.
Ravi Ashwin starting the new over. Challenging the front pad, but the bat gets down just in time on off stump. Ajaz Patel. Minimum of 2.5 overs remaining in the day. Coming forward, Ajaz Patel defending again. Sun barely visible through the smog. The lights high on the grandstand, far more prominent. Fading light. Fading chances for New Zealand. Ashwin again on off stump, defended to the man under the helmet. Gripping stuff. Ashwin, a shorter carom ball, comes back in a fat fraction and well played indeed, Jeremy.
You see, you say this is not exciting?
No,
very gripping. It's wonderful, isn't it? One, 6, 1 for 9. Over the wicket, he bowls to Patel, who has looked very good in defence. Straight out of the middle of the bat once more.
One left.
One ball remaining, 1 wicket needed. 1, 6, 1 for 9. Here is a big appeal for LBW, pitching outside leg stump. Review all you like. They've got 1 remaining and they're going to have a look. I don't know why. Why? If this is not out, why would you waste time with fading light?
Because it may be out. That's why. It may have pitched just outside leg stump, but you know, you couldn't come off the field and be watching replays of that clipping leg stump.
Fair enough.
Bat is close to the ball.
It's not far off.
Okay.
The question is, did it pitch outside leg stump?
Well, where does it pitch? See, that's pitched, yeah.
Stand by.
It's close.
And it's probably hitting.
Flat line.
No bat. Yeah, hasn't hit it into the knee roll of the front pad.
No.
I can see off stump and middle.
No, it's pitched outside. It's pitched outside.
Just. Yep.
You doubt me?
No, I said it pitched outside, but I still think it was worth going for because, you know, you'd be lynched if you hadn't gone up there with. There's only 2 overs to go,
or minimum of.
What do you? Yeah, well, that's right. What do you hold? You know, you.
I tell you who is getting
you don't want to die
with. That's
with
Ross Taylor. It's Ross Taylor. is getting very excited from the New Zealand. He didn't seem happy about 20 minutes ago. He said, had quite a few messages that should have been relayed to the umpires. But, see, they're separating again, so they're just indicating that it hasn't got any darker.
So, 14 minutes away from midnight. 14 minutes from stumps. Minimum of 2 overs. Well, they're going to get through that and more. As the next one is played. No more frazzled, completely out of control. More from Jeremy Coney and Garth Galloway. Garth Galloway is going to call us home. Over to you, Garth.
Well, thanks for nothing. And because you've managed to get New Zealand into a good position. Here's the ball from Axa and Ravindra defence. You want me to be on if New Zealand loses? That's terrible.
If they hang on.
I know.
It's a perfect opportunity.
I'm a man
Come
of
on.
faith. I'm a young commentator trying to bring them home. Here's the ball turned. Oh dear, flew through the air, through the onside. That turned quite sharply from Axa, and it's going to run across for 4. That doesn't matter at all, but Ravindra will take the runs, I'm sure, for his average. That one did move a little bit across him. And it was in the air past short leg.
Correct. So a little half chance. It went quite quickly, didn't it? Just to the right.
Yeah. Of Iyer diving to his right. That would have been a nice way to be the hero after all those runs in his first test. Axar's going around the wicket to Ravindra. He's on 18. It's 165 for 9. 1 over remaining after this one, except they can go, of course, to midnight, aren't they? They're well in New Zealand time, so it's 12 minutes away. Next one is defended, pushed back down the pitch. Here's Axar bowling again. Ravindra comes forward, plays to short, setting it off. The Indians grabbing the ball, throwing it back to the bowler as fast as they can. And no doubt in one ball's time we'll have the umpires getting together, having another look. And it played defensively by Ravindra. Well done. The Indians run between the overs quickly. The umpires come together. I tell you what, if it's drawn, I think about the 40 minutes that India wasted after tea yesterday.
I was just saying,
nothing.
That's
they were so either arrogant or lost, and I'm not sure which one it was, but they just were directionless, and it needed for me Rahane to take the bull by the horns and say, come on, we need to get in and have more than 3 overs this evening. Yeah. That 3 overs stuff is the stuff school teams used to do. Just have 3 overs, see if we can pick up a few. They should have really got on with it and given themselves 40 minutes to an hour. Now here we are. Let's look. The umpires are together and they're separating again, are they, Jerry? Yeah, I think they're going back into their positions.
Okay, so this is the end of the requisite number of overs for the day. Last one, Jadeja. He's going to have the ball in the hand. And we're going to be... there'll be some extra overs here, provided the light doesn't play a part. And there's something wrong with that light meter. I'm convinced about it. He's holding a thumb down on some particular button.
Here's Jadeja bowls. Ajaz Patel pushes into the offside.
It's like a compass, it locks the needle in the same position.
I couldn't possibly comment.
No.
Players all around the bat. Poor old Ajaz Patel. As this one keeps low, and Jadeja...
No, he's played it with his bat.
Hands on his head. He played it with his bat, all right.
Well, you can't appeal for that then.
No.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
He thought it was
I think I saw even one of the umps go up.
Be a big and thick inside edge. Here he is again. This one's a better shot. So there are 7 men around the bat. This would be a lovely photo for posterity's sake. Ajaz Patel would enjoy it. He'd take it and show his children the day the Indian team surrounded me in Kanpur.
Ajaz should just take another guard. Exactly. Start to use your brains, fellas, that we've got to reduce the overs. Come on.
Pull away. Round the wicket goes Jadeja. Well played, Ajaz Patel.
That's the one. This is the one for the LBW, or the one that slides on perhaps to the outside edge. So everybody who's really white in the New Zealand team should disappear.
Here's the next ball pushed into the offside, and the over has come to an end, or is there one more to go? One more to go. So Ravindra is 18. Ajaz Patel batting very well and belying his position in number 11. Gee, he looks composed. Couple of batsmen.
Don't say those things.
I can say this.
Don't say these things.
Couple of batsmen of Indian descent. What a moment for them to be out there in Kanpur playing against India.
Now, I wonder whether there's an emotional question about for the umpires to at the end of this requisite part of the play.
Here's Jadeja bowling, and Patel plays back down to the bowler. The over comes to an end. The umpires no doubt will come together. It's 8 minutes remaining in the day's play, and I think Ravindra thinks that's the end of play, but surely there are another 8 minutes. He'd taken his bat off, and play can't be over with 8 minutes. It might be over for late, though. Let's have a look, Jerry. How's it looking to you through our screen?
I have no idea. I don't think it's a light meter at all.
It's something from the kitchen.
Yeah.
Well, the umpires are getting together. Gee, this has been wonderful stuff. Nothing wrong with a good draw if you can achieve it in these circumstances in India.
See, I think it's a phone. He's dialing things. And is that over? Is it all over?
Not yet, just waiting. So the umpires are together again. And now they've looked down at the meter. Umpire Metten is striking his shoulders.
Yeah.
And the batsmen are leaving the ground. New Zealand have drawn the match. The players up in the players' area hug and embrace. New Zealand have earned a draw in the first test at Kanpur in India. And I think India will rue yesterday's decisions by Captain Rahane as they let the game drift. He's now arguing with the umpires. It's not particularly elegant. No one to blame but themselves. 165 for 9 it is. And the batsmen have gone off. The Indians stay and remonstrate with the umpires, and now Rahane shakes their hands and walks away. And that might be, for him, the last time we see him in this series. Who knows? But well done, New Zealand. That's a terrific effort to get out of that match with a draw, Jerry.
Yeah, I think they probably, as we look very quickly back and try and remember over the 5 days, the key moments, of course. Obviously, New Zealand, I think they played reasonably well. I mean, they had their moments where they lost it, didn't they, at various times. I think as far as the batting is concerned, that is a bit of a worry. The middle order particularly. I think there was something like 5 or 6 LBWs today.
6.
So that is a bit of an issue in terms of getting your bat to the ball and so on. So the New Zealanders coming out of their darkened area to shake the hands of the Indian players. I think it's a fair result, actually, and it was a very tense result at the end. New Zealand have hung on. Well played, Ravindra, on debut. He was really tight with his defence, used his bat. Tended to be moving a lot rather than sort of stationary and still and set, but he used his eyes and he used his bat, and he played quite nicely, I think, to see New Zealand out of some trouble. And I've got to say, Ajaz Patel did a very calm kind of job there, didn't he?
Oh, he sure did. I thought he was excellent.
How many balls did he face?
23 for 2.
There you go, 23 deliveries.
Yeah.
So he's faced nearly 4 overs on his own there.
More than Nicholls faced in 2 innings.
Well, there's part of the middle order that I was talking about. LBW twice in the game. I suppose Young would have been feeling terrible at in those last few overs. But, it's been an exciting match, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and I think New Zealand deserved the draw. They've fought away with some character. They got through that first session today with Somerville and Latham, and at that stage, I think, people were many of our listeners would have been thinking, well, we're here, we're going to draw it, and we might even go after the win. But things happen quickly in this game, and things happen quickly in India, and wickets tend to come in clumps. And then to see a player like Ajaz Patel and Russian Ravindra, a couple of players of Indian ancestry, lovely to see them playing over there, getting a draw. It'll feel like a win. We'll just take a break now, but the news here is that New Zealand have managed to scratch out a draw against India in the first test at Kanpur.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ, it's Kiwi for sport.
Bad light in play every single day of this test match, so we did expect it, so no complaints. Couldn't get the job done, but I thought we stuck together well.
How much do you love these test matches and how they ebb and flow? And your contribution throughout was fantastic again with bat and ball.
Look, the beauty of test cricket is that you need to want it. It's really, really hard. It's not one of those formats where you turn up, have a good day, have a good 4-over bowl or have a good bat in 20 overs. You need to want it. There is a lot of pain, there is a lot of hard work, there is a lot of tenacity that you need to bring into play. So you need to want it. And definitely I am someone who wants to play this format, and I enjoy it.
You've now gone ahead of Harbhajan Singh in the wicket-taking stakes for India. How does that make you feel?
Absolutely nothing at all, to be honest. I know these are milestones that are constantly kept on tab, and it's wonderful. Rahul Bhai, ever since he's taken over, he's kept saying the same thing. How many ever wickets you take, how many ever runs you make, in 10 years' time, you won't remember them. It's the memories that matter. So I want to have really some special memories going forward in the next 3-4 years.
Tell us a little bit about the pitch here at Kanpur.
Look, I think anytime pitches are being spoken about and I'm asked a question, it turns into a controversy. So I'll try and keep a tab on that. I would say getting down to the last session, last mandatory over, I think it's played its part. Some wonderful test cricket, given an even, the young boy walking out there, Rachin Ravindra, batted beautifully, showed some great composure. Ajaz Patel with his defence. So it just tells you a story. Everybody hangs in there. Everybody can defend well these days. So it's not as easy as it used to be once upon a time, getting these tail-enders out. So great day of test cricket. I hope people who watched it enjoyed it.
Diplomatic career awaits, Ash. Thanks very much for your time. Look forward to seeing you in Mumbai.
Thanks, Simon.
Ravi Ashwin speaking to Simon Doull at the conclusion of a quite gripping test match encounter. Amazing to think, 5 days, and it goes down to the mandatory last over. New Zealand survived. The light meters come out for the 7th or 8th time, and it's finally called off with 8 minutes by my count on the clock. New Zealand hold on. At lunch, it looked like they were going to get there quite comfortably, but full of drama, twists and turns. India on fire in the final 2 sessions of the day, and New Zealand finish at 165 for the loss of 9 wickets. Back with more analysis with Jeremy Coney, Richard P. Galloway after this break. It's 1 minute away from midnight.
G'day, Cameron Smith here. Make sure you download the SENZ app and subscribe to the Matty and Mates podcast. It's Matty Johns chatting to his mates, talking rugby league.
Tommy Turbo, he scores. It was Cleary. It was Teddy. It was Turbo.
Plus a lot of things that have nothing to do with sport.
Randy,
Matty.
what is that type of champagne you're drinking at the moment?
I know that. Let's not get carried away. And while you're there, subscribe to the Captain's Run. Get them both by downloading the SENZ app.
Treat your horse like royalty with Majestic Horse Floats. Since 1938, Majestic Horse Floats have grown to be the largest equine transport company in New Zealand. With fully staffed and equipped depots in Auckland, Bulls, Christchurch and Invercargill, Majestic have your horse transport needs covered across the country. So give your horse the royal treatment. Call 0800 435 6287 or visit majesticfloats.co.nz. Majestic Horse Floats, proud to support the New Zealand racing industry.
SENZ bringing you live, uninterrupted and free-to-air coverage of the first test of 2 between India and New Zealand in association with our partners, Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and Big Barrel. Be our mate and join Big Barrel Mates Club. New Zealand started the day 4 for the loss of 1. 280 runs away from victory. They got through to lunch with Somerville on 36, Latham on 35, 79 for 1. The heart wasn't pounding at all for New Zealand fans. Richard Petrie alongside me. We also get the thoughts of Jeremy Coney and Garth Galloway, who've called this exciting test as it's finished a draw with New Zealand 9 down. But boy, the heart rate and the emotion was up over the last 2 sessions.
Sure was. I mean, it was a day that started with New Zealand 1 down for 4. There was only one outcome that New Zealand were really going to go for. There's a lot of talk about maybe going for the win, but 280 was probably outrageous. I mean, 165 runs, I think, were scored on the day, or 169. Well down on, you were never going to chase 280, but everybody knew what was going to happen. It was a case of you had 9 wickets to bat over 3 sessions. You could afford to lose maybe 1 or 2 in the first session and 1 or 2 in the second, and then hold on in the end. And in the end, I mean, it was one of those games where you had to follow it the whole way through. So it was gripping. We had people talking about how stressed and anxious they were, in the first session. So we all knew where it was going. It was never going to be an easy draw. I don't think it was ever going to be, at the end of the day, New Zealand 3 for 160, and turned out to be a gripping, thrilling, fantastic test match. And I do think it's a fair result. I think New Zealand did well because they did lose the toss. It is harder to bat second. But what it does is set up the test series beautifully. You've got the 2 heavyweights of test cricket. New Zealand number 1, India number 2, but India have the advantage of being at home and knowing how to play on these pitches. They go to test number 2, and it's all square. So, what this does is allow New Zealand to maybe win the toss in the second test and maybe win the first ever test series in India, or at least that's still on the cards.
That is still on the cards. New Zealand pick up 4 competition points. Remember, this was ICC World Test Championship. The latest round, 2-year run to the final. Jeremy Coney and Garth Galloway alongside myself, Daniel McCarty and Richard Petrie. New Zealand getting 4 points, and he will get 4 points for the draw. We had Claire, Jerry, a little bit earlier, you might remember, who texted in saying she was playing with the Lego, her kid's Lego in the middle of the lounge because she was so nervous she didn't know what to do with herself. She's texted in, "Phew, I'm so glad I stayed up and kept listening until the bitter end." Thanks again for the commentary, guys. You've been brilliant. We do appreciate that. Not a bitter end, it's a positive end, Claire. Well, I'm assuming maybe you were barracking forward New Zealand. But I do remember, Jeremy, speaking to you, I think it was reasonably early on day number 1. We're off the back of a T20 World Cup where it's all crash, bang, wallop, and we talked about it's not only about wickets and runs, it's that great element of time that Test cricket brings in, and boy, it's been utterly exemplified in this gripping encounter.
It has, and really, when you start to analyse the way that time was used throughout this match, in the end, there was one particular period of play where it played a great deal of a part of this draw as a result, and it was abused, and you get penalised for doing that. And it was India who abused the time while they still had the bat in the hand and didn't push ahead and didn't back themselves to bowl more overs at New Zealand at the end of the 4th evening. Just 3 or 4 overs was never going to be enough. OK, they snuck a wicket in rather strange circumstances, but they should have had probably more like between 10 to 15 overs. And so they batted an extra hour that wasn't needed, and they got more runs during that time that weren't needed. They just had to back themselves more.
Garth, you were quick to call that out yesterday after tea. What do you think they were going through their mind? What were they playing at?
Well, they were 7 down, weren't they? And they had Saha and Axar Patel. So, but they went to tea at 7 down, and then they got through to drinks. They were only scoring at 3 runs and over, and they did that again up until the declaration. And they only gave themselves 3 overs or 3 overs before stumps. For me, I think it shows a lack of confidence, a lack of leadership. I think Rahane had to call it much earlier and say, right, let's get on. Saha's in good form. He's up towards 50. Axar Patel's batting well. We want to win this game. We've got to give ourselves time. We've taken 142 overs, 142 and a half to bowl New Zealand out in the first innings. It's going to take more than 93. And as it shows, it might not have taken too much more, but they let the game drift, and I think it showed a lack of confidence on their part and a lack of leadership.
Well, it's either a lack of confidence in themselves to dismiss New Zealand in those, or a concern that New Zealand would get the runs, so they wanted to go and make sure that it was safe, or even safer still. So it can only be one of those 2 reasons. What's the point? Or were they arrogant that they thought, we'll get them out in 93 overs, we'll just bowl them easily?
Maybe they listened to Suresh Iyer too much, saying that pitch is not doing anything. What a dream debut for that fella, 150. And those comments at the end of yesterday, there's nothing going on with this pitch.
Well, he said the pitch was playing so easily. Now, for him it was. I tell you what, it wasn't playing easily for Taylor or Nichols or Southey or a lot of people. So maybe he played the ultimate hand for New Zealand by lulling his captain into a false sense of security that this wicket was better than it was. Wicket playing easily. I mean, when you're in, okay, sure. I think Rahane being a part-time, he's only filling in for Kohli, remember? Last thing you want to do is fill in for a captain and lose a test, particularly when your batting position is on the line, right? So I think Garth and Jeremy are probably right. I think that was a direct declaration based on fear and fear of losing. And when you make a decision on fear, it's always the wrong decision.
Suresh Iyer has been named man of the match, unsurprising. What a debut. The first Indian, I do believe, to score 150 on debut. The official match presentation has started. Once Kane Williamson comes up, we might just try and take that. Apparently, Tom Latham has got the Dream 11 Game Changer Award. So there's 2 awards now. Tom Latham, few words on what you saw from him, Richard.
Just typical, consistent, calm, concentration over long periods of time. We've seen him score double hundreds at the Basin Reserve and other grounds around the world. He's a world-class opening batsman in all conditions, and we saw that today. He played forward, he played back. But, Tom Latham, outstanding. I thought Will Young looked fantastic too in the first innings.
Oh, wow. They're rolling out the awards, Jerry. Now the Hyundai best save of the match. This is not a football game, Jeremy. It's gone to Shubman Gill for his catch straight after lunch. Well, the save of the game.
Well, I don't know what he saved.
He took a catch.
Well, they didn't win.
Here we go. I think the captains are going to come on up. And let's hear from Kane Williamson.
Been touch and go around this sort of time with the light, but look, all in all, it was a fantastic game of cricket, and obviously the Indian side's a formidable one, and they were on top for large parts of this game. We hung in there and gave ourselves a chance, but in their second innings with the partnership that they managed to get with the bat, we knew that things were going to be a real challenge trying to bat last, and all 3 results were still at play. Having said that, the quality of their bowling attack meant that there had to be a lot of hard work to give ourselves a chance, and we fought hard and showed a lot of heart to bat through the day.
You've got some quality batsmen in the side, but imagine Will Somerville, Rachin Ravindra and Ajaz Patel having to save the game. That shows a lot of depth as well, isn't it?
Yeah, look, some fantastic experiences for those guys. Rachin obviously in his first test match, usually a top order batter, but not usually experiencing these sorts of conditions. So, really good experiences to have, and we saw all the emotion of a really, really good test match, and things went sort of there were always opportunities. There was always things happening. The wicket was deteriorating. So, you know, it was a great game all in all, and it was really nice to have a crowd here to see it.
Hindsight is always a wonderful teacher. Sometimes after having gone into the test match, did you ever feel that we needed possibly Neil Wagner in the side?
Look, we made our decisions, and man, the two fast bowlers that did play were outstanding for us on a surface that I suppose it kept a little low at times. There was a little bit of movement with the new ball, but they kept backing up and bowling long overs for us, which was an unbelievable effort and really kept us in the game for long periods of time. So a lot of credit to them, and also the way the guys tried to adjust with the bat as well. But we know this Indian side's a very strong one in all departments, so we have to be at our best, and there's a lot of lessons from this game to take into the next.
You can say in a way the top two teams of the W Test Championship finals playing here. What are the positives from this game, and also areas for New Zealand to improve going into Bombay?
The experience all in all is a good one to have, and I suppose from a batsman's perspective, it's trying to make those adjustments. Obviously, preparation was fairly disjointed. I suppose that's the nature of things at the moment. So there's a lot of things to touch on and get a feel for, and I suppose there's things to learn there. But as a bowling attack, getting overs under the belt as well, I think was a good thing. Guys were sort of coming out of quarantine at home and these sorts of things, but they really put in some work to be as best as they could be for this game. So a lot to take from it, but we know that we head to Mumbai on a different surface, so we have to prepare accordingly.
Thanks for the chat, and congratulations on a well-fought draw in this game.
Thank you. Cheers.
Kane Williamson, the New Zealand captain.
That was Kane Williamson. Now we can hear from Ajinkya Rahane, the skipper of the Indian side.
Would you have done something different?
Not really. I tried my best. I thought it was a very good game of cricket. They played really well throughout the game, but I thought the way we came back in second innings after second session was really good. Our bowlers bowled really well, fast bowlers especially in second innings. Umesh and Ishan bowled well. Spinners, we all know, they all are quality bowlers. They bowled really well. So I thought, yes, it was a good game of cricket.
Maybe not today, but maybe yesterday, could you have thought about a declaration which was earlier, or maybe a bit more urgency in the last half an hour, maybe thinking of a declaration?
See, we were in a position that we wanted to get that partnership going. We lost 4 or 5 wickets quickly, so we wanted to put some runs on the board, get that partnership going, and then see what happens. So I thought last we were looking to bowl 5-6 overs in the end, but as I said, we needed that partnership, and Saha and Akshar batted really well. Before that, Shreyas and Ashwin's partnership was crucial for us. I don't think we could have done anything different. We wanted to bowl 4 overs and then maybe 90-95 overs today.
Quite a bit of animated conversation with you and the umpires in the last 15-20 minutes. What was the chat all about?
It was about the lights. See, as a fielding team, you want to bowl more overs. As a batting team, you don't want to bat in that situation. But it happens in cricket. It's all about getting those wickets quickly. And so chat was all about the light. But umpire made the call, and I thought they were right.
You had to handle 3 quality spinners, and sometimes did you feel, am I under bowling one? Am I giving enough bowling to the other? How was it managing those 3?
Yeah, sometimes it feels that am I bowling Ashwin less overs, or am I bowling Akshar a lot overs? So it was all about, I thought on this wicket, spinner had to bowl a lot of a big spell on going. So that's why Ashwin bowled a big spell. Then Jadeja in the second session, he bowled a bigger spell. So it was all about rotating the bowlers, and they bowled really well.
Shreyas Iyer batted beautifully. You've got Virat Kohli coming in for the next test match. Does it make things interesting?
First of all, I'm really happy for Shreyas. He had to wait for a long time for his test debut. He batted really well. He was special in this match, and the way he worked on his game. His records in first-class cricket is really good. T20 and ODI, he's batting really well. So I'm really happy for him, first of all. Coming back to Virat's thing. Virat obviously is coming in the next game. We'll have to wait and see till Mumbai game. I'm not going to make any comments, but management will definitely take some comments.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for the chat, and really well tried.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery are helping to shape and build New Zealand. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.co.nz or contact your local Kubota dealer to find out more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Imagine landing the catch of the day right on your front doorstep. Well, with Taki Timu Seafoods, you can. Head to takitimuseafoods.co.nz and order the freshest, most delicious seafood that Hawke's Bay has to offer. Chill packed and delivered overnight. We're talking John Dory fillets, kawai, or how about some salmon, even oysters. Just so good. Fresh, frozen, or ready to eat. You choose with Taki Timu Seafoods. Check takitimuseafoods.co.nz.
Stop paying too much on big brand fragrances. Chemist Warehouse is the real house of fragrances this Christmas. Find Jimmy Choo 100ml for $79.99 or Yves Saint Laurent Black Opium 50ml now $129.99. Get Versace Pour Homme 100ml for only $64.99 and Davidoff Cool Water for Men 125ml now just $32.99. Shop in store 7 days a week or online for home delivery or click and collect. Chemist Warehouse, the real house of fragrances.
In sport, if it happens locally, nationally or overseas, SENZ is there. And it's all on the SENZ app.
Brendan McCullum is on 298.
Subscribe to SENZ's podcast channel and catch up on all of SENZ shows, plus shows from across the ditch, including Matty Johns, Cam Smith, Andrew Voss, Adam Gilchrist, Ian Healy and Brian Fletcher. Download the SENZ app now and listen anywhere, anytime.
As the weather warms up, so does the racing. Get set for one of the most exciting times on the Thoroughbred racing calendar. Spring. 3 months, 2 thrilling carnivals and over 70 electrifying race days. While the Fascinators and Fedoras will be staying in the closet a little longer, there's still plenty of great racing action to be enjoyed from home. Whether it's getting your bubble entertainment sorted or your post-lockdown social life on track. Discover more at spring.loveracing.nz.
The TAB, they're about much more than just what's on the track. They're on your local sports fields. They're on the courts. They're in the pools, the pitches, in local clubs, and the local sausage sizzle. The TAB are contributing nearly $20 million across New Zealand sports over next year. $20 million. Helping millions of Kiwis enjoy their sport and even some hot chips on the sideline. The TAB are giving back to New Zealand sport.
For over 23 years, Generation Homes have been making building easy. Building homes for every generation. The younger generation, the older generation, the next generation and generations to come. So no matter what age or stage you're at in life, if you're looking for a new place to call home, discover how Generation Homes makes building easy and stress-free. Visit their show homes to discover how Generation Homes makes building easy. Find out more at generation.co.nz or text Generation to 3001.
Baz and Izzy sure do love their morning coffee, and now they get to start their day with simply good coffee. Thanks to McCafe, their official coffee partner. Listen to Baz and Izzy chat to Kiwi sporting legends during the McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday morning. Make sure you're listening live right here on SENZ or catch up later on the app. The McCafe Coffee Catch-Up every Monday, Wednesday and Friday with Baz and Izzy. Thanks to McCafe. Simply good coffee.
You're listening to Test Cricket, New Zealand versus India on SENZ.
With Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice, and with Big Barrel Mates Club, where mates look after mates.
Well, what an extraordinary test first up here on SENZ. We've been utterly privileged to bring it to you. New Zealand holding on for a draw, 9 wickets down. A huge thanks once more to our supporters, Resine Colour Shops for expert paint and colour advice. Big Barrel, be our mates and join Big Barrel Mates Club. Final thoughts in the next 6 or 7 minutes with Richard Petrie and Jeremy Coney. I'll start with you, Mr. Coney. I can see your right arm in the camera. You are still there. Highlights, work on from a New Zealand perspective. Which way do you want to look at? Do you want to look at it positively or look ahead more to the second test?
I don't really mind, Daniel. You just ask me what you would like to discuss. I mean, he says then carrying on.
As we knew you would.
Yeah. That's right. There was a pause, you see. I think spin needs a close look at. Our spinners bowled over 102 overs. They took 3 for 293. So nearly 2.9 runs an over. They got a number 4 out, a number 8 out, and a number 11 out. 2 of the 3 spinners didn't take a wicket in 56 overs. So they're the hard facts. But they bowled on a day 1 pitch when it's at its best. Stumpings were missed. Catches were dropped by the keeper and by the outfield. They bowled at the better parts of the pitch which were less sympathetic because the Indians had all the right-handers. So those things have to be balanced together. They are also, Ajaz hadn't bowled much in a game, nor did Somerville. Ravindra was really just a part-time spinner. So those things, I think they're probably looking at the way that the seamers bowled. That is going to be quite a tough discussion for New Zealand before the next match. There will be a feeling that we've brought Ravindra in as on debut as a young man. We've got an oldish kind of side, and there may be a feeling within the selection group that we need to feed one in. Then they may want to give him a second go. So those are the little components, I think, in that discussion. So that's about the spinners. I think we just generally lacked snap with the spinners, didn't we? It was all a bit gentle, to do with the way that they let the ball go at their end, and they bowled much slower than about up to 8 to 10 Ks slower than the Indian counterparts.
Thoughts of Jeremy Coney, Richard Petrie. You'll probably agree you wanted Neil Wagner in this side. I thought Kane Williamson dodged the question expertly in the post-match press conference when asked, do you regret not having Neil Wagner? Didn't answer the question at all. The real positive, I guess, from this test, the performances of the opening batsmen in the first innings especially, and the 2 seamers throughout the test match. Tim Southee, excellent again, and Jamieson continues this great ride.
Well, it just goes to show if you're good enough, you're good enough. So it doesn't matter if you're not a spinner. You can be a pace bowler. Because these wickets are inconsistent and they do have cracks, they will move around, not necessarily always off the seam, but sometimes off the crack. They will sometimes stay low. And it didn't seem to bother Jamieson and Southee. The pace bowlers in the first innings took 8 for 160. In the second innings took 6 for 115. That comes to a grand total of 14 wickets for 275 at 19.6 runs per wicket. Pretty handy, right? And as Jeremy said, if we compare that to 3 for 293, runs per wicket for the spinners came at 97, almost 100. So 19 versus 97. So in hindsight, and it is in hindsight, you would say that if 2 of the quick bowlers were able to bag 14 wickets, Wagner is arguably as good as them. He takes as many wickets as probably those guys do, although Jamieson has been particularly quick, but over a short period of time, then you'd probably say he would have taken more than 3 for 293. So in hindsight, you probably would have packed Wagner in there. You're right. The captain did dodge that question, just like Rahane dodged the question about should you have been a bit more intent on the 4th evening or declared earlier, and he also danced around that topic and moved on to how well other people had played. I think it's a learning exercise. I think going into the second test, I don't know if you were going to bring a Wagner in and go, well, we're going to go for 3 seamers, which I think they've got to. You're going to drop Will Somerville, that you've fallen in love with today. Well, no, I like the way he bat, but he's not there to bat, is he? He's not there to bat. They're not going to stick him at number 3 in the second test. I don't know. The advantage he have is he's an off spinner and he spins it in the other direction. You've got Ajaz who spins it, left arm orthodox. It may be that you have to drop out Ration Ravindra just for the balance of the side. So they got some difficult questions. That's what I do, as tough as it is for Ration Ravindra, but you're not there to pat guys on the head for doing something they're not there to do.
The thoughts of Richard Petrie. Prior to that, Jeremy Coney joining us in commentary throughout the last 5 days. Garth Galloway as well. It's been an utter privilege bringing you this Test match. Huge thanks to Ben Francis on the panel producing. New Zealand have escaped with a draw, battling to the very end. 9 wickets down, and it was Bombay-born Ajaz Patel, and a man who spent much of his younger years spending time in India working on his game. Rachin Ravindra, the heroes at the end for New Zealand. New Zealand finishing at 165 for the loss of 9. Today it was Latham 52, Somerville 36, Williamson 24, 2 to Taylor, 1 to Nichols, 2 to Blundell, Ravindra 18 not out, Jameson 5, Southey 4, Ajaz Patel 2 not out off 23 balls. New Zealand holding on and securing the draw when bad light ended play at about 7 minutes to midnight. We can't wait to bring you Test match number 2. Until then, take it easy. Catch you shortly here on SENZ.
Izzy here. Download the SENZ app and listen to us anywhere, anytime. Or if you're in Hamilton, you can hear us now on 9:54 AM.
Get ready for summer. The tried and true summer catalogue is out now. Featuring Cub Cadet and Lawnmaster, including the range of lawnmowers, ride-ons, robotic mowers and more. Plus, you can enjoy 0% interest and 0 payments for 18 months through participating dealerships. T's and C's apply. Offer ends 31st of Jan 2022. Steelfort, your only New Zealand-owned outdoor power and garden specialist. Visit steelfort.co.nz to find your local dealer.
We've all got good sides and bad sides, quiet sides and backsides. But our farm sides deserve a little attention too. Farmside is connecting rural New Zealand with unlimited broadband options. If you're Googling baby names for lambs, video calling Nan from the haystack, or making sure everything works out on the land, no matter where you are, how many you are, or what side you're showing, you can connect with your Farmside. Call 0800 Farmside. Farmside, connecting rural New Zealand.
Treat your horse like royalty with Majestic Horse Floats. Since 1938, Majestic Horse Floats have grown to be the largest equine transport company in New Zealand. With fully staffed and equipped depots in Auckland, Bulls, Christchurch and Invercargill, Majestic have your horse transport needs covered across the country. So give your horse the royal treatment. Call 0800 435 6287 or visit majesticfloats.co.nz. Majestic Horse Floats, proud to support the New Zealand racing industry.
SENZradio.nz.
Dragged on. Excellent.
From cricket to rugby, NRL to A-League, horse racing to basketball, hockey to bowls, volleyball to golf, tennis to surfing, athletics to boxing, motor racing to softball, touch to swimming, badminton to cycling. When it happens in sport, we're on. For all the latest breaking news, head to SENZradio.nz. SENZ. It's Kiwi for sport.
Imagine winning the Group 1 New Zealand Derby. Or a Group 1 at Royal Randwick.
The Shark's coming for the kill. Tiako Shark right over the top. Good enough to win it.
Tiako Racing, New Zealand's #1 stable, bought those horses from the ready-to-run sale. After winning more races, group races and prize money than any other stable last season, it's action time again. Shares are available in exciting young horses and winning is a way of life at Tiako. Check out tiakoracing.com.
Jobs. Ansco have got them. So whatever your reason is for wanting one, they can get you sorted.